running away from MSS. Whirling Death, and one more punch will do the work. And Cloud9 get 2 kills on their top lane.
Now incoming, but that's what you can. Oh, and nice steal from AUI as well.
They didn't have an Earth Spirit player, is what we thought.
I mean, he may have played a game or two. I don't remember. It's not a hero I connect with this player.
Yeah, we always think of techies when it comes to AUI.
I don't think of techies at all.
I think of him every day.
Yeah.
I think of that game you had to cast
miserable
in Frankfurt.
Yeah.
Techies is if you ever want a analyst to cast a fantastic game they feel really simulated with, get them to cast a Techies game. Nice double light strike array in the middle from Fada, keeping Ana and Jirax out once again. Yeah, maybe Jirax didn't get the patch note memo. Pushes them away with the ice shards once more.
So just to explain how this works, when you use ice shards now, where you target it is where the back wall of the shards end up. In the past, where you target it was where the center of the half circle would be that the shards form. So that means you need to cast it further back now if you haven't played Tusk for a while. I'm pretty sure Jirax has played Tusk for a while. I don't think it's just randomly picking it down. He hasn't played it for like 3 patches, but it's kind of funny in some games that you watch. It's just like the Tusk just needs 30 minutes to adapt. Because you can just tell he hasn't played Tusk for like 2 months. Not in pro games, however, but you know.
I don't think Jirax would have too many problems with that, but it'll be changing a muscle reflex, maybe.
Pretty much. It's just you just need to convince your brain that it's wrong for the first part of the game, and then it's like fixed after that. Nice dodge of the stun there by Jirax.
He's creating space more than anything else.
Pretty much,
talked about like the issues for Ana potentially getting ganked. Yeah, the top lane's died. Don't tell you can see.
Oh, those were good though. That was really good shards. Counterplay from AUI.
Boulder. AUI got the double kick onto Ana as well as Jirax. Jirax has a snowball available. Ana trying to get out of this one. The light strike array will connect. Fada staying right on his tail with the 1 charges and the cross. The slave will be able to reach him just on the tip. Ana will fall down. Fada wants a little bit more, but doesn't have the damage to kill off Jirax.
I'm actually very surprised the CS in the mid is the way it is. Like, even with both Tusk and I guess Tusk started.
Oh, Jirax, no. Wait, hang on. Is he gonna?
He's fine.
Okay, it's because Fada got himself an Invisor, and I thought Jirax was gonna tank and farm a little bit for just a second longer. Fly's getting. Okay, MSS, don't try and attack.
But yeah, this is basically the trade-off we had in the start, was that the Tusk was targeting mid a lot and Earth Spirit was targeting top in the start, so Fata fell behind a little bit on CS because he was getting targeted harder in that sense. But, you know, generally when you watch this matchup, it's the Lina that's ahead over the Invoker, and he is ahead on levels. It looks like the Invoker's doing well here because he's 6 CS up, but Fata almost has a full level advantage here after that kill. And that can very quickly snowball in this mid lane. We're going to roll in with AUI. Will be dodged.
And this time Ana actually got a little bit of vision thanks to the Obs ward, but...
He's still going to die.
Yeah, he's got a couple of 1 charges up his sleeve, and with the cold snap and the ice wall...
Oh, he missed!
Oh, he's going to...
Oh, no!
Oh, the slave is a little bit off to the right!
Ana is so good. I think Fata's a bit triggered now. That is so... Oh, my God. It's like, it's one thing that you miss, but you feel like that attack didn't miss because you fired it and you didn't see the miss text until the attack actually misses.
Oh, AUI. He just tried to rolling boulder away. He'll still get the double kick, however. Jirax and Fly hot in the tails. There goes the Shaz, and AUI is actually pinned. He cannot get out. He is another block in Jirax's igloo.
Those kind of things, I can't state enough how much it actually matters that this kill mid doesn't happen. If this kill happens, and they do it successfully, Earth Spirit might not be moving there. Fata would have been level 6 way earlier, and he used all of his mana to not get the kill. So, like this mid lane now, where they're both pretty much level 6, would have been maybe an almost level 7 Lina and a level 5 Invoker. And that is really
going again.
Now instead there's plays available. Very nice by Jirax.
You want to tilt somebody, this is one way to do it. Snowball forward, Fada able to get the able to get cold snapped up. Ana with the extra help of Fly. The light strike array is actually going to get him with the slave. Fada, turn your frown upside down. They'll get both the fire rat as well as the master of magic.
Alright, never mind.
And Envy's going to go for the solo kill on bottom. He can consume Mango and go for the Omni Slash, but decides against it against S4. Okay, he still he consumed the Mango.
So right after OG got out of jail in mid, they go for a 3-man gank and die 2. So now mid lane is back to what we were expecting it to be. But chaotic.
Everything in the world is back to where wait. S4 trying to bait with a huge cleaver. It's not like they're going to see your animation. Envy spins and then just backs out.
As far as getting some pretty good farm, this lane is not that easy for the X. Playing against Jugger Lich, not the easiest thing ever. Of course, Envy miles ahead.
Yeah, all three cores of Cloud9 are miles ahead. They have the top 3 net worths on the board at the moment. 3-2, 3-1, and just shy of 2-7. And the highest you have is Ana. Actually, I take that back. Now it's actually Axe. He's just ahead at 2.5. Notel, rolling boulder forward, gonna miss his target. Jirax is nearby, so they shard up. Again, not able to block MSS, but they interrupt his Timber Chain out. So Notail moves in with more Nether Blast, but the damage isn't enough. The Sunstrike, MSS decides to be aggressive, turns around for the fight. Even AUI unintentionally kicking Fly in with the rock, so they'll lose the Pugna. And Cloud9 running forward, MSS having to dodge sprites. But I don't think he really cares that much. He's still taking him to survive.
And a sentry mid. This could be a really big kill. He can kill him almost on his own. AUI comes in.
Yeah, rolling boulder into spin.
Oh, they don't have. He didn't have any stones.
Does he go up?
He had no stones left.
They see him. They see him. They see him. He's in the sentry. He's in the sentry. He's out of the sentry.
Close call.
Vision game.
That could have been very different if AUI had 1 stone, but he has used all of his stone. There's been so many plays that his stone economy right now needs a bit of time to build up again. If there was a silence there, so Invoker couldn't go Ghost Walk or a stun, they could have maybe killed him there, but Ana gets out again.
So is this when we say it's a 2-2? Ana is 2, Cloud9 is 2? And as mentioned, dodged the gang a couple of times. MSS, nice chain. That snowball's going to go in deep. And the Sunray damage, Jirax doesn't reach him. MSS just chains further and further away. OG really wanting the kill on that off-lane Timbersaw.
Not get it. Now, mid lane pressure will be applied with this rotation of heroes. Actually, wait, how did that happen? S4 just solo killed Lich with Axe. Not exactly the lane I was looking at. This was a very unlikely play, I think.
Just S4 things.
He might have caught him on the way out of the shop, or maybe Pi was just a bit out of position there.
Jirax is coming in towards the mid. They're trying to stop Eternal Envy and AUI from just taking the tower, so Jirax will take the creep wave away from the tower, rolling boulder, dodged by Jirax. See it coming from a mile away, and then rolling boulders to the range creep under the tower. Sunray's out, Jirax doesn't have enough life to survive that. AUI trying to help out with a kick, now into the Omni Slash. Ana, the Sunstrike's in a good position. Eternal Envy sharing the burden with his creep wave, but the burden is too much. Envy will die underneath the tier 1 tower. Notail joins the fight, but he doesn't have the mana. Even with the Soul Ring and 1 charge, there's not enough to give. And Fada has Laguna Blade. Notail knows he has to give that respect.
He could easily get caught by a roll here. Still only 1 stone now on AUI, but these heroes of OG are very low. And at the same time, there was a kill top, right? Or was that bottom? MSS killed S4, so the Timber rotated down and got a very nice kill there, of course.
It looks like he was creep skipping.
Yep. About right.
That's a nice observer ward to have for OG. They now see 4 heroes from Cloud9 in the mid lane. Like, Phoenix can probably just, like, Sunray and slow this down. Speaking of, yet again, another kill in bottom lane that we get to miss, it's Notail solo killing MSS.
There's so much stuff going on in this game that is, like, all of these solo kills and weird ganks that are happening is very active and very unpredictable.
Well, you're expecting the fight to happen in mid, like Cloud9 are pushing to push it, and then Notail just walks down and realizes he's more powerful than the Timber will ever be. And Ana's going to join him. They want to try and force this. Like, Fada is nearby. Notail is just so juicy. You want to go for him. And AUI, rolling boulder forward. Ana.
Oh, they still don't have dust.
No reveal.
This already happened once before now for AUI. Really needs to
they found another one. Notail. He's decrepifying, but then the Blade Fury's doing more work. Nether Water's down. Eternal Envy doesn't have Omni Slash. And right now, the silence. Pugna couldn't drain out of him enough. The healing ward will die. MSS will jump in. They can at least farm the Nether Ward.
20 gold. Yeah!
Critical.
Who cares about the Pugna kill if we can get 20 gold for a 3-hero rotation?
They had actually 5 heroes in the bottom part at the end of all of that.
More or less.
OG rotated 2 down for that.
It feels like the game is stabilizing a little bit now with the way heroes are moving around. I think the main thing to keep an eye on right now is the fact that everyone has their ultimate apart from the Tusk. Tusk is a bit far behind here, but The rest of the heroes are definitely able to team fight, so we're probably going to be looking a bit more towards, like, the heroes will come together more now. S4 has his Blink Dagger, and then this Phoenix ulti, this is the time to go, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to do. So here comes the smoke.
The Dire just scanned and they got a positive ping on AUI moving up. So either they'll know it's a ward or they believe they're being swarmed in from around the back. And in fact, that's the line that was drawn in by Fly. He was actually thinking that people were doing the old wraparound.
This kill on No-Tail would be very, very good for Cloud9. It's going to give them a tower as well, but No-Tail reads it perfectly, dodges around the long way and gets this tower.
Too many players missing.
Yep.
No one's pressuring the mid anymore. There's a bottom lane that's not taking any level of farm. Like, compared to game 1, these lanes have practically been a ghost town for the amount of people spending time in them, like farming them up. Everyone's rotating with multiple numbers to take the fights. And OG, they are here. They're here in force. Quick little sigil. MV starts his spin. He may have actually really wanted to have that in a bit, but Jirax throws the shards out. They'll be pushed a little bit higher. Piladai, he's got that Chain Frost available. Sunray is out. Here comes Piladai. Chain Frost up. Icarus dives. Can take it up, down, and around. And the snowball, it never bounces. The Omni Slash, it goes on top of S4. Envy starting off his spin. S4 doesn't have the life to survive through this. Maybe now he does. Able to get the call and the dunk. The bonus move speed. Getting Jirax to get away. And the blink from S4 to the trees. The bonuses allow them to escape the Timbersaw and get a 1-for-1 trade-off. They did still lose No-Tail, who was trying to battle the back lines. Jirax, okay, maybe not out scot-free. Timber chain up, Jirax, snowball dodges straight through the middle of the chain. Chakram is back up for MSS. Chains forward, Chakram's down, Jirax, Mr. Michael Flatley right now, Lord of the Tusk. Dodging the attacks perfectly.
Very nice footwork by OG, honestly. Both of those plays from Jirax and S4 could have easily ended in Cloud9 kills, but got outmaneuvered and outplayed in both occasions, and they also defend their tower this way. OG barely took any damage on that, and they claimed their own. No-Tail got that one. TP out for Pi, he will be fine.
Okay.
Oh, Sunstrike. Oh, yep.
Oh! Boom! Got him! Edda! Prosta!
Nieta!
Now Russians.
Mid tower is going to go down, so another rotation here from Cloud9.
I think Anna's looking for the deny. I think he might be also a little concerned about the rock that's in front of him. Here comes Tusker. The kick out now. Well, the call is there from S4. Juggernaut ain't going anywhere apart from potentially down Fada. Nice last strike array keeping Anna out of the fight. Laguna Blade S4 limping himself away, holding the belly like indigestion. Back to the dire side of the river. So Juggernaut for Phoenix. A good trade for OG, but they did still, however, lose that mid tower.
Very, very even game right now.
Yeah, a lot closer than game 1.
Yeah, it also feels like going the stretch in this game. It's less obvious who has the better late game. Like Invoker is regarded as one of the absolute best late gamers, but Pugna generally considered a hero that falls off a little bit, and then you look toward Cloud9. Lina scales very well. Timber actually scales very well, even in an offlane position when he has this of a start. MSS is 5-1 with 66 CS. Jugger is a little bit so-so for phases, but he can also be very good late game. So Cloud9 this time, I think, have the tools to win this one if it goes late.
Yeah.
And that means they don't have to feel as stressed to make these moves that they were making in the first game, where OG just counterplayed them very well.
So then it's up to OG to be the aggressors. But that's...
Well, maybe. It depends, because I don't think OG just flat out loses late game either. It's a lot about who gets the jump and Invoker's ability to scale. Both teams can feel comfortable, I think.
The Glimmer gets him so close. He's so close to Fada. They Sunray. They didn't see him. Oh, do they? Yep, there we go. There we go. The burn connects. Fada tries to break free. Here comes your Sunstrike. AUI. He'll actually share the load, but the Lina goes down to No-Tail. With a Nether Ward, she cannot commit anything. It's one of those brutal things for a Lina where you take the damage before the ability is cast. So even if she wants the Laguna, she'll kill herself.
Yeah.
And still not do the damage.
It's a level 1 ward, by the way.
It's only level 1?
It only gets worse.
True.
It only gets worse. Decrepify is a really good spell. It's been buffed a lot of times now. Pretty crazy how much this ability does now. 6-second cooldown. 3.5-second duration. Makes things die or not die.
Amplify a hero like Timbersaw who can resist almost every bit of physical damage.
Pugna can make Invoker look really good sometimes.
Yeah.
We didn't actually talk very much about how Decrepify synergizes with their lineup, but it's very good with Phoenix and Invoker. And somewhat decent
they're
with
TPing
Tusk.
top. S4's coming in. He wants the creep wave, however. He doesn't just want to have MSS by himself, but with Call into Sunstrike, rolling Boulder, they'll flip him like, oh!
Oh, it's really close.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on bottom lane, no teleportate. But that Culling Blade mid-chain, it's like the master of blades.
The top tower did fall
did.
for OG, so at the very least, MSS managed to accomplish this move, and like you said, they got the kill on the Pugna. Still very, very even. I'm curious to see if Cloud9 will be looking to, like, just what pace they're going to go with, because as I said before, they can play it fast, they can play it slow. I don't feel like there's necessarily a problem to either style, but I wonder what they feel. Like, if it's like, we can't let Invoker free farm, we need to go and get stuff done, or we trust in our abilities to scale. Because their Lina, for example, is going for a Bloodstone first item, which is generally considered a bit of a slower farming-oriented build-up, rather than going for, say, a Yule's first, where you really just want to fight and find picks all the time. The Juggernaut is going straight into Manta, this time no drum for Envy, so also a bit more maybe far up.
Courier snipe! Courier kick! Had that vitality booster, which belongs to Fada. Kicked with the fist. Yeah. That's right, he needs the Aghanim for it to be a real. But it's funny talking about like all these items like going into potential late game, like it's the standard transition for Cloud9. No Tail, I was expecting the Yule Scepter to be coming out on him, like some kind of extra disable or something to amplify him up. But Aetherland as well as Glimmer Cape, and then going into an Aghanim Scepter is his second one.
This is the... We haven't seen that much Pugna, but I think this is like one of the more standard builds to go for right now. You get the Glimmer for your own defense mainly. Casted range is massively important on Pugna, so I definitely think Lens is almost always going to be a good choice. So you can blast from far away and drain from far away.
Is it worth disassembling him later on as well? Like, you are up against a Timberstar. I don't know if you've ever thought about building a Silver Edge and a Pugna. But right now, I don't know who else on OG would buy one.
I mean, it's extremely gimmicky. It could happen, but I don't even think he's thought about that option.
Call, Sunstrike, the Blade Mail is down, and that's exactly what you're talking about. It's the counter to the Juggernaut. When Blade Mail is up, Juggernaut goes down. Woo! There goes the pop with the Lich ulti. It doesn't bounce anymore though, but you've still got a 2-for-3 trade-off. Jirax will go down, stuck inside the Chakram, but now MSS is the one in trouble. Ana sitting in the back lines with all the disable, all the control. But still a 4-for-3 trade-off. No team really coming out fully on top of that one. Maybe OG, just because they're 2-core survived compared to Cloud9 0-core surviving.
Yeah, they get a lot of nice gold on the Pugna Invoker. That's... If they have to keep 2 heroes alive, these are the 2 they want to keep. And in addition, Ana, I think, got 2 or 3 kills as well in this fight. So that's the Sunstrike. I think that's the first kill he gets.
First reveal the Blade Mail as well.
Yep. Actually, don't even think they needed it. Axe together with Invoker deals so much damage with this. Very nice Chain Frost. Huge impact on this fight again. I think Pilot Eye has been very good at using Chain Frost both games so far. But here is... Kills right. Ana gets 2, No Tail gets 2.
I'm still wondering if Cloud9 are very happy with that fight, because it felt like they were struggling for positioning. Like you had No Tail controlling up perfectly the high ground, just a little bit to the bottom right of the fight. Like then you had Ana coming in through the other side, and I guess Cloud9 were just trying to retreat back to their tier 2 tower and make the best out of it.
It's a difficult position to fight in for the Radiant. It's one of the best avenues of attack for Dire, because they have, like you said, they have multiple ways of coming in, and they have the high ground. All things considered, I think Cloud9 should be okay with this. The Juggernaut died before the fight even began, right? So
yep.
That was kind of the 4 and 5 afterwards.
Envy just got very lucky. The creep wave aggro to OG in the trees. And because of that, their gank got revealed.
S4 didn't break his smoke though. Still on the hunt here. Get a very nice position here in the bottom lane. If this team is able to push into this tower, this could set them up very nicely for fight.
He has to be. I reckon he had to be tossing up if he was going to creep skip then. Would have dragged the creep wave in perfectly and then beat the living crap out of the tier 2 tower. But it's Cloud9 who are all missing on the map at the moment. The Observer Ward scouting both the Lina and the Timber. Now the Lich, okay, they see everything. And the ES, and they smoked underneath the Dire Observer Ward. S4, which call do you want to go on? They focus over on the Lina. Once again with the Blade Mail, they're able to delete one hero from this fight. How much more is OG able to get into the Nova? Pilot die as well as AUI having real issues getting out of range of the Nova. And S4 too deep. The Lich Holdy will bounce around. It goes down to Pugna. It's back up into Ana and Axe. They're trying to Sunray heal through this. Now Fly ends up tanking it, but they will survive. The Glimmer negating a little bit of the damage. Snowball up into MSS. Durex needs more space to fight out this one. Underneath the cover of the Nether Ward now Fly. Still very low. 44 HP, but 44 is enough to stay alive. MSS cannot find him on the back line. Eternal Envy into the fight too. He's already burned his Omni Slash. S4 looking for the spins on the wave, letting the Blade Mail do the work. Dong Sparta! Just as they kill each other at the very end of it all. Cloud9 are pushing out hard. They want all the OG calls, but Notel sucking them dry for the moment until they'll cut him down with the blades. Pilot die actually frost blasting Notel out.
That was a really long fight. And one of the very surprising things for me in that fight, I'm not sure how much of a replay we're going to get if we're going to get the whole thing from the start, but so it's one thing, like Cloud9 smoke and OG know it. Fata was running toward the stairwell and his smoke broke and he just ignored it. He ran through another full 2 seconds just up the hill.
Here's the replay.
So the smoke is already broken. He just keeps going, man. He's just going in. And now he's dead. I don't know if he wanted to get gone on because he has Bloodstone, so he's alive very soon and he's probably one of the better things that can happen, but this Icarus dive from Fly was sick. He actually blocked the rolling boulder out when he was flying in, so they got a bonus kill on the Earth Spirit. If Earth Spirit gets out there, this can get really nasty for OG, because let's be honest, they're diving really deep for this time of the game. This is 22 minutes in. There comes the Omni clutch, again Fly getting out. Yeah, that's pretty much it for that fight after that.
Well, they go and gank up on top.
This is not a replay, guys.
You can say, this is live! As Fly goes down. Cloud9 trying to be really, really aggressive. Got some good wards down as well, but you see OG's lines drawn directly after that. That's actually coming out from Jirax, I believe. Lines say push mid, push bottom.
Fata's going blink here? This is pretty uncommon. I am a really big Blink Dagger fan. I think this item is so good and is still not bought enough in many games, but I don't know.
It's his initiation, the blink Yules.
Yeah, but he doesn't have it.
No, he's got Yules in quick buy.
Exactly, but generally you buy them the other way around because the Yules gives you the mana regen and the save for yourself and stuff. It's very good against Axe to have a Yules in your team. You can counter engage when he goes in for that blink call on the Jugger. It's actually massively important that they get a Yules here that is reliable. So maybe that's why he's getting the blink with it, is that he feels like, okay, I need to always be able to reach Envy and save him from that Axe. But Fata is one of the players who likes to stray away from the norm a little bit and buy other items that he likes. We've seen him in the past like revolutionize the ways people played mid. He used to go troll with mech and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like he had a patch where mech was the mid item that he really liked. This time, it's not like this is extremely unorthodox to go for a blink, but it was not what I expected.
It's probably him understanding his position. He needs to survive. You look at the difference in Bloodstone charges. Timbersaur's walking around with 17 Bloodstone charges at the moment compared to the 5 Bloodstone charges of Lina. There's just some heroes who just cannot tank and stay alive throughout these fights. MSS is definitely one of them.
And he already has a Yules, and now he's going blink too. So they're going to have 2 blink Yules in the near future to be able to help Envy, and he needs it this game. This is the fights have not been easy for this Juggernaut.
OG's going to miss the gank on him. Envy just left nothing but copies. Ana, well, EMP burn. MSS's worst friend, but with 30 mana regeneration in a second,
might blink stun here.
Can he get him? Blink. Light Strike Array.
Whoa,
it's going to connect on the target. Here comes Jirax, however. Snowball tries to create space, but it will not work. The silence is on point from AUI. And OG lose 2 heroes and probably Roshan as well.
Yep. Most definitely a Rosh going the way of Cloud9 here as well. No buybacks.
Unless Fly wants to like kind of mess with him a little bit. S4 is already pressuring top tier 2 tower. It's going to drag MSS out. So right now it's only Envy and Fata inside the pit. I say only. We do have the Night Watchman, AUI up on the cliff. This is Cloud9's drop. Okay, so Envy just basically drew a line saying, let's go bottom after this.
Yep. I think they're going to give this one to Fata.
Yeah, they do.
I think it's a good choice. You could argue that getting the Aegis on the Jugger is very good, so that if he gets Blink Blade Mailed by Axe, then he has a second life and can go back. But the way this is more likely to go down now is that if they jump on Envy, they get that Yule's counterplay and he spins and stays alive. If they jump on Fata, he's just a very quick kill for the other heroes. And he has way more to give in the fight with his second life. Juggernaut will use Omnislash, and then when that is used, he's like, okay, hope we won. If we didn't, my hero is not that strong afterwards with the items I have. Fata's second life has a lot of value. I like this a lot. Tower?
Yep, tier 2 tower's gone. OG, a tier 3 tower. Looks like it will come under siege with... Yeah, they're going.
All right.
You have every ulti up for OG.
This is bold.
And you
this is really bold.
Okay, G-Rex is TPing back. Everyone's TPing back. It looks like also OG were not expecting this.
No, they force the TPs and then they got the hell out of there. I don't think they can go in there when there's multiple heroes on defense.
Anna's still playing around the mid. He can't come back. He actually had BTs on cooldown. So he just added as much pressure and space to the mid lane. And then instantly invokes Ghost Walk, just in case.
Yep.
But he got himself a double damage rune. Says invoke a hunt time.
I don't think OG want to make aggressive moves now as anything else than a full unit. It's difficult for them to take skirmishes into this Radiant lineup now that they have all these items plus the Aegis.
Yeah.
They want a structured team fight where they can get Blink, Call, Blade Mail into Phoenix. The Blink Call plus Sunstrike is not likely to succeed anymore now that there's this Blink Yules.
Maybe what they want to do is just not fight at all. Force this exact situation.
They found an no-till.
Yeah, but Anna is all... well, okay, yeah, they can fight top lane. I'm thinking down towards bottom lane if they want MSS. The Sunstrike is going to be able to connect with Call Snaps as well. Here comes your call once more. S4, all you got to do is drop him down low, and then they can Culling Blade him down. So it looked like S4 was just trying to create space. Meanwhile, on top lane, No-Tail is still alive. The sentries are down from both sides. No-Tail makes a break for the tree line. Observer is also planted. The creep wave will take care of that pretty quickly. So Smoke and Mirrors snowball forward. He's going for Eternal Envy. It's not even for Pylai Die. G-Rex doesn't even give a crap about the support. He wants the core. The Nova, they're trying to run out. Envy thought for a moment he could run in. In fact, he made his way towards the Nova. Shards fight forward once more. Here comes your Timbersaw, but he got smacked down by the Nova, and Anaris joined the fight as well. The call is out. S4 held them there. The Sunray, he cannot reach G-Rex, but the burn will hit onto Fata. Second life available thanks to the Aegis, the Immortal. Timbersaw drained insanely low. AUI wants something more. No-Tail on the run back out. All of OG are trying to run out, and No-Tail hides in a crevice. They don't see him. They have no idea. Clueless is the name of this movie.
Cloud9 need detection, man. Like this Glimmer Cape and this Ghost Walk is doing so much. I think
they tried. They put a sentry ward down in the middle of the fight, but the fight progressed so far.
They need a dust finally. Okay, AUI was like, okay, that's enough, man. That's enough. He had 2 moments earlier in the early game where they didn't have dust.
Look at tier 3 tower bottom lane. It just got taken. Anna was pushing the lane out. His Forge Spirits finished the job. He moved so fast to get down there. Involved in the fight, switches to bottom lane. Didn't even BT down there, I don't think.
That last fight, I don't know if we can get a replay of it now, but I think 3 kills were avoided because OG had that Glimmer Cave and the Ghost Walk. Like, in succession, OG could have been run over there. That was an Aegis fight that OG won. They were fighting into Aegis and got away with it. And the position of that fight and the way spells were used, I think, are we seeing it now? Or is this,
no, this is now.
He's just glimmering for fun by now. It's like, yeah, I have a Glimmer Cave. Did you guys know? Because you're playing like you don't. Get a dust! Okay.
And that's why G-Rex is buying a gem next. Get rid of all the possible sentry wards. Plus, there's no one in Viz that's running. Apollo does have the 2 dust.
Yeah. This is crucial. I think... Oh, they bought 2 dusts. Okay, nice. Because I think the Earth Spirit desperately needs a dust in these fights. As I mentioned, very early in the game, he missed like 1 or 2 opportunities, and after that, I was expecting to just see dust all the time. You know, sometimes you slip, you forget it, or you don't have the gold in the right moment because you're buying your Blink Dagger or whatever, and then you just don't have a dust. But until this game ends, detection will not be a problem for Cloud9. I think it's like that by now they've been they've been screwed by it too many times to not deal with it for the rest of the game.
Could be smart for OG. Jirax puts down 2 aggressive observer wards on the top lane, allows them to push the tier 1 tower, but more importantly, because of the damage that Ana did on bottom, the fact they took out the tier 3 tower, these shrines are now exposed. So OG can get rid of Cloud9's Roshan shrine, which is probably more critical than anything else. With no tier 1 tower in the mid, it'll take them a while to bring in reinforcements and ensure they get the next Aegis to the Immortal. And
they have a good amount of time to take the shrine as well, because the Roshan died 5 minutes ago, so there's still like a good couple of minutes to send in some Forge Spirits or some Nether Blasts and then eventually get rid of that shrine. I think it should be next on the menu. It's either that or they try to go for a really aggressive play bottom and get Alina Rax, because that tower being gone is a really big deal for the defense of Cloud9, obviously.
A decent way of pushing in through top and no one going to react to it. Alright, I say that now. I see 4 TPs come to the top lane to react to it.
Oh, this could get... Do OG want to fight this? Looks like they do. It's going to be a full-on 5-on-5 if OG go in right now. Envy can very quickly connect. He's going to run through a ward, though.
Oh, there's your taunt. It's over on MSS. Sunstride's kicking in. Jirax in the neighborhood. AUI, the snowball, dodges the kick that came from him. S4 had the BKB to protect himself anyway. But the EMP splits the field up. OG, maybe not so certain about going back in just yet. Blade Mail's off cooldown in 1 second, but the BKB won't be available this time. And Ana, well, he was starting his BT out and blinks away, realizing the Fada was going to go for the stun. And they realized it too. They know he had the vision. They pinged the ward out straight away.
Oh, this is classic Light of Heaven. He always pings the shrines. I don't know why. He's pinging the shrine all the time.
They found a target. Blink, Walrus Punch. The Sunstrike actually connects on AUI or Fada, but the Lacuna Blade Invoker is deleted. The Yules have to follow up Tuskar. Basically shook around, but no! The shards! Jirax understands that positioning, pushed himself down the hill, trying to dodge the Light Strike array, but that's just too much to dodge. 4 heroes around him, and that is a big pickup for Cloud9. Invoker down, it's good gold, it's good experience.
That was a very optimistic attempt, I think, from OG. So they
Top
have...
dead.
Yep.
Bye, Envy. Oh, wait. Yeah.
Didn't even have mana
there.
for calling blade. He just gets...
Fada's coming in. Pilot A, they get the Frost Fly. He's stuck in the tree line, starts his TP. They need a stun. Fada. Too late. And you'll also get S4 back out to safety. Meanwhile, No-Tail taking a shrine.
Yep.
Light of Heaven, please ping.
Ping it. Okay, so I think the reason Ana and Jirax went for that attempt they did before, where they both died, was that they have really good vision in the area. You see these this aggressive Dire Observer ward there, but they were so close to the tower, and if that kill doesn't happen instantly and they have a get out plan afterward, then it's gonna cost you. And they didn't even get a kill. But ultimately, of course, this kill on the Juggernaut is gonna help buy OG time to get their cores back in the game, and it doesn't cost them too much at the end. Stabilizing again, 3k lead for OG. Roche is spawning soon, and the top shrine did not get claimed, so Cloud9 still has that strategic element to play around. And now there's a gem on AUI as well. Dust isn't even enough, guys. now they got the full package. Gem, dust, sentries.
It's a shame he couldn't have waited longer and just stole it. Jirax is going to buy one.
Yeah. So Jirax is going to carry the gem for OG, and the gem for the Radiant on Cloud9 is on Pilot Eye, actually. He gave it away with Earth Spirit, because I think he's expecting, I'm going to roll in, I'm going to die.
Sacrificial Spirit.
Yep, pretty much.
You got BTs on Fada, so he can join this top fight when he's ready.
Yep.
And both teams are lining themselves up for it, and yeah, there's the TP already.
Tinker ward from OG.
Roshan's up. The Sigil goes inside the pit. It didn't go in deep enough to look at Roshan. But the Forge Spirits are on a scouting mission. They're going to come in around the back of the smoked up Cloud9. Tinker Ward doesn't see enough. The line's being drawn now by AUI. Beeline to the tier 2 tower in mid. And that's actually the best place to attack. OG, I would say they're not in position to defend from this. They have the low ground. So at least it'll be even ground if Cloud9 come down to them.
This is a very big moment. And nobody finds anything. So OG dodged their smoke. Do they... And OG have their own. They're going to smoke themselves, I think, after this camp.
It's like that cliffhanger at the end of Season 1. Don't worry, we'll come back for Season 2 at the end of the next smoke.
OG aren't even checking the...
Yeah, they were literally in front of it. And they didn't have a look. The Force Spirits should actually go in now. Yeah, the ping just came out from Flyers. Like, just put the forward, just send one in. Like, oh, there he is.
They got rid of the top shrine, so Cloud9 don't have that to play around any longer. And Cloud9's smoke failing there is pretty important because OG, as mentioned, still have their own. What's the timing on these B? 9 seconds on PB for Axe, and Lina is the only other one, right? 2 9 seconds.
And you've got a 10-second BKB on the way for Invoker. He's already finished up his Ags and Octarine.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
BKB and then into Shivas appears to be the build order for Af.
Yep. BKB is an amazing item for both teams this game, so it's worth keeping an eye on the status of that.
Is that actually the full Shivas?
Fatsa never got his Yules, by the way.
He didn't finish it?
He just went for that BKB. So they only have the Yules of Timber still.
Maybe they're happy with that. Like Timber Yules is enough to at least try and save Envy. Is like, apart from that, Envy, at least do it yourself. He's got Manta, he's got Blink Dagger, he's got Spin.
Very, very underfarmed. The big farmers this game are the Lina and the Timber. You can see the CS here. This is not... Jugger is difficult to play in this position because this hero... I mean, it's just how the game plays out. They need to push the waves, and Jugger is just worse at it than the other two heroes, so they will get more farm. But it's hard to play Jugger like this. He's very underfarmed compared to the other cores, and the hero itself is just not that good.
That's why Nymph rune. If he actually felt confident enough to move up the hill, he probably would have died, thanks to the Observer and Sentry again, down for Cloud9. It appears every time they want to take a fight around Roshan, like this Obs as well as like sort of Sentry ward get planted just in front of the pit. Almost every time. It's that same kind of position every time. I say every time in 2 games. Worth of like 4 sets of ward.
Very important place to cover.
Yeah. Just makes it obvious for S4 to dodge.
I wonder if Timber is going to reach a stage here where he won't die. Even if he gets jumped on by X plus full Invoker combo and everything, because MSS is getting really tanky. Hood Octarine, he has 3k health, he's close to 25 now.
Yeah, maybe it would have been better for like a Bloodthorn style build coming in from the Invoker.
Could have actually been an interesting choice, yeah. So I think this physical thing could come back to haunt them still.
MSS. Oh, okay, maybe he knows he's that tanky.
Oh, that's a good nether ward placement. Need to get rid of that.
Very difficult. They have to cut the trees to see it.
MSS. Like, I don't really want to.
He's really not certain about it. Because he knows if he jumps in that far, potentially Axe can just blink, call him, and then they Sunstrike and just combo. Forcing the rest of Cloud9 to fight underneath the nether ward. Alright, so it's got to be Roshan for somebody. There's like no one wants to take the risk. Okay, that might help. S4 found himself a haste rune. Quick nether ward down from Notel. Stars his TP out. This is problematic. Notel, do they just cut their losses? No, he's got Glimmer Cape. There are no losses.
None of the reveals were nearby. Both the Lich and the Earth Spirit were far away, so he gets out of that.
And Anna's also not involved. He can't be. His BTs are still on cooldown for 10 more seconds.
Yep.
He was busy farming up, but what's coming on the courier? His BKB is now done. Now they actually want to fight. The fresh 10-second BKB in the 2 9 seconds. That's a lot of immunity for Cloud9 to try and play around.
And the farmed heroes on Cloud9's side are not the Jugger, so that means this BKB for Ana is just as efficient as the other one we talked about. It's going to be impossible to kill almost. Alright, here we go.
Well, Tornado, EMP, yep. All he wants to do is just to lay up MSS. MSS going to Yule Scepter out of the effect of at least the EMP as they push him down, but S4, the perfect call. They dunk down the Timbersaw. Unkillable, I think not. And now they go for more. The quick tornado, it caught Eternal Envy. You said his life was hard. He'll spin, get punched, flip like an omelet from Tusker. They want more. Omni Slash. Tusker needs some help. S4 will tank it, turns on the blade mail, starts the spins up, and Eternal Envy so low. S4 getting the breath of life from No-Tail. The Sunstrike's right in the mark. 2 Pilot Eye will fall. Anna has himself a double kill under the protection of his BKB. Sands his ground. He'll look for the gem. MSS will have to gather it up. But here they go. Tusker, snowball forward. Anna does have that gem of True Sight stolen from Cloud9, so he knows he's got the vision win. Not to mention the team fight win. The score might be leveled at 25-25, but OG are in a commanding position now.
Yeah, that was a really good kill on the Timber, and I mean, of course, if it's like a 3-on-1 for a good 10 or 15 seconds, then the Timber is gonna die. And his team didn't really find any good way of connecting there. They got one defensive 4-step off, but didn't really manage to save him. And then when he buys back and comes back in, they find themselves in these awkward positions. And No-Tail was, for me, just saving that fight time and time again. Really, really good life drains. Healing of S4. I think he healed him up twice and saved him. And we might be seeing it again here. So here comes the Tornado EMP. Jugger has to spin this. Now spin is on cooldown. Let's get off a pretty good Omni here. That stone kick is far off the mark.
And then S4 tanks it. Like the life that gets given right here. He gets in just in range.
Fata is trying to destroy the Supernova, and he doesn't manage either. If Fata wanted, he could have just killed the Axe there. He could have just gone in and Lagooned him, but he thought the team had control of that and that he could kill the Supernova. And these small things add up and make a really big fight for OG, where a slightly different decision-making from Cloud9 would have maybe made that somewhat even.
And now OG's lead really stretches forward. They're approaching 15,000 net worth in front, and Experience has already reached that mark. They are just light years ahead. They've taken almost, well, they've still got 2 tier 2 towers left to go down. Been very focused on just ensuring the fights win out. And it's making the supports of Cloud9 almost useless. Speaking of which, like the lowest net worth here on the field, Pylai Die. Dies to Anna. They snowball forward. They're looking towards Sparta. The Shards don't block him in. Instead, Anna actually blinks himself a little bit further away. G-Rex wants to keep going. Looking towards MSS. S4 was not there in time. His blink was on cooldown at the time. Couldn't reach to get the call off. But they'll take the tier 2 tower now.
I think it's high ground time now for OG. They have Aegis. They have the BKB on Ana, the Heart on S4. There's just so much tankiness now, and the Jugger is tickling them still. So,
yep.
Should be able to go in. Ana will do this fairly quickly as well. It's a very farmed Invoker. Nether Blast helping out from the back. Cloud9 gotta do something.
AUI is trying to play silly from the tree line. Gets a silence on Anna, but it won't matter. No-Tail wants to take the damage. He wanted to actually expend his cheese and keep Anna alive. Anna's still got the Aegis. Blink dodges Chakram. Tornado spam his heart out. Negative 18-second cooldown on that one. And then Nether Blast, Nether Blast, Nether Blast. And they're searching for AUI. Snowball. AUI is going to drag G-Rex in pretty far. In fact, G-Rex is in way too deep. They'll kill him off and maybe get that gem back.
Glimmer Cape. No, not again.
Glimmer Cape, the Sunray, and the Drain from No-Tail. G-Rex is back to full life. There's Sustain. Right now, as Team Fortress 2 medic, you're going to the Omni Slash. S4 calls, tanks it himself, realizing his armor. Envy hits like kittens at the moment. He's forced back into his home, but they've already lost a large portion of that home. This is clinical from OG. Literally, medical. Who needs a dazzle? You don't need a dazzle in this game anymore. Just run a one-position Pugna that's able to make Anna the be-all, end-all of Alakazam.
S4. Oh.
He was looking for it. Almost got AUI. This Timbersaw. He can't even chain away. The Tornado, at least his Yule set will protect him from that. The Sunstrike somehow manages to hit the eye of the Cloud9 4-hero Needle. Oh, confidence from Envy. Call from S4, ineffective.
The problem is for Cloud9 that they're not accomplishing anything. They're just losing towers.
Yep.
There we go.
Here we go. They get one, but the snowball, S4, he's got the call on the back line, starts to spin. The Sunstrike will connect on the mark. AUI will fall. There's your Culling Blade bonus damage for movement for everyone. And at least Pylite dies. Ulti has done some work. Tuskar will fall. The Geometry sights on the ground. Anna's completely bone dry of mana. But then again, No Tail is wetting his lips on Pylite dies. Something. Call. Lina. Trapped once more. Drained once more. S4 doesn't have his Culling Blade available. Will dodge the stun from Fada. The man who cannot dodge it is MSS. Running outside the bait as far away as possible. Do they keep the chase going? It looks like Pugner wants to. Sees the TP and then realizes they come back. But they've already taken the top. They've already taken the mid. And there's the Aegis Immortal burnt. Anna now has himself a full-size device, already replacing the slot. And Fada piglet it up. S4 will get the call. Perfect chain control. And GG is done. OG had a brilliant one in their group stage at TI6. And they're off to a pretty good start with this 2-0 victory over Cloud9.
Yep, there's still some of those classic OG moments in this game. I think when OG go far in tournaments or even win them, I think the two most deciding factors are that they're very good at understanding when and how to fight, and they set up good conditions to take the fights under. And the other thing is they just have this clutchness in their support duo. Very good at playing save style, at making very quick reactions and quick moves. In this game, I think the Tusk and Axe both counterplayed very well. We saw some great plays. Actually, out of the entire team, all 5 players made counterplays this game.
Team Secret versus Infamous and next Cabal, the rank. I am Toby1 here with Synderen. We butcher words and butcher Dota. Speaking of butcher, where's my punch?
I don't think we're going to be seeing that hero that much this turn. It's probably going to sneak in once or twice.
This is one of the teams I thought actually played a lot. Team Secret.
Secret?
Yeah.
I think Yapso is pretty good on it, but I wouldn't put it as one of his 5 best heroes. So
I'm assuming Rubik would be number 1 for him.
Yes, probably. There's a couple up there that he's very good on. He's very good on Rubik, he's very good on Mirana, he's very good on Wind Ranger, he's very good on...
I think it's Clockwork had a very high win rate.
I'm missing Earthspirit. He has a really good Earthspirit, which Secret haven't really been using that much, I think. But, well, we'll see if they decide to run this tournament. Anyway.
I like the Secret banners. They actually look really cool with the way they like tail off at the bottom.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
They're very nice.
They're very nice.
Very nice.
Pay some good money for those.
So, okay, going into this series, I think most people are expecting Secret to be the favorites and maybe take this one 2-0. But I think you should, in this kind of tournament, don't underestimate any team, and I think that's also the mentality that Secret has, that they need to play their best in every game. I would agree that Secret are favorites, but I don't think... It wouldn't surprise me
if Infamous take a game, or even both, and I don't know what the most likely outcome is. It might actually be Raw, but I believe Secret drew in the first set against Empire.
Yes.
And is this the first set of Infamous, or did they play?
This is the first set.
This
Infamous have not played a game until now.
So that also means that Secret have limited information, and on the contrary, Infamous have seen some of Secret's plays, so they have a little bit more info to go on. And that is going to result in a Darkseer and Furion ban, and Secret will get rid of Bad Rider and
the most sought-after support.
First.
Assassin.
He has won every game we cast today.
Yes.
Is that 1 or 2 games? So it was run by OG in game 1.
Yeah, and then in the first series we
ran that.
You had the information. I can't tab out, or else we don't transmit audio.
Who needs audio? Okay,
people tuning in.
I'm gonna have a look. So the first set we had was... What am I even looking?
Upside for Kazu is upside for all of Team Secret's fact that like Kazu could also play that next assassin offlane.
We'll just say it was played twice. I'm not finding it now.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Okay, well this is a change of pace.
Faceless Void first phase, Elder Titan second phase. Welcome to
no,
SA
that's
Dota.
also first phase. Second pick.
A second pick. I said second phase.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here for me, bro.
Yeah, I'm here to make you look bad. That's trying my best to drag you down.
You don't have to try, bro. I did it all by myself.
I can handle myself. I'm an idiot.
This is my speciality, my reputation. Don't make me look smart in Dota. I'm not allowed to do.
This is so this is a classic opening for like 1 or 2 years ago. This Elder Titan Void has been run. Great team fight synergy, obviously. Bit surprised to see it as the choice here for Infamous because I consider Nyx Assassin one of the better heroes against Elder. The problem that Elder faces is the Spirit can just get carapaced and then your entire combo is just broken, and the concept of your hero is to be a combo breaker in itself. So if your combo break fails, you're not that much of a hero half the time. Secret are gonna immediately grab a second pick Storm for mid 1.
You know what this feels like? This feels like the way OG dropped it before. I'm just gonna grab everything that I feel confident with.
Yeah.
And we're just going to go with that. We're going to play our style, and it may be the best thing that Puppy can do up against a team like Infamous, where you know they're going to do something quirky. You know they're going to actually, like probably just go all out team fight and say, this is the way we're going to win. We just run at you kind of style. So you get a highly maneuverable mid, you get a really disrupting support, and everything else can just fall into place as long as your laning phases.
Yeah. I think Secret are already planning for how do we just not play teamfight if we don't want to.
Yep.
Storm is a good choice for that. Obviously, he's very fast at pushing out waves. He's, as you mentioned, good at being elusive and not getting caught by these kind of combos. And they can still take this in multiple directions. They could go for like something like a Lifestealer Bomb if they want to play the Storm very aggressive, very kill-hungry, or they can play more of a split push approach where they just avoid fights and then scale very well. There's plenty of possible picks here for Team Secret now. Infamous getting rid of the Necrophos that Secret played earlier today and the Drow Ranger. Not sure if Secret had a plan of going for Drow with this, but it definitely can work with Storm. Secret banning the Viper. I believe that's a hero Infamous have played a decent amount in the past, so they're obviously going off pre-TI matches only for now.
Yeah. Well, that's all they have to work with, so...
Yeah, and
sense.
Infamous may have changed a lot of things around, who knows?
Well, the last tournament Infamous played at was Final Battle in Peru. They needed to change a lot after that. They looked very disorganized would be a better way to, like, the best way I can describe it. The qualifier was good, but all the teams that were in the qualifier played in that tournament as well, and they got knocked out in the lower bracket round 2. Like, they did not get far, and they looked very, very unsettled. They couldn't synergize well as a team. And I fear like this drive could just keep going into an overcompensation kind of thing where it's like, let's just all 5-man team fight this. This is the only way we can win kind of style. Like you just...
Well, let's give them a chance to play first.
We'll give them a chance. We're not going to assume they're Archon. Maybe they have a chance.
That's pretty...
That's not rude.
Yeah.
Falk admitted that himself. Wait.
Oh.
That was when Gerg was walking around in the downstairs area wearing his suit on the wildcard day, saying, my boys are going to lose, so I'm not going to have another chance to wear this. So we're already out of the tournament. It's like, wow.
Okay.
That was a hard run, though.
It's nothing like confidence. Confidence is good.
Confidence from your manager. Queen of Pain. So, again, another good team fighter. A good lane.
Yeah, good lane matchup against Storm.
Yep.
One of the worst matchups for Storm in mid. Storm's weakness is that he has no mobility until 6, and he can't really put pressure on most heroes because, you know, he's good against melees because you can use the static remnant to deal damage, but against the Queen of Pain who outranges you, the only way you can fight back is dropping a remnant and then getting an overload proc, but that's never going to amount to the same as Quap does. Oh, wow!
Hi!
That's a hero we completely forgot was actually available for once. And it will get grabbed by Secret on 3rd pick.
Has there actually been any... Like, there's been no game we've cast today where he's gotten past the 2nd ban phase.
Not even past the 1st.
Like, not even past the 1st. He was banned out in every first
Banned
phase.
every game, yeah.
Okay. So, the question then we start to beg is, who's playing what? Like, you're roaming... Like, one of these... Like, Earthshaker or Nyx must be a roaming hero. So, who becomes Kezu's offlane?
It's an offlane Shaker, I'm pretty sure.
Offlane Shaker?
Yeah, I think so. So, a couple of good spell steals here. Impale is pretty good. Fissure is fantastic. It's one of the best spells you can steal in all of Dota with Rubik. It's better than a lot of ultimates spell steal.
Yep. He's
so
actually got instant control over the Storm Spirit too. Telekinesis
Instant
grab.
lift, very good. Null Field is good this game as well. Secret are very magic intensive right now. So, I think it's a pretty alright Rubik pick. And it plays into Infamous's game plan fairly well, I think. Now they have like someone who can maybe set up the other Titan early on in the lane so that they can get kills. They have the team fight that Rubik can also bring. It plays into this like 5-man style. Null Field obviously gets a lot better when you actually are organized as a 5-man unit instead of in skirmishes. Null Field is generally not that valuable. Then Rubik is more about his other 3 skills, but
it's pretty alright. Triggered by the fact that the on the top and Dire is on the bottom.
What's that?
When Dire is on the top side of the map.
Just look at the background, Toby. That should give it away.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
I think, Toby, the side with the satanic candles is Dire. And I think the one with nice green grass and cows walking around is Radiant.
You know what?
And also the one with Keeper of the Light is probably the Radiant.
Why can Dire not have nice things?
I don't know. Put a little bit of dark grass there. And then the candles can light it up and they can start a
bushfire?
Yeah. Much. Forest fire.
And then they'll become the Radiant. Like, fire-torn areas actually have, like, the way the ecosystem resets.
That's the next step for Dota is, like, environmental effects. And then there's, like, wind in the mid lane, then you can't hit power shot and stuff.
You imagine, like, a Miranda arrow that will actually get cursed by wind. You got to watch your wind gauge before you can cast abilities. Everything becomes a skill shot.
Yeah, it's like all of those golf games you play on the computer. You need to correct for the win, and then there's like the grass is burning, so in this area you can't get enough oxygen to play more. I don't know.
No, we're just gonna add like ricochets. I'm gonna bounce the arrow off Roshan's ass, and it's gonna hit the hero perfectly.
I don't think that would happen.
No.
But everything else was very like.
Yeah.
Okay, so back to the game. Caudle Nyx support duo is very uncharacteristic. I think Keeper of the Light is a very powerful hero in the right hands and in the right type of game. This game, I think there's nothing that's good against Caudle on the side of Infamous, so I really like it. Caudle's biggest problems are being scouted, which I guess Elder Titan can do somewhat, but it's not that reliable compared to many other heroes, and heroes that jump on you and just kill you. And Void doesn't have the longest range. Coddle plays from really far back, so he hates heroes like Spectre, he hates heroes like Nyx that find him and just kill him, Riki, Bounty Hunter, awful matchups. This game is pretty good, and Secret have some interesting laning options, and there it goes. Okay, that was what it was set up for. EL has been maybe the most surprisingly high-picked hero so far of the tournament. Seen a lot of PL picks already across multiple games.
Yeah, to be honest, I thought we were going to see more Arc Warden, but I was looking through the drafts and I don't think there was a single one.
Nope, no Arcs yet.
So, yeah, I've lost that compendium predictions. Goodbye.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, but we haven't turned this into, like there has been some level of split push in the games we've at least casted, but all the other games have ended very quickly. Like, I think the average game length is just around 30 minutes at the moment, and a Riki Maru.
There is the Coddle problem, but that, wait.
That's a Riki 1.
Wait.
Hang on. No, Ben Judge is their 1, so it's a Faces Void 1 position, and Matthew is their 4 position.
Offlane Elder, okay. Now, that's fair enough. That makes sense.
Yeah, King Tekka will be the offlane ET.
That's one of the nice things about Elder Titan as a pick, is that he can play both the 3 and the 4 role. And you can choose at the end what you think is most important. I actually think Riki is really good this game, so I hope we get to see some good plays out of Matthew. I mentioned the Coddle counter in it. He's really good against PL, because PL can't use his doppelganger under smokescreen. He can't even manta out of it, so it's like one of those annoying things that either you itemize for or you have to really play around the Riki. Great against Storm Spirit, similar logic. Nyx, similar logic, actually. This is a really nice Riki game, and a very... You know, this might not be the type of hero that Secret has the most experience playing against either. It's not picked very much lately. I'm just saying Matthew has the golden blades, you know. Golden blades on the back, experienced player. That's how to play Riki.
I'm wondering why all the heroes actually lost everything they had. We failed and returned to matchmaking.
I think we're fine. Just a...
Hopefully it's just a graphical thing.
It's
Connection failed, returning to matchmaking.
I've seen this error before, and it goes away. There you go.
Yay!
It's just a visual thing. It's a bug that happens sometimes. I don't know why.
I think everyone lost their sets, though.
Oh,
no, they've got them now.
Oh, we're good.
On my screen, it was gone, and then it came back. All right, so hey, nothing to worry about. But very quick board up from Yapsaw. We're looking to block the pull point of Infamous, so they cannot control that top lane. And we're seeing Secret actually switching lanes up a little bit. So they're going to put Kezu onto the Earthshaker. Now, they've switched. Like, they were actually the other way around on our draft screen, and they've actually switched. So Yapsaw is now the Nyx Assassin, Kezu is now the Earthshaker, and they were sending PL to the top. So they're looking to find out extra information. They'll see Faces Voids up on the top lane thanks to their Observer Ward, and we'll see where they move from there. And it looks to be the aggressive lane. They're going to run PL Coddle.
Yep. Secret have run this Coddle aggressive times before, and they generally have pretty good success in their lanes, and then it's about whether that transitions into a good mid-game or not. I believe it was one of the things they lost against Planet Odd with in the last LAN that they played against each other, where Planet Odd just lost that lane really hard, but came back and beat them. That's how I remember it anyway.
They come in to contest, they need to slow, they need to control, or they can just take the rune. And I think the majority of our games, the Radiant side, have invaded successfully into the Dire jungle and taken 3 out of the 4 runes.
Yeah, Matthew was too late on the bounty rune. Tried to steal it away from mid 1, so best timing from him. He had to walk all the way top to place this lane ward and was there too late. Would imagine he's still going to start in mid with Tomato's Queen of Pain, and they're just going to immediately lay into mid 1 here and put some pressure. Knowing that there's an aggro tri-lane is really valuable information.
He just got...
Oh, no.
Even tangoed it at the start, so...
Alright, that ain't good.
No. And Yapsaw's going to rotate over too. So they Shadow Strike on top of mid 1, but with a quick mana burn, Yapsaw is just going to be a pain in the butt. Burn him out. And you're going health consumables. You don't want to get a clarity into this mid lane for the Quap early on. And that leaves a one-on-one matchup. Earthshaker versus Elder Titan. Surprisingly, well, I suppose not that surprisingly, he went for the fissure, but Totem and Aftershock. If Kezu just decides to focus on that, he could easily just destroy that bottom lane.
I imagine this is a Shaker favorite matchup. For now, Elder Titan is going to be very strong with the early point in Astral Spirit. If he tries to go aggressive on Kezu, he will win the man fight a little bit, but in the long run, when Kezu gets level 3 and 4, this Aftershock is going to be way too much to deal with.
I love Tomato with a GG branch. Yeah, I'm with branch now.
Yeah.
So top lane, very much up in the face. Poppy's just allowing MP to spam and harass. Kezu tries to make life very, very difficult for the ET. That courier off to just roaming up the river. Confident courier. Fastest way to get it from the mid to the top lane.
I'll tell you something, this Queen of Pain is really annoyed right now. Playing against Mana Burn with Quap sucks. It's super annoying. He actually doesn't even have mana to blink right now, so they're going to go aggressive on him. I think it's fine.
One more hit with the overcharge may just be enough. Here comes Matthew. They see him in the trees, and the GG branch blocks him out. Yapzor so low, the attack will be enough. Tomato will take the first blood in mid lane.
What an elaborate bait.
It looks so good, yet so wrong.
I don't blame Secret for trying that kill. That was very close, and understandably, you drain Queen of Pain out of all her mana, she doesn't have blink. You go for that try.
Yeah. So it brings a quick bottle now to mid 1. Came on the back of Yapzor.
Tomato's getting his as well, I believe. And a Clarity. Oh, no, just a Clarity and a Null. Okay, so he's not running bottle first. He's going to go for the double Null, which is pretty standard.
And casual stick.
But I don't know if it's the choice against Nyx if you do that. Okay, Yapzor real. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, when I play Nyx, I don't feel like Mana Burn has 1,000 range, but I guess in the right hands, it has 1,000 range. How nice. Okay.
Professional players just hacking the game.
Infamous Matthew will get rid of that sentry ward in the mid lane.
Might be a dangerous thing to do. He might lose his Obs ward as well for it if Yapzor decides to bring out a sentry and just plant it a little bit to the side.
The mid one, well, the mid ward, let's not say mid one, that's going to be really confusing. The mid ward that Infamous have is already down to 1.5 minutes left, so it's not the end of the world if it gets counted.
It's just money.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it makes the sentry free. Bottom lane, King Tekka's going really deep here on Kezu. Is he actually just going to try and dive
He's got bonus damage and bonus movement speed. Oh, the Spirit! He does it solo!
All right.
Oh, Infamous 2-0 against Team Secret. Never count out a South American team.
I did not see this coming in this particular matchup. I thought this would be more Shaker favored. The build from Kezu is exactly what I was expecting. You go 1-1-2, and then when the Elder tries to go aggressive on you, you have the Aftershock from Enchant, and then you have the Aftershock from Fissure, and you can just kind of run away. But he must have caught him off guard. I got a kill there. That is a bit surprising to me. Lane played out like that.
Meanwhile, Ben Jazz is doing a good job of his CS on top. Like, you think all that pressure would, with like the Coddle as well as PL. Obviously, the pressure's going to get a lot more as they both get more levels up in Chakra as well as Lance. So it's going to get tougher and tougher as time goes on.
Void is one of the heroes that deals with it a bit better because he can at least time walk off one of the nukes, or both if they come simultaneously. He's going to go for Ring of Health here. I was imagining that was going to be the choice. Still didn't have enough sustain. He's out of regen. But now with this ring, it's more or less the same as having a... not a constant tango running, but it's still pretty good. You know.
It happened with Yapzor. He did put down the sentry ward. They've got 2 to choose from. You got Ricky Illusion and Ricky Real. But the fact that Yapzor was able to de-ward the
Yep.
So he got goal experience.
Oh, I just realized how much mid one is outplaying Tomato on CS. Wow, that is actually... So this is a Quap favored lane, right?
Yeah.
Mid one is 32-8, and the Queen of Pain of Tomato is 16-7. So he's being doubled up. Of course, there was a lot of pressure from Yapzor, so I don't know how this affects, like... Should definitely help the Storm, but I don't think this is how, on paper, the matchup goes. He's just being outskilled here.
Rotation is coming towards top. It's a 1-1-1 build in for the Ricky, so he does have that smoke screen available. They'll pick up the Keeper of the Light, throw him back down again. And MP can't really do much to save Puppy. In fact, he knew it. He wasn't even going to expend mana to throw out some kind of like intimidation lance.
Really like this build from King Tekka as well in the offense. He's going for the old school Elder Titan build, the 0-3-3 build. Currently hasn't put his level 6 point, but I would imagine it might still go into that aura. This makes you hit really hard. And if you have a one-on-one matchup like this, it's probably the best choice. That's a big. I think that's also why Kezu got caught off guard, because you're really not used to playing against another Titan that goes like this. Look at him just going at him bottom.
Yep.
Level 3 Aftershocks too long. Stun
and support's now right.
Instant regrets.
He's gonna lose all of that buff that he had, the fidget control. Matthew, oh, he's got this. No, he doesn't have mana for a smoke screen. All he's got is enough to attack Kezu in the back. Yapso has a mango if he wanted to go for an extra stump, but doesn't feel it's worth it.
He doesn't regret it that much after all.
Oh, they'll just shrine up anyway.
Yep. Down the Rubik. Probably going to smoke and look for a pick.
Yeah, wait for the heal King. Okay, no, don't wait for
King don't give no shit.
Sorry. You've been Americanized in your couple of days here, have you?
Classic American word. Oh, let's see.
Oh, there goes your pickup.
Splitter.
Into the splitter straight away. Yapso wants to help out. Spy Carapace is down. He's done. Catches the Ricky. The throwing himself. It's going to be so much damage, and the dust is there. Matthew will die in the trees. MP is rotated over as well, looking for the kill onto a cell, who tries to juke it around in the corner. Not going to work. MP will get himself a kill as well. It looked like a fantastic setup, but
this support duo doesn't have damage. That's the problem. Ricky and Rubik need levels to deal damage, and right now, you know, that was even a good combo. They got the Earth Splitter on him, they got the Astral Spirit, he pulled it back, he started hitting, but the amount of stun that Secret have in that lane with both the Nyx and the Shaker being there.
Got a chance for mid one. Mid one does have his level 6, but the smoke screen could have caused him real problems with the sentry ward. It's still up for the moment, so the smoke screen doesn't really catch mid one off guard enough. Yapso's rotation in as well meant if Matthew to continue the fight, he may have died. The sentry actually timed out halfway in the middle of that fight.
Wait, is this really happening? The Radiant are running 3 Soul Rings with Caudle.
Yep.
There's a Soul Ring on the support Nyx before boots, Soul Ring on the Shaker, and Soul Ring on the Storm.
Efficiency.
This item seems to be gaining a lot of popularity. Saw it earlier today. EG were running a Soul Ring on the Puck of Universe.
Yep.
Very interesting. Mid lane. Good blink from Tomato. He will get out. There's a regen running there from mid one. He's just going to keep it going here with a bit of Zip Zap.
He doesn't even have Electrical Vortex. He didn't have a way to control up the Queen of Pain. So it really was just force a blink out. If you can't mana burn him, force him to burn abilities the old-fashioned way.
Tomato would love to have mana in this game. That would be fun.
Yapso.
Nope.
Here comes Faceless Void. Chronosphere is up, but the double stun. Damn, Yapso is good. I'm glad I got a plus 25% stun increase on my fantasy card for him.
Not biased at all. Okay.
You know what he's like.
Yeah.
As a support. He was one of the safe bets for support.
A pretty slow game in some ways compared to the other games we've had today, and I think by nature it's just the support duo of both sides that don't have the same kind of play potential, so it will be a bit slower. Secret do seem to be getting more out of the map though, being a bit more efficient than Infamous, but it's still an even early game by all means.
Yeah, 1k gold, 500 experience. The difference, it is swinging the way of Secret, but Infamous is still looking for that opportunity. They want to use the Faceless Void.
Yeah, absolutely. That TP mid is a pretty big loss for him that he doesn't find anything. Yep, sorry. Around.
They
still
don't
doesn't
have
have
detection.
boots. Do you want to get boots on your ever? Minute 10.
Doesn't make Soul Ring of a boost, bro.
It's a stun. Echo will come.
Yeah, with a Vendetta hit. Nice smoke screen. The Chrono will catch out too. The Splitter is there from Tekka, and it slaps back the Earth Shaker. Next Assassin needs to run away out this one. He's got no MVs. He cannot TP. There's nothing to do apart from to die to the Faceless Void. Infamous get what they want.
2 quick kills. They don't really lose anything on the map as it looks. Powers are still very healthy. Bottom lane especially, but now the pressure is going to start to be mounted here by Team Secret, so I'm going to force a rotation down here from the Faceless Void, and he will take care of business here. Or will he?
Got to be careful when you've got no Chronosphere. Puppy is bringing in help. He's actually bringing in the Nyx Assassin on a recall. So Rubik, oh, that's not where you want to be. Yapso is stunned. The Illuminat's a little bit off target, but it may not matter. Spy Carapace causing problems, and the attack from Puppy.
It's pretty fast though, but still not enough. If there was any assistance coming in from Infamous there, that could have been really interesting, but not the case.
Faceless Void force a time lapse out. But with that catapult behind it, it's the perfect time for Team Secret to push the lane. Other supports now TPing in. Faceless Void, still no Chrono, but Queen of Pain arrives. Team Secret will give it the respect. They'll back up before the creep. Actually, the tower is within deny range now. The siege creep did enough damage. So it's now up to Secret.
Oh, they got it. They actually got the tower.
That happened?
It didn't get denied.
And Benjet is being stalked by Yabsaw into the tree line. He's moving down.
This is dangerous.
They're looping around. MP's nearby. He's going to time walk out this one with the lance, the Illuminate, the damage! Was barely enough.
Would have survived there if he used his stick before time walking, but probably didn't think about it in the heat of the moment. And now he's going to have this moment of realization where he's going to be like, damn it, you know?
Oh, pick yourself up, go for another kill.
Yep, pretty much. Can't let that affect you too much. A nice kill from Secret nonetheless. That was very good combination of spell usage.
Oh, this is nice for mid one.
Double damage.
Double damage room. Just got chakra up as well.
Quap has the Veil coming in. So now Infamous hitting a power spike right now. Ricky got level 6. They have Chrono again. Queen has the Veil. The Titan is really strong. Infamous's teamfight right now is really nasty if they set it up. So see if they can somehow force that type of play to happen.
I'm still waiting for the double totem. With a chakra cooldown, the never-ending control that can come from Kazu. I think it's a 6-second like reduction on a 5-second ability, 5-second cooldown ability.
That's true. You can get 2 enchants.
Even though you probably want to start with Echo.
Yes.
That's the only downside.
You blink Echo and then you instantly get chakra and then you have 2 enchants. Unlikely.
Yeah, there's no way Puppy can keep up with that range. Well, not no way. It would just be difficult. They observe what the top Team Secret to attack the tier 1 tower, but it's already too late. Infamous are all bottom.
So now, this ward that was just placed in the bottom area by Matthew got spotted by Puppy. He had a sentry and an obs, so he's going to get rid of this as soon as he gets some vision. Oh, he's got there. And you will be seeing a lot of this tournament. Teams have become way more accustomed to this move where the enemy team is collapsing on your safe lane tower, you collapse on their tower. And it's just the layout of the map and how hard it is to defend this particular tower that this will be happening countless times in this tournament, that you see this exact trade-off. It's very, very normal that you don't try to defend these towers.
But thanks to the double damage rune of mid 1, he actually got a lot more back in return because he went for the mid, but maybe paying the price. Smoke screen is down. Yabsaw. Oh, there's the ET splitter. Spy Carapace messing again with the ET combo, but misses the impale stun.
Important blinding light there from Puppy. Kept him alive for sure.
Kazu got dragged in. He got recalled in. He's 100 gold away from having his blink dagger.
Yeah, it's good farm. Actually, every hero on the Radiant has good farm. Very uncharacteristic, but Yabsaw is very, like, easily the lowest farmed hero in their team. You know, it's good to see that they're able to adapt. Yap is very commonly considered one of the greediest support players. Like, he's very good at claiming farm around the map, at scaling, at not buying wards, at asking his 5 to buy all the wards when he has 3 items, at asking his... Yeah, okay.
But you see Pup. You sound a little salty there, Sin. Just miss it. They missed the replacing me and 5.
Yeah.
But yeah, you see the reason. Like Puppy is building in for the mech, mid lane, really nice control. Vortex back, and Tomato will drop. But Puppy's trying to go for both the 4-staff as well as the mech. This is a very expensive thing to do. This is the reason why they were stacking, allowing him to actually farm those stacks as well on the top lane.
Yeah.
I understand the critical items he needs to get, and then Kazu can start buying items.
I think it's a very good game for Aghanims on Coddle, actually. I wonder if he's just gonna... Puppy often keeps this casual buckler. Might just go Aghs after the 4-staff.
Yabsaw, Spy Carapace is nice, goes for the stun, gets the double. Over on Rubik and Faceless Void, keeping him out of the fight. Fissure as well. Chronosphere now committed, the Illuminate and Blinding Light, making it very difficult for Infamous to get the damage in, especially when the Illuminate destroys the Rubik with combination of mid 1. Kazu gets the Echo Slam off. Faceless Void nowhere to jump to. And that is Team Secret getting the fight that they wanted on top lane.
And Infamous were just missing numbers there. That was a very good Chrono plus Elder Titan splitter, but Queen of Pain couldn't connect. Ricky wasn't there, I think.
He was scouting. He was watching the Earthshaker, so he was sitting on top of that dire observer wall behind the tier 1 tower.
But he wasn't
then
really
the
casting.
fight pushed above the tower, so he couldn't go across.
Yeah, okay. And Secret are building a really big advantage already, actually. 6k up, 16 minutes in. It's just raw farm. They're pushing the lanes better, farming more. And Infamous are not managing to connect their plays very well.
Courier snipe.
Yep.
And that's a lot of items on that courier.
On mid one, that is very, very cocky moving up all this way.
It's gonna connect! Benjaz wrecked on the top lane. Mid one could be the confident one, but he just ball lightnings away and TP's out. Team Secret's chaining of abilities is so damn good. It's like perma-stun on a Faceless Void. They're taking it from 100 to 0 with no ability to time walk. 6 charges or not.
There's a jump forward, mid one. That is very aggressive. He doesn't have any mana left.
Yeah,
he does have a team though.
He needs to get there in range for the stun, and it won't happen. Tricks of the trade, smoke screen, causing enough of interference for Team Secret.
Infamous seemed a little bit disconnected here. Well, this mid play, so mid one is pushing up the mid lane alone, and the whole team is there, and Ricky is a bit far away. And Rubik runs in, lifts him, throws him back, and the Ricky isn't in range yet to connect. So it's just, they're not really on the exact same page with the moves, I think. Because that mid one Storm Spirit movement should have been punished a lot harder than it was. He could have definitely died there, that rotation. Yeah. They didn't get the kill. And now it's gotta be smoke time and get this chrono used. Sonic Wave in 50. And they need to be feeling like Secret are out farming them really hard right now. They've got to be feeling it.
Yeah, and it's very accurate. 7k, and actually increasing drastically. 7.5k is the net worth advantage for Team Secret. Experience is only a little bit behind that. Thanks to the sentry of Yapsol, he knew the Ricky Maru running around the mid. And then how do you even push this? I guess Keeper of the Light. You can't keep your creep wave alive. You want to jump into the fight. The Ricky cannot survive a level 4 Illuminate plus 1 extra ability. The Rubik has wand, boots, and then 2 smokes and a TP scroll. He can't stand anywhere near the front lines. Which leaves Faceless Void. And Benjaz in the back of his mind is, I keep getting killed. I can't even time walk out.
He's going Battle Fury. It's gotta be hard, man. I think it's gonna be real hard this game to run a Battle Fury. I get what the idea is. You're playing against the PL. You need to farm. You want to have the cleave for the PL illusions. I just don't think they're in a position in this game right now where they will be able to get away with this.
Yeah,
it's a very low value item for a long time, and he's already struggling.
We were talking about this in the earlier series, right? Like, what happens when you go for like Battle Fury over things like Maelstrom, which appears to be a lot more efficient. I guess unlike the old PLs where you have like mass amounts of illusions pushing down the lane, which is too much to deal with, you need the cleave for that. If Maelstrom would help you, but you finish a full Mjolnir and then maybe you'd have enough. Now, the Maelstrom's enough to deal with what PL does throw at you. At least in the early game.
Oh, he changed his mind. He's going Lincoln's.
Okay. So that's gonna... The ES instant stun's still gonna get through that. I suppose Nick's mana burn would counter a little bit of that, but then if Puppy really wants to, he'll commit his 4-staff to catching.
Secret definitely have ways of dealing with it, but it puts extra pressure on them to be in the right position with the right heroes, and they, you know,
Void. Oh! Caught him on the edge of the Chronosphere. The Fish will buy some time. The Echo Slam as well! Kenzu! It's hit 3 perfectly on the back lines. Storm Spirit may die. He'll be back up in a second thanks to Bloodstone. The Luna flies through, catches the back line, so Puppy will find that kill. Faceless Void. He's completely bone dry. 3 heroes gone. Matthew will run west where the skies are blue. And Tomato will TP himself all the way back to safety of the tier of the fountain.
Still a net win for Infamous. Yeah, it was 3 for 2, but they got 2 big kills. They got 2 cores. Lost the support and 2 cores themselves, but with Secret having this big of a lead, that was a lot of gold for the Queen of Pain. For what he's going to turn into. Is this going to be the Orchid build-up?
It looks to be.
Or an Echo Saber, Toby, you never know.
He has Orchid in his quick buy, so I'm going to go for Orchid.
There are other reasons to believe that.
Good ones. A lot of good ones. Alright, Team Secret are on the hunt, trying to see who's scouting where. That's why they put the Remnant down from mid one. Being someone will walk into their dastardly trap. And there they go. Now they know someone's farming. Yapso will have to wrap around. Sentry ward defensively planted down from Infamous. And already Queen of Pain, like, doesn't even finish farming up the mud golems, blinks away. Allowing Yapso to walk right underneath the Sentry ward, having no reveal. Our Storm Spirit jumps forward. Benjaz already commits the Time Walk. He's expecting all of the initiation to come in, but the Fidget from Kezu in the right spot. They'll slam down the face of Void. Maybe the tricks of the trade. No! He tried to Time Walk once more. Fraction of a second away from completing it. The dust is out. So Ricky is being revealed, but what do you do? Commit Splitter into this? Smoke screen's down again. The Splitter is there, but it'll hit absolutely nada. The mech is done instead from the Keeper of the Light, and PL, he's going in. They've got the Fuser Blade up. Rubik will be dying inside the base, or will he? He has the Doppelganger to escape with.
All spells have on Rubik.
But Team Secret are just chipping the tier 3. They have to back out of this. They've got the Catapult, but 22 minutes in, they don't have enough sustain just to keep this going. Or maybe, yeah, with Chrono up, yeah, it's not worth it.
So that could have, again, it's another one of those moments where it seems like Infamous just aren't able to connect. Tomato, I think, on the Queen of Pain playing without a TP scroll in that moment, unless I was missing something. And that could have, again, been a pretty good turnaround fight for them. The biggest problem so far in this game has been their just lack of just being on the same page in coordination and playing around each other to line up. Meanwhile, Secret has been very swift and very good at connecting their heroes.
Patience from Yapso. Courier, got him. Misses the stun on Benjaz, but Kezu's here. And they're quite happy to break the Lincolns with the mana burn. Doppelganger MP can just send his illusions in. The Spike Carabas will hold him there to get burnt off a little bit more. Void really wants that Chrono, mid one being dragged in. Have they got the control? There's no silence out on him. In fact, it's actually on the Storm Spirit. Echo Slam and the Illuminate. The damage still not enough to save the Storm Spirit, and Benjaz actually commits a space creation Chrono to get back into relative safety.
He actually didn't die. Wow. Here comes Ricky.
I'm not certain why. I suppose you still got the confidence, but there's no Sonic Wave, there's no Chronosphere. That heal from Team Secret just wasn't enough.
Yeah, stalking again. He won't find anyone just yet. He does have a dust though, so if Ricky walks through any sort of sentry, anyway, do they even have a sentry? They do, but it's pretty far away.
They got the dust on Yapsor himself.
Yep. Sentries are down. Matthew is getting some very important info right now that they can play around if they want.
Well, last time mid one was here, he put down a Remnant, so haste room, mid one's getting body blocked up. They realize somebody is there, throwing it back to the telekinesis grab, but MP into the back lines, destroys the Rubik quickly, and that is a lot of MP fighting for the secret cause. Not so secret now. Storm Spirit jumping forward after Benjaz. They trigger the Lincoln Sphere. That allows Vortex to come in. And, well, a quick time walk up. They'll go back into burning off his mana, keeping the control there with the ES. Doing a lot of the lifting in Yapsor. Solo kill for Queen of Pain. He's got the Vendetta. He can even run Courier as bait. He's got 4 staff available too. Tomato. Blink and run. Blink and run. Kezu. No, wrong way. Guessed poorly. Or maybe he guesses wisely. Get the pit. He follows him. And then, yeah. He really just wanted an easy pick off with that Orchid, and he won't get it. In fact, now he leads them straight to the river, to the death of Roshan.
Yeah, I don't know. It's strange to see these moves where every single move there is, it just seems like if they had one more hero or 2 more heroes and they were all like playing together, the opportunities that they have and the positions they're set up in can actually yield really good results. But Secret are just playing better as a team. They're really just playing better as a team, making better movements. And now they will be rewarded Roshan, and more than likely, they can just, if they want, they can continue to just farm and scale. I think this PL is going to become a massive problem for the Dire eventually. And in my mind, Infamous need to think of it this way. If we have all our spells and our cooldowns ready, we need to group up and get something done. If it's killing one core with Chrono, so be it, but they can't just keep playing this like split 3-2 style against a Coddle and a Storm split pushing and expect to be able to get the picks, unless Ricky and Queen, for example, connect on a kill together. Those two have the synergy to kill. But I mean, they drafted like this. They drafted the Titan and the Void like we talked about. Then you need to be looking for these fights and set them up.
Can be harder and harder now with the BKB done for the Storm Spirit. Maybe now he might be able to hold on to some of those Bloodstone charges.
Here.
Yeah. Everyone together, Team Secret. Primary target, probably the Queen of Pain. She doesn't have an easy escape. Faces Voice, the harder one to kill. Observer and Sentry is down for Infamous on that bottom lane. They're expecting some level of pressure. Kezu's hunting with his Shadow Blade up at the top lane, but he won't find anybody. He'll only find creeps. They're keeping him invis for the moment. So they actually see the... They don't have the Sentry in range. But aggressive Obswart down. Yapsaw moves in. They pick him up. There's that Obs and Sentry doing work. Yapsaw, he cannot break free. The Orchid controlling him too well.
Now the question is if Matthew can find a collateral here. He's going to get eyes on MP, actually, and Kezu. This is really cocky by MP to farm here. Oh, he has the Blink Dagger, though. We'll get out.
Reveal the smoke screen. With Kezu jumping in, Fizz, this is also a dangerous area to be. I don't know if he's actually revealed the fact he's got the fully completed Shadow Blade.
He's been dead on Rubik. Get a lift here. Guess he's gonna... Nobody's following him, though.
Kezu's on the other side of the trees. He caught a glimpse of him for a moment. Steals the bounty.
They think Rubik. They think the Ricky is there now. He has some next level stuff.
Oh, underneath the Sentry Ward.
Ricky, guys.
Sentry Ward was meant for it. Surprised he went back in after he took the bounty rune. Seems confident.
Not the right move.
Nyx again on the hunt. Observer's giving him all the vision he wants on the Faceless Void. So there's your Vendetta hit, stun, and then follow up. Mid one gets a perfect control. Smoke screen from Matthew. He just walked a little bit too far. Actually jumps up to his own courier. Did he just attack his own courier with that?
I think he blink striked it.
Yeah, he blink striked it and then attacked it once.
He is out of dust, but there's still a Sentry Ward.
Fissure controls him. The stuns, the control is too good. Mid one really needs to... I was thinking an Orchid of his own, but it's actually what he's building into.
This should be a tier 3, at the very least. 20 seconds. No buybacks on these two. So people will be claiming this. Could also just end up being a barracks as well, we'll see. Elder Titan is very good for these situations. Good stalling.
Tomato's trying to work out if he commits a Sonic Wave. Like he put his wings up like he was about to just release and counter push it. But even if Team Secret don't get the racks here, obviously they want to get some kills, but they can just back off and take the Shrines if they want to. Sentries down from both sides. That one Sentry Ward from the Dire side will get rid of both of the Sentries of Team Secret. And, okay. Girls mid. No follow-up on mid one. Where are they going? Okay, they're going to go bottom tier 2.
Smoke is available for Infamous. They actually have 2 smokes. They have 3 smokes. Time to make some moves, I think. It's gotta be. Or else they are gonna make them for you.
Jump from the Storm. He's trying to actually dodge, I think, the original smoke cloud. But Kezu, he's in the back lines. It's a big creep wave. He can Echo Summon if he wants to. Decides not to commit it at all. Instead, they Chrono and Sonic Wave. Infamous can get some damage back. But the neck charge, in fact, the full Greaves charge has done work from Puppey, keeping the rest of Team Secret alive. They won't dive underneath the tier 3 tower. They'll let the illusions do that. But they take the tier 2 and look to push harder. There's those Sentry Wards now.
Ricky.
They don't exist.
The courier. Got it. Dust from Yapsor. He's going to blink down to the Ancients. Probably going to get out of this one, Matthew, but struggling with his base.
MP still taking the tier 3 tower on bottom lane. So now you can have that little quick battle. The tier 3 tower, the catapult, it does the work from the low ground. And they're still on the back of Ricky. Another reveal, the sentry ward is down now. Ricky Maru will be shut down. So now you've lost your tier 3 tower on the top and the bottom. Kazu can be hunting Tomato. If he walks in range of the creep wave, Echo Slam, plus the stomp, it may just be enough. In fact, he starts with the hit into the Echo, and a very simple and effective kill, allowing Mid-1 to have more confidence. No Queen of Pain means no silence, and Benjaz has no Chronosphere either. He can go for that time dilation, but MP burns off all of the mana, and there really is no other way for Infamous to fight now. You can buy it back, but Chrono is still down.
A little bit of backdoor protection for a second there, but it's already gone again. So Secret will be taking this lane. Could just cross all the way to top if they want, but I think they might try to go through mid instead, first off.
They're shopping at the Dire shop.
All right. Always good to get some items.
Yabsor just picked up a gem from their shop. I actually think, like, you have limited gems. If you buy the gem from the Dire store as Radiant.
It's still your own store.
I know, but like, imagine if you could actually steal their gem, steal their cooldown timing with item purchases.
That would be something.
That would actually be hilarious. Next level strategies. Ricky almost dragged out of range of that Radiant Sentry that was further up the lane. This is going to be almost 3 full lanes of racks. Infamous, the last hurrah. Smoke up, they have to get the Chronosphere. Mid-1 jumps in, triggers his BKB. He walks in deeper just to jump out again. The Chronosphere is down. His BKB is lasting forever. The ET splitter will still have an effect, but Mid-1 had enough life to jump away to safety. And MP making more and more of himself. Agent MP at the moment. The Orchid, the control, they turn. Tomato will fall. Queen of Pain down, and there it is. GG. Took 33 minutes for a GG call out from this one. And Team Infamous, they realize it. Game 1 is Team Secrets.
Secret looking good. I like their picks. I like the way they moved around together, the coordination of their spells. The other side, they're going to need to step it up from this. This was it's mainly just I said it a couple of times during the game, but it really feels like they need to get more of a team coordination and team spirit going. This seemed very uncoordinated, very individualistic rather than a team play kind of game. And if this is how they're going to play all their games, they will be losing to every team that has good coordination. They just, whether it's the picks that they're uncomfortable with or the playstyle or each other, whatever it is, they need
It is time for Game 2 of Team Infamous going up against Team Secret. It's a lot of teams. Infamous having a very disconnected game at number 1. Team Secret, sharp, pretty secure.
Yep.
A little confident in their picks. But we were expecting that. Obviously, Team Secret being favorites in this.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I think Secret delivered to the level I was expecting of them. I thought Infamous were going to look better than that, so I hope this game can do them a bit more justice. As far as today's games go, all the games we have cast, that was easily the worst performance of any team. So, you know, you can, as we said, you can have a bad game, they can bounce back. Gonna see how they decide to go about it. Or this is something we saw earlier today. There was a silencer pickup by TNC.
Yeah, but
very early on.
It was first phase, and they did a combination with it.
Bat Rider.
Yeah.
This time, however, Bat Rider is banned out. Let's see which direction Secret choose to take this in. The Nyx Assassin is available again for
5 seconds remaining.
Yapzor. Did a lot of work last game. No Shaker, however.
Yeah, but Nyx Assassin's still going to do what they want to do. Someone to get into the back lines. Even if you just get that early stun onto the silencer, interrupting the timing of the global silence, you'll miss that perfect control window that Infamous will... So it looks like it's going to be the most obvious pickup for Puppy. So maybe the other question should be, who does he combine it with?
Here we go.
Yeah, so who's his second? You get the Nyx Assassin. You've already taken out Infamous' ability to dominate Vision game with the Night Stalker and the Bat Rider removed.
I think you want to pick something that's flexible on the second pick in this. You don't want to pick a core unless it's a core that can also be support.
It's a Faceless Void.
Or a core that can play multiple lanes. It's
Yeah.
also okay. So it can be both off lane and safe lane. And it's also kind of a steal away from Infamous that ran it last game. I'm not sure how much that factored into the decision here. Technically, Void isn't the best hero against Silencer. Silencer's global silence can be a pretty big problem for Faceless Void.
5
But
seconds
At
remaining.
the same time, if you catch him inside the Chrono, catch
Yeah.
him with the Nyx Assassin, Team Secret have ways of making him actually talk.
Hey,
Hey.
I don't think you can talk inside the Chronosphere.
Bad pun of my TM.
There's no... I don't think that's how...
Can Faceless Void talk inside
In
the
the Chrono?
Chronosphere?
Yeah.
He
Faceless
has,
Void can
he
do
has
whatever
a,
he wants in the
He
Chrono.
has a mouth.
Faceless Void can taunt in the Chrono.
That'd be really bad.
This
manners.
looks like Infamous were not expecting this pick.
They had to be expecting the Nyx Assassin.
Yes, I would agree with that. This is taking them quite at a time.
Well, it's the Infamous specials. That's what's coming up now. Reason why Viper was banned the last, and now they're going to go in for the Legion Commander.
This is a powerful duo in the same way that the Bat Rider Silencer is. You duel someone and they're instant global,
5 seconds
and the enemy team cannot counterplay. It's very strong, it's very straightforward. It does require a little bit though. You want your Legion to get the duel, you often need a Blink Dagger, and you need to have someone next to the Legion that can kill the target with the Legion, unless the Legion is that farmed that she solo wins the duel from full health while the global is running.
So we just look for the burst damage during the mid lane.
Burst damage would be nice. Something like the Queen of Pain they ran last game could work. They could run... there's plenty of heroes that can perform this role. Just a matter of what they like, and I think they won't go for the Quap again. I think that Nyx Assassin was way too annoying for the Queen last game, and he's gonna want to play something else this time around.
But who's your nuker in mid lane that, like, you're not going to get a lot of support from a rotating silencer, so it's going to come from somebody else.
Yeah.
So you get what, kill potential against the Nyx Assassin, get the Lina, but then again you're in the same boat, right? Like it's Intel nukers in the mid.
I don't think Lina is the right choice either.
So who can play the mid that doesn't really care? Like you could say DK could run the mid.
DK could be decent. Yeah.
He's better
sure.
against the Nyx.
Absolutely. A lot better against Nyx. It's also a pretty good hero against Void, I think. Would expect an Invoker ban here coming out from Infamous. I would do.
10 seconds remaining.
Doesn't mean I should expect they do it. I don't know what the connection is. I would recommend it.
5 seconds.
I recommend banning a hero who can definitely hit a target who's locked inside of.
I just think it would be a go-to pick for Secret in this kind of game. They have the Nyx to secure and help their mid lane. They have the Void setting up for the Invoker. and Invoker himself. I mean, it's not ideal to play it into Silencer, but they
ban the PL.
can definitely make it work with the lineup. I don't think it's going to be picked now,
Wait,
but
actually, you ban a PL against the Legion Commander?
okay. I think that's the PL is really annoying to deal with for Silencer. Natural Manta builder. There were definitely, I think there were better bans than PL, but I think it's somewhat justified based on the previous.
5 seconds remaining.
Just interesting choice.
Yeah, definitely interesting.
It's up to Puppy's choice now. So if we get a little information,
And Necrophos as well.
Necrophos would be an option.
Again, another hero you maybe don't want to play into Silencer, but that's just, if you look at it like that, you just look at the heroes to pick and you're like, Silencer is so good against like everything.
Winter Wyvern.
A good hero against LC.
Yeah. Cancel that physical damage. And then you've also got the curse, the control for the big AoE. And that's another fault to the Faceless Void. Even if you don't get the kill at the very start, you can transition it into something else.
It's also a hero that can...
5 seconds.
Wyvern can, it's one of the supports that can benefit quite a lot from a good chrono. Can also be played aggressively. Like, you obviously, when you think of Wyvern, you focus a lot on the curse and the cold embrace. Those are very powerful, but in this game, the added benefit is that you can get multiple hits off with Arctic Burn and chrono. You can maybe find yourself a good Splinter Blast if the chrono is well placed. And then all of a sudden you have a support that in the team fight is maybe doing like 2k damage in addition to having the save. It's very nice. Here is a counter pick from Infamous. Oh, this is a really pick. There goes the Necrophos.
Yeah.
So they're saving the mid pick for last. They could have grabbed the Invoker here if they wanted to. Probably thinking there's multiple options for mid 1 that they can go for and rather get the lane dominating hero for MP. This time it will be that Necro.
They also had the
Same
final
thing?
pickup as well, so yeah, they'll see exactly what Infamous has before they can get it. They may just decide to go for someone who's a little bit more flashy, a little bit more damage early on. Thinking like something like a Templar Assassin will be able to hunt and murder everybody with that Necro timing.
TA could definitely be interesting as well, mid 1.
Yeah. They've actually really got every option under the sun. Their draft is just so, like the sustain from just having Necro and Wyvern is already big. Nyx Assassin's got a very high regen and the ability to tank Spike Carapace causes a lot of problems. Faceless Void's got Time Walk. It just seems to be one of those lines which is so difficult for Infamous just to get one kill and snowball. Like Puppy's just giving no opportunity for it. It may mean that their draft takes a little bit longer to win, but it's a lot safer to win. And that's what it's all about, right? In the group stage. Like you lose
that's what
one
competition is all about. It's about winning. Nothing else matters than winning.
Team secrets.
Win the game. If it takes long, I mean, of course it matters. You'd maybe rather stomp than play for 2 hours and be exhausted, but at the end of the day, you would rather win in 120 minutes than lose in 20.
So this is the only hero which would probably cause them like some pause of thought to wait before you win. Anti-Mage, able to farm up. They don't have a fantastic counter against him at the moment. They could run a Void 1 position.
Yeah, there's a couple of decent options still for Secret here. They have the TA is actually a nice hero against Anti-Mage. Very high physical burst, combining it up with the Necrophos ulti, which doesn't deal that much damage, obviously, into the spell shield, but it all matters when you get the first immediate burst. In addition, they have the Void lockdown. Hard lockdown against AM is very good. He's a very mobile and elusive hero. You want to just keep him chained and then bring him down. And then the last thing is contesting him in lane, which I think that is the weakness of Secret's lineup. They're going to have a hard time preventing AM from farming. I don't think their lineup is that good at going into AM's lane and putting pressure. Void offlane is not good against AM. They could try to run the Necrophos dual lane offlane, but I think the support duo of Infamous can keep him more than safe. Get their mana drained.
Turn to pick.
They ban out the OD.
OD is another good ban. Could definitely have been a choice for Team Secret for mid 1 in this kind of game. Although, again, that's a hero that Silencer has a tendency of messing with quite a bit.
We'll see how many's list. Ember, TA, Wop. 3 high ones for mid 1. That's been his most played 3 heroes of late.
Still is the Invoker as well as an option.
Yeah.
I think Invoker versus AM it's a two-sided matchup.
Invoker just seems to be like the easiest. You know, getting into the later game. You get a chrono on any target. Sunstrike, a little bit of damage, and then the scythe to finish them off and make sure they stay in the grave.
Yep. I think it's going to be TA, though, personally. If TA is good against the mid-pick that Infamous get now, I think Secret Armor is just going to snap pick it.
Yeah, it's an Ember.
So that is not the perfect lane for TA, but I still think it's good enough. on the contrary, Invoker got a lot better because Ember is not the best hero at dealing with Invoker in lane. Can even get a value point in Wex, so you have the Tornado against Flame Guard and then play around him completely.
The only concern I have for Invoker is Tuskkar's ability to...
Yeah, there are plays, but Secret at the same time also have the counter plays available. They could just camp the Nyx in mid. Because Necrophos Wyvern should be able to win their bottom lane against Legion very easily.
Look at that smile on Puppy's face.
Is he planning Huskar then?
No,
I
think Kezu's telling him a joke at the back line. He's just like, dude. I heard this joke last night. This guy walks into a bar. Hurt.
Makes the OD ban make even more sense as well. It's a really bad matchup for Ember in mid. It's one of the worst. I don't know what they're debating here, like what options they're considering. I still think
the older counter is the Bristleback, I think, with the one against the Ember.
Bristle's very good against Ember, but it doesn't make that much sense from a lineup perspective.
Yeah.
I still think just from Secret's active and very used hero pool, I am still leaning toward Invoker and TA as the two obvious choices, if you will. But they might have a second player playing, like Razor could work.
And it's Invoker.
Yeah, okay.
So all that debating, and it was with your original choice, Cinder. And
yeah.
Why did we spend that much time talking about something that was so obvious?
That's what Yapsor just said as well.
Well, they're all having a lot of smiles over in the Team Secret camp, and obviously after game one, understandable. Spirits should be high.
Yep.
And Infamous, they're the team that do come in with like that I wouldn't say no mark on their back, but they're pinned to be the team that gets eliminated in the groups. Like, out of all the teams, you'd say, in this group, they would have to be up there, which means they also have nothing to lose. Go out there and just start to beat the living crap out of every top team. You can pull an SG Esports. You can pull anybody. All you need to do is just fight your ass off and get there.
Yep.
But have to live with no fear. And right now, it seems like they live in a very individual world of fear.
In the previous game, they were at least they seemed like... they seemed hesitant. They were hesitant. They weren't confident in their moves. They weren't sure exactly what they were supposed to do. And I think it's better if they just commit for something, and then if the play fails, they have committed for something and they've made the move, and then they can learn and move onward into the tournament with some more experience. But making these half plays with 2 or 3 players, or combining their spells incorrectly, or going like half in but not really committing, that's not the way you play. It's just not going to work. They need to just trust in their instincts and their abilities, and then it's going to take them as far as they can. So I'm hoping for a better performance from them in this game. I think their lineup definitely has the potential to... oh, nice Sunstrike.
It's the second one.
They definitely have the potential with this lineup to win this game in the late game. I think their heroes scale very well. Anti-Mage and Ember with Global Silence are very scary to deal with for the Dire lineup. But the same can be said for Secret's lineup. You know, late game Void Invoker is very, very powerful. So both teams will be okay with that. It's maybe more going to come down to, can you organize good team fights, or can you get a really, really fat AM so that he can start taking towers? Because one thing Infamous's lineup doesn't have is building damage. Actually really bad at taking objectives until Anti-Mage is big.
Yeah. And they'll take time. Everything is time for Infamous. How they're lane, so it will actually be off-lane Legion Commander. Ember Spirit will be towards the mid. You'll have the Tuskar joining that off-laner as well. AM to the safe lane. Silencer supporting him there. Pretty standard lanes from Infamous. I don't think Team Secret are looking to do anything unusual either. It's that normal, it'll start with mid 1 in the mid. Obviously, man who is dedicating his life to the Dendi that used to be. The International 1 Dendi, TI1 Dendi. This is not the current Dendi.
I wonder what Dendi gave him back at TI1 that allows him to be a sponsor of it. Oh, that's aggressive in mid. Here comes
Nice.
Yapsor, though.
Yeah. And then GG branch being consumed. Is that actually, it's not a GG branch. It's just a happy tree. But it appears as a GG tree.
Yeah.
Poppy. Get Arctic Burn in. They're looking for more. Yapsor is not a healthy man. Taking way too much damage from the range creeps. Dropping just shy of 30 HP.
He was in the middle of the wave attacking these heroes here. And if there's like 7 creeps on you, you're not going to sustain that. Tomato was level 2, that's a kill. Or if the Tusk had anything left in the tank. But
it's the space creation, right? Like, you've got another salve having to be purchased up here by Tomato. Tuskar is stuck in the trees, clarity and just tangoing his way back up again. And YapzOr, thanks to his 11.5 HP regeneration, is back.
With a tango.
With a tango. Yeah, 1.4 by... not 1.4. It's 4.3 by itself. But they're still bloody high compared to the 1.4 of the Tuskar.
I still feel like this laning stage is just flat out going to go better for Infamous. I think they're laning just... The heroes that they have will fare better. They have way better matchups. Yep. Playing Void against Anti-Mage is super annoying, and a lot of it's going to come down to how this mid lane exchange goes down. How much they're going to target that. Oh, Puppey could be in trouble here. Oh, just get out.
Arctic Burn lasts just a fraction of a second long enough to get over.
The shards a little bit too early there. With the Snowball first into shards, Matthew could have maybe threatened at least.
Gotta stop getting burnt like this.
What's he supposed to do, man?
Not a lot. Yeah, like you can't just abandon. Maybe that's actually what he thinks about. He decides to go for Iron Towel and just take the Void to the jungle.
I think he's just gonna leech and get whatever he can. Obviously, he's gonna take very little damage when he's out of mana. Then the mana break won't deal damage. He has a 4-man shield. He has 4 armor, so he will get experience. But this is just an innately awful lane. Like now, if the silencer keeps just throwing glaives at him, he will eventually have to yield, and that's going to happen now. So, Puppey is down here to help. I don't really think Puppey is doing anything here.
He's here to harass the silencer out, maybe.
Not really going to do much. He's just, yeah. I guess he's trying to eat some of their regen and be useful in this lane.
Oh, he's not going to do much more in the mid. Sunstrike, it's off target. Mato's already back up the hill. Then again, he turned around for a second longer.
Wait, okay.
He decided to just basically do a do-si-do before realizing he had to exit the barn floor.
It's odd.
Yes.
Very odd. Now he has to go back to base. I think, so this Puppey rotation bottom to try to give Kezu a little bit of space was unsuccessful, and instead he could have maybe got like 1 or 2 pulls off top and been almost level 3. So I think this movement was not that effective in what it generated. AM is still going to have a great time bottom. The Legion Commander, as a result, is now, he's level 4 with 15 CS top, and you compare that to the Void, who's level 2 with 3. That's
Snowball. So they're going in after mid 1. YapzOr is in the neighborhood. Can't line up for a double stun. Doesn't have Spike Carapace either. In fact, misses his stun. Doesn't have enough mana for mana burn. That would have been enough damage to kill off Tomato if they could have just held him in position. And, Tomato, what are you doing? Oops. You know that time when you just look over the edge because you just want to see the canyon?
Yeah.
And then a pebble slips.
I can't explain that. I don't know what's happening, if it's just nerves or what it is, but this is very uncharacteristic stuff happening here.
And YapzOr, with extra vision, I don't think they have another Sunstrike to lend. In fact, probably on cooldown. Estelle will move over, and YapzOr's caught on the wrong side of the river. Puppey, into flight he will go. Snowball's coming forward as well. YapzOr, Invis runes nearby, but Puppey doesn't have his level 2 yet. So cannot Cold Embrace, cannot save YapzOr. Infamous gets something back.
So if this mid lane wasn't going as bad for Tomato as it is, Infamous
the
would be
34-17 to 10-0.
Yeah, Infamous would be in a very good position right now, just with the early game because of how much AM is getting, because of how much Legion is getting, but this mid lane is just not going their way at all. And it's not only Secret that have invested into it. The Wyvern was there a bit, and the Nyx has been there most of the time. So has Tusk. So they've just been outmaneuvered in the lane. And mid one is mechanically very good at playing these 2-on-2 matchups mid. I think he gets a lot out of YapzOr's rotations in general in Secret's games, playing to the limit and just getting good farm. And Infamous have to bring Tomato into the game. He's losing this lane way too hard.
And that's the big concern. He's just going to become food. Like, an absolutely nothing hero. And he needs to be something. Like, especially if you get one hero deleted by the Necro Scythe, you need somebody else to pick up the slack.
They're going to try to help him now. There's 2 heroes rotated in.
YapzOr does have his level 3. He again didn't go for Spike Carapace. I thought he might have, just because he is up against an Ember.
Yeah, could have been good. But Carapace level 1 is not that strong, but it still could have been a somewhat of a value point.
I suppose you need the 1.2 second stun duration, right? If you're going to make anything work.
You kind of want to in Carab. Well, that didn't work for Infamous, that rotation. Mid one is currently level 6, Tomato is 4.5, so... And Extreme win in the mid lane for the Dire
so
team.
he's got a haste
good
through.
dodge.
Yeah, misses the stun. Or dodges the stun, no matter which way you look at it. Tomato turns around once more. The flame guard is up, but Yapsol's got the movement speed.
He snowballed.
Just puts the physical damage in. The snowball comes forward towards Yapsol, but Yapsol's on speed at the moment. Moves in and out of the pit. Silence up a little bit. No man to work with. The shards will lock him in. The Sunstrike, it's going to connect on the silencer. There's no follow-up after this, however, as mid one forced to Shrine, and that's what Nyx was moving towards.
Invoker managed to get out of that. I think the Tusk should have snowballed him and secured that kill. That kill is way too big to not just take. And maybe the Nyx would have got away then, but the Invoker easily the bigger kill. Maybe they thought Silencer had him, but well, mid one survived on like 10 or 20 health in that situation. It makes a big difference now. Tomato will be finding his level 5 soon, so that level 3 Flame Guard will help a lot with his sustainability in the lane, but this is still
Legion.
Still looking grim.
That Splinter Blast didn't actually go out far enough to affect the Legion Commander. Support's rotating over. Yapsor, the stun will actually be set up by the Scythe. A little bit of extra body blocks. And that is one dead Legion. She only had 1 point up in Heartstopper Aura. I thought MP might have gone for a little bit more. He's in a melee lineup. But,
I think you generally want to max Death Pulse first, and then I think 4-1-4 is generally the way to go with the Ghost Shroud, or with the Death Pulse leveled up first. It is what gives the mana regen on the kills as well, so it allows you to sustain your harassment. But I have seen people go more in Heartstopper first. I think it's very rarely the better choice.
Seems to make sense in this game so far. Regeneration rune for mid one's a nice little perk. And Infamous have 4 heroes now gathering around the mid. Seems very inefficient if they can't find a kill. Mid one, oh, it looks like they're going to get it. Yapsol lines up for the stun, but they get the duel victory more importantly than anything else.
I think more important than anything else, Ember was involved. I actually think that ranks above getting the duel damage. They need to get him a game. He's still not level 6. Having such a hard time. Right now, he's even sharing experience with the Silencer.
Create some space. But we are still looking at a point where Team Secret had a Midas, which was used, and we're not even hitting 9 minutes into a game, and it's already a minus on mid one that's already been expended once.
He's getting very farmed, but so is Fenjas. I'm not talking too much about his safe lane, but he is the top net worth hero right now.
Yep.
As expected, this Anti-Mage is almost uncontestable for the Dire lineup. That's why I really like the pick, and we'll be scaling very well in this game. I'm
interested to see when Team Secret want to do something about it. Like, you know, the Anti-Mage will be farming up, and then what can you do about it? You just wait for the team fight and rely on Scythe. Puppey, Cold Embrace, they have the duel available, and it is time for that. Puppey will fall in a second duel victory in a very short span of time.
I think the time to counter AM is... it's pretty difficult, right? Like, even Chrono Sunstrike is not going to kill him if he's full health. The Nyx level 6 will not kill him either. They need, like, Chrono or Nyx plus Sunstrike and Necro, I think. So it's like a very specific set of heroes that need to go for that gank. And realistically, he's just going to be free farming, I think, for a large portion of this game.
When they rely more on the pick-off in late game to probably do more work, which is great for Infamous. Anti-Mage stays uncontested, continues to farm up, maybe gets to a point where they cannot do anything about him. And once he has the Battle Fury, he can also hug the jungle. Allows the Ember Spirit space to catch up, and the Legion Commander's been pretty successful, moving around with the Tuskar so far. Even Silencer. Silencer, been involved out of 3 of the 4 kills, has that +6 intelligence stolen away from Team Secret. Not exactly certain who that's affecting at the moment.
It would be nice if you could see that. And the heroes have lost.
It was on the they'll get to it eventually.
This is when efficiency starts to really kick in. When Invoker begins farming Ancients like this, there's so much more farm to be claimed on the map for other heroes. So mid one is generally going to be playing this triangle, these 3 camps, farming them to maximize and give the rest of the team a good game as well.
Scans from both sides on that top lane. It's the Radiant scan that Infamous is walking under right now, but the Dire tried to scan and work out if Infamous was wrapping around, which they're not. Yabsaw under the cover of Vendetta. They just snowball straight forward and burn Global Silence. That's a big ability to have down a 2-minute cooldown, just plus that actually. And no sentry ward in the lane. No sentry, in fact, they have dust on the silencer. It's the only detection they have in the lane for the next assassin.
I think the idea there was we're gonna snowball in, we're gonna punch, shard, and then global, and then duel. But there was a disconnect in the timing where they already got the cold embrace off, and then the play is done. Top lane.
Scything already. Snowball will protect. Who are they jumping towards? It's only the melee creep at the front. P is not looking that healthy. I think he doesn't have enough mana. And mid one's waiting for the perfect Sunstrike. The Observer Ward reveals the fact the Shrine's being burnt from Legion and Tusk.
Tomato wants this rune. This could end bad for him. There's a Chrono coming in. Oh.
Defensive Spirit.
Making the right move there, getting out.
Oh, they should go for another one. The stun connects on the Silencer. Sunstrike's right in the money. And a cell will die.
That's a much better kill for Infamous to give away, though.
Yep.
This Ember, it's like they're kind of almost the same level. Ah, okay, Ember's starting to...
MP's in trouble until the shards push him out. Another one of those moments. Kezu jumps forward. He's got Time Walk in 2 seconds' time. Then he can Chronosphere follow up. Scythe is not available at the moment.
I think it's good for them that they didn't come in on that. If those shards would have locked him in and they tried to take that fight, that would have ended horribly.
Well, they're going in anyway.
There's
the
no
duel
way
is out. It's the Faceless Void. He'll be protected by the Cold Embrace, and then, well, Snowball also sort of protects in a way. Ember Spirit, Mass Spirit committal.
Just kidding, Toby. It worked wonderfully.
Heavy damage on to the Faceless Void. It's still another 7 seconds until you got Scythe up. Splinter Blast will dissuade the rest of the fight.
This is super dangerous stuff, though, the way... I mean, I like that Infamous are just doing stuff, but that play is so dangerous. You just blindly duel a guy that you know the Wyvern is behind, so you know the Cold Embrace is going to come out. I guess the idea was we're going to force the Cold Embrace, then Ember can come in and blow all of his magic damage, and we get the kill. And they did. So they did manage to get that kill, but with a bit more counterplay from Secret, that could have been a great fight for them. But they have TP on the cooldown on their TP, so they didn't manage to assist Kezu in time.
If Yabsaw turned a little bit further north, he probably would have got a solo kill on the Legion. He's hunting, looking for a pickoff. Invoker now is almost at a max Sunstrike. He's 1 point away from full Exort. He just needs to set something up here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Meanwhile, Tomato's playing a nice game of catch-up, 3.8k. Banjas wants to hit into the tier 1 towers at least, force some kind of reaction, mid one. The bottom tower does go the way of Team Secret, thanks to that early 4-star. He can get out of range of the Tuskar and Kezu. He really wants a better hero than just a Tuskar. Instead, he'll let Yabsaw do the work, and yeah, he will actually commit the Chronosphere. Global Silence being burnt. There's a follow-up. Here comes your duel. Doesn't commit, however. Faceless Void. Now they'll give it a crack, but the curse. Space being created here by Puppey with a follow-up Sun Tomato dropping very, very low. The cold snap making it difficult to get back out this one. Puppey's attack will connect as well, but no more snap. But that's your Scythe. Ember Spirit. He was just becoming a real boy and has his nose cut off.
Yeah, this Global Silence didn't really do very much. Timing of it didn't allow them to really... I get the idea, you're trying to save the guy who's chronoed, but it was a Tusk, right? Like, they chronoed a single support, and they were like 3 heroes around him, and they barely even needed spells to kill that Tusk off, so you might just want to cut your losses, wait for him to come back, and then use your global aggressively instead.
Yabsaw found a target. Sunstrike is available.
Yep, that's definitely a kill if they combine.
But he needs to hit both Vendetta as well as his stun, or else that ain't a kill. Courier will work. 2 sentry wards sniped by Yabsaw. Come see me now. Sustain's getting better and better too. Arcane Boots now over on Puppey. They have the mech of MP, combining with his level 4 up and the Death Pulse. It's a lot of regeneration to work with. And they've got maneuverability. 4-star on the Invoker. As his first item after picking up that Hand of Midas. They'll take the mid-tier 1 tower, blink into duel. Kezu, what can he really do here apart from time dilation? Invoker mid-1! The Sunstrike, it doesn't connect, but Kezu can at least get the last Bastion. Gold is split with mid 1 dying.
The duel wasn't won, correct? I think so.
Correct.
Okay.
He got out of the duel and was able to actually burn his one charges as well, Puppey will die up in top,
nice
but mid lane, the Tuskar Snowball saves from the Reaper's Scythe. But the Dominated Troll, Summoner, controlling Silencer for a second, but not long enough.
Very nice save from Matthew. And at the same time, Tomato got a solo kill on Puppey. That's really important for him. Secret, we're starting to pull ahead, but this little bit of a hiccup is much needed for Infamous. Getting that big Invoker kill, getting the Wyvern kill, and saving the Silencer there.
This isn't a good sign for Team Secret after the game 1 was a very confident win for them. Their mid lane was a trashing in favor of mid 1, and maybe their lanes weren't everything they were hoping it to be. But I'm wondering if Team Secret are going to come out of this, even if they do take a 2-0, saying, you know, this probably should have been better. We're still having issues. If we're going to beat the top teams here at TI, then we need to play better Dota than this.
I think one of the things that slowed them down a bit in this game was, again, the early movements of Wyvern, I think, were not that useful, and they could have had a higher level Wyvern earlier, and maybe that would have made the transition a little bit cleaner. But honestly, I also just think that the drafting in this game is just better from Infamous against the heroes that they have, so it's not as easy of a game to play.
Invoker TPing in. There's a lot of heroes here. Yapsel scouting them all. He'll get the stun on the anti-mage. The global silence means there is no easy follow-up here from Team Secret. What they wanted that scythe from MP to do some work.
I think they're still going to be happy forcing out global there.
Yep.
There may have been a play where they snowballed and then he blinked out after, but I think that would have killed the Tusk. So you're 100% safeguarding the AM and you're keeping Tusk alive with that global. I think that's fair enough.
Secret now going to force tier 2 tower bottom lane. Mark ready up. They got the regeneration plus the Hadouken of the Satyr Tormentor. MP and Puppey are playing with the rest of Infamous in the mid lane. No one's TPing in for this. In fact, haste room for the Legion Commander. Just runs at the tier 1 tower in mid and just... Alright, so this is the way they try and get a counter. Faceless Void will arrive. Chronosphere, it caught the edge of the anti-mage. Sunstrike will connect it. MP, he's going to cut his head off. There goes the anti-mage. And Legion Commander has the movement speed to escape right underneath the Dire Observer ward. Team Secret knows that he is gone, but that's a tier 2 tower plus the death of the anti-mage.
I was like, the idea from Infamous there was pretty good. Like, they can't defend that bottom tier 2 tower, so they're trying to get the top tier 1 and mid tier 1 as a trade-off. But Kezu set up very nicely there, and of course the Legion Commander blink a bit faster than Anti-Mage, doesn't have that animation. AM didn't manage to get out, and that is a very big kill for Secret to get.
Oh, Legion.
That's how it looks like.
Oh, he was going for the duel on the Invoker. It doesn't happen. They turn around for the fight instead. Ember Spirit protected by the Snowball. Again, very good target choice. Going for that frontline melee hero. Miss will return home safely. But now they've lost all out of towers on both their mid and their bottom lane. Top will be next.
Matthew looks a lot more comfortable on Tusk than Ricky. He is playing this hero significantly better than in the last game. Could have also just been a bad game, who knows, but he has had some very, very good saves on the Tusk already. The real challenge for Infamous is to not get this far out of position all these times and get the jumps. Like, I like what Kinteka was trying to do there, but the moment that fails, it's tough after that when he doesn't get the duel off. Alright, here we go. Smoked under ward though. Secret have a lot of information to play on right now.
And you can see him prepping for it. Puppey's in the tree line, they put MP, their tankiest person on the front lines. Greaves, 17-1 charges, and a Hood of Defiance. You do not want to go on him, and that's exactly who they do go on. Global Silence may just be enough protection, and it is! Faceless Void will fall as well! The Cold Embrace held him there. You put the curse onto Tomato, the follow-up damage, it will not be enough. And Team Secret,
well, Puppey could be in trouble too.
Underestimating the damage that can come out from Infamous, and you are right, Puppey is on the run. No duel required for
Keep
this
him alive
kill.
For 40 seconds to duel him.
That would be...
This
I'm
is
not
what
sure if that's
Infamous
a dick move or a waste of time if he did that.
This is what Infamous' lineup is very good at. This exact play is very powerful when they can coordinate it. Duel into instant goal. They globaled and dueled at the exact same time. That was very nicely done. And then they get the timing with the Ember jumping in using all of his bursts. They kill the tankiest hero on the Dire lineup with ease, actually, there. He didn't even get to cast anything. Then follow up getting Kezu afterwards. This will get harder when MP starts getting some more max HP. But for now, this worked out very well for them.
Yep, they can just keep it up. They actually hold the advantage in experience. Even if the gold is a little bit behind.
But look at the graph, though, how much they gained there. That's a really, really big swing. And they have the Anti-Mage, who is starting to scale. It's going to be climbing harder and harder.
He's looking for the perfect, like, a nice timing. The Manta is getting closer and closer, but he needs time. And, okay, well, we need wards. Get back. Matthew's already calling it. We don't see Jack all. In fact, if you look at the Team Secret Observer wards, it's this almost perfect perimeter.
Oh, they have 5
stretching.
Wow.
It's stretching from the Tier 1 tower up on the top lane, past the Ancients, down to the mid lane, and then down to the hill deep inside the Radiant jungle. They know that they can get away with this Roshan because no one from Infamous sees anything on the map.
Nice play. Very good warding from Secret, getting all of these aggressive wards out.
This has to be like dodge. Dodge until you gank for Infamous. Sun's not going to connect from Yapsor. It's just not big enough.
That Aegis did go on the back of Invoker, so mid one has the extra life. Infamous have 2 choices. They can try to open on a target again with the global now and try to take a fight, or they need to split and just buy time.
So time walks down. He actually found the Ember Spirit caught inside the Chronosphere. They'll hold him there for a while, and now the Scythe. The global silence wore off.
Oh, he didn't have a Remnant out, else he could have actually even survived that.
They're going for King Tekka. Call snap, okay. He'll break free with press the attack.
While Anti-Mage gets the bottom tower, so tower for an Ember.
They're TPing over. Yapsor is trying to keep tabs on him. And, well, first hit, stun. Again, Yapsor just doesn't have the range. Benjess is being a real nuisance.
He has a long cooldown on his TP, though. There's a lot of efficiency lost.
Unless he can creep skip the next wave. Maybe not so great. He loses the top tower. Oh, denied by King Tekka.
But this timing, this play that just happened in mid was very, very close, right? If the Legion put on... he put on press the attack, blade mail, blinked in and was about to duel at the same time that Secret jumped in. If he gets the duel off and then they global, it's a totally different story. Then they are winning the fight, for sure. That was kind of on a knife's edge, and they do manage to get the kill on Tomato. If he had a Remnant out, I think he survives. Because that global actually kept him alive for a very long time.
One's on the hunt once more. This time around, all that wonderful, like, aggressive vision from Team Secret doesn't exist. Only one of those wards has survived. Duel went to Wyvern. Well, he doesn't have enough damage to kill off a Wyvern.
Oh,
now
no!
The first Legion survives!
Oh, no.
They didn't commit onto the singular target. Snowball's still there. Definitely blasts are also available from mid one. Legion Commander able to blink and start his run. King Tekka taken up in towards the air, dropped down into the ice wall, turns on the blade mail. So mid one will do a little bit of extra damage to himself, but a kill is a kill. And they get 2 of them.
Yeah.
And they're actually going for more. Yapsor is hunting Benjaz. Mid one has Cold Snap available, so they start with a stun into the Cold Snap. They have to keep that damage going. Mandasar will help him break free, however. But it's Team Secret really trying to be the aggressors from both the north to the south side of the map.
Mid lane, remember?
He's got 2 remnants. I mean, if he overstays his welcome, you can see what Yapsor is just trying to perfectly counter him.
Did Puffy just called embrace that range creep? CS. It almost baited him to stay and then he would have died. That's actually really clever. Oh man. CS.
Range creep's worth a lot these days.
So here we're seeing the replay.
Yeah.
And what ends up happening here is that they curse and Necro ulti at the same time, so the Necro ulti does 0 damage. Else that is an instant kill on King Tekka, and then he will have that extra death timer added. Instead, Secret have to end up wasting quite a lot of time to get these kills that would have been very fast, so lost like 20 seconds there. Not the biggest problem, but
The time you get to be alive as well. King Tekka. Sun strikes on the money. And now, this time.
No Tusk this time.
Yeah. And that's a long time on the sidelines for the Legion Commander.
Full minute.
That's a lot of time to not farm. Halberd was going to be very, very useful in this game if she could reach it. But now, Team Secret look to take out that final remaining outer tower of Infamous, the tier 2 on the top lane. A Blink Dagger freshly purchased up as well from MP. So positioning for that ultimate becomes a lot easier.
Yep.
Radiant's top tower is under
But the issue is still in the back of the mind. Team Secret have to deal with Benjaz. They have to deal with this anti-mage. That's an easier way when Silencer gets sniped off. YapzOr doing his scouting work to give mid one the kill, but the blink, punch, Poppy. Revenge is a dish best served with a captain's death.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Benjaz. Keep running. Cold Snap, it's
Might
up.
be okay.
He
That
blinks away. The Cold Snap damage is being triggered off by the tower. The Troll Trap's there. He doesn't have Nanta available for the moment. He's just got enough mana to blink. That's his last one.
Oh, there's a haste.
Where the hell are you going, Matthew?
It's fortunate.
Matthew, he doesn't have mana. He has a haste rune, but he's inside the Dire base. Okay, now he's got mana, and he'll TP away to safety. Wonderful.
Huh?
He ran all the way into the Dire base to actually
Yeah!
pick up a TP scroll to get away to safety.
All right. Well, they got the snipe on Puppy there with the anti-mage starting to show how much damage he can output very quickly. The Legion is still working on that.
KingTeka wants to kill.
Yep.
He's already going to start a global silence. Oh, he'd spent a second walking around in circles because the Ghost form. Now they try and kill off Necros. Tornado causing some problems. Dust
Great
is down.
snowball.
Mid one's too close up. Kezu knows he cannot help out. Same for YapzOr. Benjaz, a double kill for him. They're feeding money into the already problematic anti-mage. YapzOr at least has his Yule Scepter available, making him work for it. But that originally became I think, almost a ward mission into gank mission.
That's definitely the biggest moment of the game so far for Infamous, and that wasn't even perfectly timed, but it probably ended up playing into their favor. They wanted to blink duel with global, but the instant Ghost Shroud from MP delayed the duel. But since he delayed the duel, Secret tried to help, and they ended up losing 3 heroes with perfect execution of Infamous. Maybe they only get 1 there. That's how it works out sometimes. Unintentional bait. That's some very, very big kills for them. That's the biggest play of the game for them by far. They were 6k behind, now it's 1, and they're leading on experience. So this is currently an Infamous favored game, giving them some momentum here.
Yep. The most dangerous thing of all. An anti-mage with
Kezu.
momentum, and yeah, Kezu in the tree line. He can time walk in 1 second time, commits the Chronosphere, which will catch the Tusker, who snowballed in. 14-1 charges available. They're just too far away. The tree separated Kezu as well as KingTeka, so he couldn't go for the duel. Mid one decides to turn around. The Scythe will connect. Another long duration death time for the Legion Commander to ponder her thoughts.
He just really wants that Halberd so he can break the Lincoln of Invoker. It's the only real reason he's buying this item this game. There's no obvious target that Halberd is amazing on, at least not yet. It will be good on Void later, but for now it's like, yeah, Halberding Necro, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Halberd the Invoker, I guess that's okay if the Lincoln's is over, but yeah, then again, we're back to your Halberding Invoker. The only thing he can use it for.
YapzOr's hunting once more. He might be able to catch the Courier, which just delivered the Lincoln Sphere to Benjaz.
Oh, he's gonna get spotted now, though. Tomato saw him. But who's scared of who, though?
I beg the question, like, Aghanims over Lincolns with an anti-mage.
In this game?
Yeah.
He could reflect Curse.
You can reflect a lot of things
Reflect
with
Reaper
Lotus.
Scythe.
Yes.
It's the thing about Lincolns versus the Axe is that the Axe has 1 second lower cooldown, so it's like slightly better in that way. But the stats of, I believe the stats of Lincolns are still superior.
Because you have no
overall.
regeneration from Ags as well, but you have the regeneration from the Battle Fury, so you kind of already get what you want out of that.
Still, the Lincolns gives more damage as well. You know, you get a bit more damage, you get a bit more regen, you get a bit more all attributes. You know, all of it just adds up. It's like, I think overall, if you're just like, I just want to block spells and I don't care if I reflect, Lincoln's is still the better choice.
YapzOr, double damage Vendetta. He wants the hit. Tusker, he's going to be there as well. The Sunstrike does connect on the Legion Commander. As, well, mid one has to take care of the Sigil first. Hey! Burns the Shrine and Kezu has arrived. Time walks himself forward. Looking for the kill over on Matthew. Silencers in the neighborhood as well. They don't have the detection. They don't have the vision. Matthew blinks into the river. He'll TP away to safety.
Very nice
out of
save.
range of Team Secret's eyes.
Very nice save from XL there, coming in with the Glimmer Cape. This is the kind of stuff I wanted to see more of out of Infamous. They're like communicating, they're coordinating, they're saving each other, they're setting up plays, they're doing stuff. This is way better.
There's your Global Silence Duel doing its work. Spirit jump up. They've already killed off the Faceless Void. Another early Shrine being triggered. Tornado, however, combining with the Curse. They didn't get all the damage out they were looking for, but the Sunstrike, the damage is enough. Ember will fall down. They want more, however. Silencer would be the primary target. Glimmer Cape's off cooldown in 2 seconds time, but 2 seconds is too long. Team Secret will be able to find 2 kills for this.
Good response from Secret, identifying that even with the Void dead, all of these cooldowns on Infamous is too much to be able to fight even that 4 and 5. And they get a couple of key kills. The Ember kill especially very important. He's starting to come back very well in this game, by the way. Remember, he was completely destroyed, and now he's like, you know, he's still behind, but
he's 1.5k net worth behind the Necro.
It's in range.
It's the anti-mage.
Bottom lane, Matthew. That's not a good ice wall.
No, it is not. Tornado will catch him. Still got a lot of life with the 1 charges, but this is also a very farmed up Invoker. Create space. He can EMP to create space if anti-mage decides to try and fight this. But there's no reason for mid 1 to do it. He's working in towards a BKB as his next item. So Ags, Lincoln's, BKB. It's a lot of stats. It's a lot of survivability from mid 1.
Yep.
And not a lot of control and damage. That instead comes from the Necro, who I think was originally tossing up the idea of an Aghanim Scepter.
Trouble in the Shrine.
Oh, Legion. He starts the duel. I don't think that was the right idea. Or maybe it will be if the duel isn't complete in time. Mid 1 doesn't get the bonus damage.
Oh, Yapsar actually ruined that duel.
Yeah, he yulsed him up.
He got scared. I mean, why wouldn't he, you know? He's just randomly dueling this guy in a 1-on-3. He's like, okay, the team is definitely coming.
Yeah,
you know?
so someone's here, right?
Nope. King Tech is just crazy. That's it.
You're talking about the Sing Sing logic. Like, I can work out what they're going to do if they follow a logical path.
Yeah. That was, I don't know, that was crazy.
Yeah, so, sorry, MP was actually going to go for a Scythe. He had that in his quick fire.
Super Bend is going in.
He's going for an Aghanim Scepter instead. Maybe able to use that. They trigger the Lincoln Sphere. Nice follow-up stuns. Do they commit the Scythe as well? No, again! Tuskar Snowball save! He'll take it for the team. The man that he's saved is his Executioner. Because of the cursed puppy. Turns friend on friend.
Such a crucial slot. He didn't have buyback. I mean, Antimage just randomly blinked in alone there without buyback ready. Super YOLO.
Duel is out. Spirit committal once more. Trying to help get that kill, but the Chronosphere is very, very nice. Follow-up stun. King Tekka will fall, but Benjaz doing the work. Invoker just getting ripped apart by this anti-mage. A couple of lucky bashes. The control is good enough, and looking for another one. It's in towards Yapsor. Another kill with Silencer in range, plus 26 intelligence stolen. And away they run.
Benjaz is going to be close to his Abyssal Blade now. He's actually just going to go for Roche. Doesn't have double damage or of Vlads with him, so this is going to deal a bit of damage to him over time. Secret don't really have much to work with, though. They could buy back the Nyx, but pretty sure this is just a Roche for Infamous. And that's big. That's Aegis and Cheese for them at this point. And probably AM close to Abyssal, so he will... I guess he will take the Aegis, buy up his Abyssal, and then he will just go in for the team. Like, just start the fight, go in on the Wyvern, kill the Wyvern, and then we'll see what happens.
28 seconds until Invoker is back up again, and we will actually see if it happens. But now, Team Secret is scrambling to keep the side lanes pushed out. Jesus trying to get himself closer towards that Shadow Blade, get the better positioning in the fights. Now we can actually work with the Nyx Assassin. Puppy's got so much money on this. I didn't realize how much he's got, but he's sitting at 9.4k net worth, but it's the Lotus Orb plus Glimmer plus Solar Crest. Oh, sorry, working towards Solar Crest, just has Medallion. That's a lot of cash. Mid one's still trying to find his cash to finish a BKB. Hasn't found his target just yet. That is top lane where Benjaz is adding pressure towards the tier 3 tower. One catapult moving forwards, forcing mid one to retreat. He can BT to the rest of his teammates later on, but for now, has to accept defense duty. Have they got another smoke? You got the Abyssal Blade on the courier.
Ready to make the move here. Here we go.
Yep. Should jump in stun.
Benjaz is really dangerous right now. He's clearly the strongest hero on the map.
They're going to bottom lane. Looking for the farm. Tomato is there. Yamsor moving in fast. Team Secret, they have the numbers. They need the kill. His Spirit jumps forward. And now Global Silence dispelled by both Yules and the BKB. But Ember Spirit is away. Now they're actually got a pincer going into work on Team Secret. Benjaz in through the front. There's your Abyssal Blade going to work. But now he's actually killing off an Illusionist, not the real version of the Anti-Mage. Cold Embrace will protect the Nyx Assassin, but not long enough. Chronosphere is down. EMP Tornado. I think the Tusk's going to hit the deck, not to mention they got both Legion and the Anti-Mage in it, but the Snowball trying to save. It won't be enough time. Legion again on the end of that Reaper's side. Quick runaway mid one. Ice Wall is actually a lot quicker, but not quick enough when they can blink over. Another stun, and the Mana Void hit. The damage is just too much for Team Secret to deal with, and now it's all up to that last man, MP. The final, well, I say the final core that really still is here committed. Kezu bailed out of that as quickly as he could, so a 3-for-2 trade-off in that fight, and it goes the way of Infamous, most definitely.
A very quick counterplays from Infamous, so we're not seeing, yeah, we are seeing it.
Yeah,
no, we're not seeing it. It was earlier. Before this even happened, the way the fight started was that Secret were trying to kill the Ember with Nyx Carapace stun. Instant, really instant, press the attack coming out from King Tekka. Ember immediately jumps to Remnant, throws another Remnant, jumps to it again, then blinks out and resets. So the Ember got to play this fight because of those very quick reactions and the global silence. And Infamous are just playing on just a completely different team from game number one. It's really interesting to see how...
It's that farm into confidence which they seem to have managed to find.
Seems like it.
And now Spike Carapace set up for the double stun, actually catching out the Anti-Mage. The curse is on the Ember Spirit, but Benjaz isn't close enough. Only his illusions are. And Benjaz just keeps beating into the melee racks. They're really committing for this. You wouldn't be hitting the melee racks unless you're properly committing. The Lotus Orb, protecting Faceless Void, another stun. All this damage may count for nothing if Benjaz cannot finish off the racks. Ember Spirit's helping out. They're looking for Veils. They're burning him down. Remember, he's got the Aegis the Immortal, and there it is. They get the melee and get the hell out of dodge.
Could go for the Shrine if they want, but they know that Secret's heroes are coming back to life, so probably just going to reset, regenerate up here with Benjaz and get him ready to fight again. You don't want to wait too long, though, because you want to make sure you use this Aegis while you still have it. You used the cheese in the previous fight, so this is your secondary advantage that you still have to play with.
And this game just feels like it's going back and forward so many times. The best graph to explain it is actually the experience graph. It's been going up Infamous, then away, then up, and then away, and then up. Yep. And now we'll see just how far away it can go. They do have a 7.5k XP advantage, and they hold the gold advantage clearly for the first time in this game. Up to 3.8k, 4k-ish being their advantage.
And the type of net worth they have is very powerful. This Anti-Mage net worth is very, very strong. So is the Ember. Ember has a lot of key items. Now a BKB picked up for him. 10-second BKB, minute 40 into the game is a strong item. Mid lane.
Yeah, they looked for an opportunity. Tusker trying to snowball himself out. Yamsor gonna set up. Yule Scepter into stun, into Scythe.
Alright, he died.
Yeah, that's the acronyms on Necro.
That's 90 seconds.
Yeah, and such a low cooldown. It's the fact they've got it again if another engagement comes up shortly after this. That's probably the biggest thing now for Team Secret. That's why I'm like sitting here going, you know, Infamous look like they're in such a great position, but one hero gets scythed. And you're already in a huge disadvantage where you just don't want to fight again. If Team Secret can force a second one.
Yep.
Ugh.
Aim got BKB now, so even more stacked on him. He doesn't have buyback. If he gets caught now, this is a complete disaster. Infamous need to be a bit careful. This time they don't have their save alive. Only the global. Secret cannot pierce high ground right now. They're just gonna need to accept, alright, you know what, 45 seconds we're not gonna get farmed for. Secret must have good wards out. They just killed us off and have played in our jungle. Take it easy, wait for our last guy, and let's go again.
Exactly what they're doing. Do not leave the base. You know, give the opportunity. It's like Kezu's trying to find Okay, he is going to get the silver edge up. Reduce some of that damage. I honestly thought the Necro would go for a little bit more... I mean, I can understand survivability. He needs to have more armor than just 17 against this lineup. So going into a Shiva's does make sense.
Shiva's good.
I'm just thinking, like, where does their extra damage and control go? Like, originally he was looking for a side. He was looking for that level of control. Now he's going for full defense. Does this put more pressure on mid one? He wants to finish up his Octarine, but then... Okay, he just switched that out for a blood... for a... Bloodborne? A Bloodborne.
Yeah. They need physical damage. I think that's the call there. Have to have more mixed damage types.
Arcane Rune. Lock into a lower cooldown on that Chronosphere.
And does have buyback, but...
He just took both of those runes under the cover of Invis. Yapsor's found a target. He's found Tomato. Forest Spirit's going to attack up the hill, so either reveals the fact that there's an Observer Ward or there's a Nyx Assassin there.
Oh,
no! Slider fist at the same time as the Impel. Kenzo, however, able to get down that Chronosphere. They hold the Anti-Mage in position. Remember, he's still got the BKB. Break free. The scythe does go down, but it's already too late. Faceless Void. They turn around. Doing the damage with Amanda style. Even the dual Wyvern can't get the curse off. What a great catch up from King Tekka. MP will be the next to fall. And that may actually be the game 2 heroes without buyback. The Void and the Necro. Infamous. They're going to go on a rampage down the mid. They can take at least 2 lanes of rack so they can push for a GG. They may not know about the buyback situation. Here comes Wyvern's buyback. Benjaz, he pops him through the top. He wants to get the second lane of racks. They flip the Invoker. Cold Embrace. It won't be enough for safe. You have the curse from Puppey, and he puts it on Benjaz. All that's going to happen is Benjaz loses a little bit of mana. Meanwhile, you've lost Yapsor. Mid one, desperately scrambling back to the tier 4 towers. Infamous. Where's the confidence? They're waiting for the other 2 to buy back. Tuskar's so low, and here comes the Anti-Mage in once again with the duel. They find the target. Even Puppey battling against the Tuskar deep in the back lines. Mid one going for a guest Sunstrike. He'll find him eventually. So the saving Tuskar is gone, and the tier 3 tower remains alive without Void or Necro in this fight.
That was still really expensive, though. They had to buy back the Invoker and the Winter Wyvern just to
They
hold.
bought back actually 3. Yapsor bought back
Yapsor
2.
bought back 2. It's like, that's a 10k swing, the play that just happened, more or less. So Infamous are in a very, very comfortable position now. They have a lot of gold for buybacks. They have a lot of new items coming out soon. Anti-Mage sitting on 4k right now, can buy whatever he wants. Almost BKB on Legion. It's going to make it a lot easier for him.
Bottom lane.
Silencer has Refresher.
They found the Invoker. Could this actually be a dieback right now for mid one? Support is coming in, but Benjaz is just focusing on the Shrine. A secondary Searing Chains. Okay, they're not gonna play it.
I can't imagine how Secret win this next fight.
They see him. Oh, look, it's triggered. Door will come off. This is horrendous for mid one. If he dies, Kenzu has to go for the Chronosphere. Yapsor's nearby. He'll get this on the Legion Commander. Global Silence for the damage. It will be enough with the Scythe. You'll send the Legion down, but Nyx is gone. He has no buyback available. Kenzu needs a time walk. 1 second away, but doesn't have the mana anymore. He'll walk up the mana void. Kenzu, he's so low. The curse is out. The attack is following towards Kenzu. He'll get back into the safety of his own tower. Puppey will not be so lucky, however, on Willie. The Glimmer Cape back out to safety. MP with the burst heal keeps them alive, and Team Secret scrambling defense.
That was what I was gonna say before King Tekka went for a completely YOLO dive under the tower alone with that duel. That the Silencer has Refresher, and the reason this fight even gets close is that the Legion is alone on that engage. If they jump in together in the global, they could just get the kill or force all these defensive cooldowns like BKBs and Mantas, and then they can refresh and global again and take that key kill and end the game. But that ended up really good for Secret. They traded 1 for 1 and there were 2 globals used. That's about the best fight they can hope for under those conditions. So Infamous they're still alive in the game, but it's really hard.
Infamous were looking towards Roshan once more. Look at the 2 wards that Infamous also have inside the Dire base. They've got it on the northern and the southern point of the base. They see whenever Team Secret is not home. But then again, what do? You've got no global silence. Your Legion Commander is still down for the count.
Matthew needs to send some shards in there. All right, he will.
There go the shards. Doesn't really interrupt anything. A quick sleight of fist from Tomato. Tuskal. That's problematic for him. A quick little snowball into the Necro. Another Yule Scepter. Here comes Benjaz. He's looking towards Puppey. He wants that curse taken out of the fight, and he might be able to do it, but Puppey, the Glimmer, he gets away in the Chrono. It caught the anti-mage. He's in huge amounts of trouble. Benjaz blinks. He's out, or is he? The deafening blast. Regeneration's not enough. He'll buy back. They're going to commit for this, Roshan. They want the fight, but Yapsol's already looking for a kill. He wants to go for somebody else. They still have the blink into Reaper sights available, and they got eyes on the Silencer. He's the bigger kill if they can claim it. The Tusker, sure, his save is a nuisance.
AM is Roshing.
He's actually doing it by himself. As long as Roshan stops bashing him, maybe that'll work.
Man, Secret are not expecting this.
Here you go. Sunstrike. Tuskar's gone. 107 seconds. Roshan, he's almost 236. He is gone. Aegis Immortal. Benjaz will get it as well as the Chiefs. A quick sleight of fist. No Searing Chains. Tornado is up. Defensive Sprint is available.
Got the door.
Here goes King Tekka again. The duels on mid one. Down for 2 minutes with no buyback available. The cast will turn it around. Ember Spirit will fall. But remember, he's your consolation prize. Puppey will die in the trees. Up he goes. Here comes your Spirit's forward. Tomato is back in once more. 2 heroes lost for Team Secret. No Chronosphere available. It seems like an impossible defense now for Team Secret.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Yeah, I'm not sure how they're going to play themselves out of this one.
MP can't even get home.
No.
TP.
They don't have damage. They don't have any damage alive. They can't kill a single hero with the lineup they have remaining here.
King Tekka was forcing the top. There goes your TP. MP's changing his target. Kezu, he needs 18 seconds before Chrono is back off cooldown. MP's trying to defend against Benjaz, but the top lane is being taken up by Tomato as well as King Tekka. Benjaz in the cell, they took care of the bottom, and now they're rotating up towards the top. The final nail in the coffin of Team Secret, and claim their first game of the TI7 group stage. And force Team Secret to have another draw. They already had one against Team Empire earlier today. Mega creeps are up, still no Invoker. Chronosphere is available, but where is your follow-up damage? You got Refresher if you need the Global Silence to jump forward. Nyx Assassin, Spike Campus. Anti-Mage looking for the kill. Here goes King Tekka once again. YOLO duel. Kezu will get the double Chrono. They're focusing over on the Legion Commander. Dropping her low. Needs to get a little bit lower. Now the scythe can be thrown. Legion will fall. Tusker was not close enough. Buyback is available. Silencer stranded on the outside. No mana, cannot cast anything more. So Silencer will fall as well. They'll lose 2, but Infamous have Megas available.
Infamous have 2 options now. I think they should. It's hard to say. Like, what's the worst disaster of a fight they could possibly conjure up?
Infamous?
Yeah, because they
it's a 5-man Chrono, all EMP'd, and then they curse on, and then they curse on the anti-mage.
Yes, and then Techies appears with 5 rapiers and a hyperstone. You know, that's not gonna happen.
Techies doesn't need rapiers; he just needs level 25 talent.
Yeah, and more crits. Whatever, man. He's gonna show out of nowhere. Look, this anti-mage, the only thing is he has the Aegis Enchies, but no buyback. So if they try to fight with this and it goes completely awfully, they can actually lose the game on not having buyback on him. So they could wait those 5 minutes out and be fine. I think Secret are going to try for that play where they kill him twice. It's kind of their only way back into the game is to find that opening.
You have to keep your eyes on those buyback timers. That's the more critical stat at the moment. The fact the Anti-Mage and the Ember just don't have it.
Ember doesn't have it either.
Doesn't have it. Like, the buybacks are just so restrictive, but Team Secret actually have the one that counts. They have MP's buyback.
And they have the Invoker in 1 minute as well.
Is he expending it? He's expending it to pick up the Sheep's Guard. Yeah, he is. He's committing in for this completely. Oh, no! Oh! It wasn't enough! Oh, that courier, a lucky duck. That actually would have, like, the delivery of the Shivas would never have happened.
Double damage on Benjaz. They might try for this now. How long is on the Aegis? 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, about that. Minute 20, minute 15.
So all we need to remember is this is a mega creep game, but they're 10k ahead. It's not the classic 20 or 30k lead you would have with megas. So this is a completely losable game if they go in for a very bad fight. Infamous have a lot of tools. They have a lot of leeway for mistakes here, but if all fails...
Watch the 52:04 mark. That's when the Aegis is gone. Banjaz cleaning up shrines while he's here.
What's this DD?
Team Secret have very little to deal with these Megas. They're dealing with so much damage from the Megas, plus then they've got to battle the rest of the Infamous lineup. Infamous just have to play this smart. That's all they have to do. We'll see if it's possible. Team Secret, all pretty clustered back behind. They're thrown apart from YapzOr. He gets a solo pick off. The Sunstrike will do the work. Matthews lost. No buyback available from him. Anime still on the front lines. You get a Searing Chains on Necro.
They're going to get out here.
As well as Wyvern.
Needs to get out. That was the Tusk, no buyback, and AM loses Aegis now. They still have 2 globals. Secret don't look like they're interested in chasing.
Well, I think they're still interested in getting enough money to pick up some Maelstroms so they can defend this wave.
Enemy should probably just get a Butterfly now instead of his Treads. Best choice.
Well, he's opened up the slot. What's coming on the courier? It is Observer Ones. So, nope.
Probably gonna see.
Just get the Eagle Song. His surplus is 4.4k, so it's not enough to pick up the Butterfly and still have buyback. I suppose it's on cooldown for 2 minutes anyway.
Okay. Back on.
What is he doing? He's already consumed a Moon Shard, so
maybe he's getting
the
used to the conditions he'll have when he's
no, I get it now. He's Piccolo. He's weight training. that's all this is.
What's left? 1:30 on the buyback of AM, 2 minutes on the buyback of Ember.
Observer and Sentry.
Ember needs to not get caught. Oh.
Spy Carapace gets the first stun. YapzOr get the hell out of there. Help is on the way. Tornado won't create space when they both burn the BKBs. YapzOr is gone. Invoker has to put his own BKB and the curse from Puppey. A big thing to expend. Maybe they get something else in return. It's the Silencer. If they can remove his global silence from the field, then have a chance. But doesn't happen. Acel gets the other side of the tree lines under the cover of his own Glimmer Cape. He burns his Refresher on for this. So Global Silence committed. They don't have a second one. King Tekka looking for a target to duel up the cover of his own BKB. Does not have it. No more Global Silences, however. They do have the tough snowball save.
Where did the Chrono get used?
I don't know. Maybe it was that first initiation on the Silencer. Didn't have enough damage to really contest him. Either way, focus on the now, which is Banjaz, Manta style, try and dodge out the Splinter Blast. This is just scrambling defense from Team Secret. Their home is under siege. And they need time for Nyx Assassin. Silences, actually, he started the TP back to the bottom shrine, to his shrine. Like, why is he TPing there?
They might have been like, wait for the next globals, and then someone else just called, no, we can end the game now.
All right.
And he sticks around. That might be the reason.
Well, here's your jump forward. Banjaz committing, trying to hit into the racks. BKB protects himself to do it. The snowball keeping Necro out of the fight. Banjaz gets the backline once again, finding Wyvern. You've got Curse up in 1 second time. The Chrono is down. Banjaz is trapped, pushed in by the shards, actually getting out of range of that Sunstrike. The Curse is there on the Ember Spirit, but no one is there to hit him. They have to keep him stunned up. Tomato falling quickly, down for 2 minutes. He doesn't have a buyback. They want another target. They want the Silencer. Faceless Void trying to reach him, but they don't see him. They can't see what they don't kill. That's the wrong way around. Acel will fall. Here goes your Tusker. The duel is up. They've got their target. It's the Invoker. The Sun is not enough creation, but 3 heroes without buyback down. The big man is still there. Banjaz doing the work. Buybacks coming in left, right, and center for Team Secret. Infamous actually could be looking in a position where they don't have a buyback on anybody apart from the anti-mage, and that's exactly the situation. The Dire Ancient is barely alive on 1k HP. The defense will be there from Team Secret. Can they do anything with this window?
Oh, and is he going to do this? Oh, he's not going to do this, is he?
You're expecting him to just BT in and fight?
He's not going to do this.
Hey, look at the line. Look at the line being drawn. This is the plan from King Tekka. Run this blue line, jump in, and then take out the shrine behind him. What have they got to stop you? Curse, Scythe, Chrono, Suns from Nyx Assassin, a lot of controls from Invoker.
This is absolutely crazy if he goes to this. I can't believe if he does this. This is like...
He's smoked. He's going. He's going.
There's no reason to do this. Wait for your team to spawn, go S5, and just end on the throne. You don't have to do it alone.
He's trying to pull the SG Esports. He's trying to pull the Earthshaker play. He's going through the tree line. It's the SA special. Oh, look at him. They're pinging.
Oh my god.
But that's... No.
Okay.
Yeah. You saw that ping. That was King Taker. He's like, this is a really bad idea, man.
I'm trying to envision in my head how the communication's going on in the room. Like, there's probably 3 players yelling, don't do it, and then King Tekka just gets up and grabs him, you know? They're literally going up.
Just
Dude, if you do this...
just gonna pull your mouse out right now. Yeah. Back or kick. Back or kick.
Oh my god, this is so crazy.
We're about to hit the hour mark as Team Secret try and defend against Megas. Roshan is available, and in fact, the ping just came out for it as well. They still had the real issue. They just can't push the lanes fast enough. It's Megas, and they don't have cleave-style heroes. You got the Mjolnir over on Kezu, so at least you have that. The Tornado spam is able to keep the creep waves at bay, but doesn't do enough damage. Yep, we're turning mid one into a physical DPS now. And I wonder if it's also worth him completing up the full Hurricane Pike. Or someone actually picking up that bloody gem that's sitting in mid too. Did Puppey just... Puppey just saw it. He's just like, hey guys, this is here.
This has got to be the end of the game. This has to be the end of this game.
Is it? How's the Shrine looking? It's regenerating at 3 HP a second, but it's still very low.
They have no glyph. There's an Aegis and a Cheese and 2 globals.
Dude, last time they attempted this though, they just kept dying. And you got buyback on Void, Wyvern, as well as Necro. No buyback, however,
Secret are
on
going
the
to fight them
Invoker.
outside base, I think. They can't let them in.
Oh, yep, so he was looking for it. They saw him. They saw him blink down. They'll get the stun out. They see the real target. The global silence is out. They'll try and break free. Benjaz dropping very, very low. He's actually going to go down. The Aegis Immortal will burn. They did commit a decent amount for this one. Reaper Sight still not used by MP, but look at him. They're going in deeper. Legion Commander, King Tekka, he's going for the Fortress. They have to commit the curse. No mana for a Chronosphere on Kezu. Matthew's moving up as well. Here comes Yabsor. Back to the fight. The sides will pull King Tekka down, but it's done. They jumped in with the anti-mage and finally brought down the Fortress. But bloody hell, that was hard. A lot harder than it needed to be. Thoughts in quickly.
Just look at King Tekka. Let's just let it be that.
Oh, King Tekka.
He's hyped.
Thanks for playing, bro. Thanks for playing. We've got more games coming up. Stay tuned for them all. We've got Newbie versus Cloud9 and EG versus Liquid coming up on the main stream. LD and Lumi will be with you for that one. Sind and I are wrapping up us for the day. We'll be back again tomorrow on Stream 3 for IG versus DC and EG versus Newbie. But stay tuned for all the Dota on all the channels for TI7.
Dive a Raindrops, Wand, Invoker.
Yeah. And now it's just a regen up top too, so that'll allow them to, you know, continue to establish a bit more dominance in this lane, I'm sure, after spamming out the spells. Ferev, in the meantime, went over to contest the stack. Yet again, it looked like he was able to pick up a few of those big
look at
creeps.
Mason.
Are they actually going to pull back in, though? They're thinking about diving here on the Bat Rider. A whole heck of a lot of damage. They stun him up as well. Sunstrike coming through. Ferev actually heads up towards the north, but still will end up dying. And yeah, as you mentioned, Mason doing the stack.
I mean, that's still a level 4 Bat Rider. He's fine. You force 3 heroes there, and meanwhile, if you look at Bulba mid, they're going to make this rotation on Ana. It doesn't look like they're going to get the kill, as Dubu instead is going to go down, and we talked about No-Tail. If there's any carry that's going to rotate when he's level 5 out of his safe lane to make something happen.
Look at this guy. No-Tail's crazy. He's just like, yeah, I'll come mid. Why not? We'll find a kill.
It's all good.
Now, Abed thinking about going in for that.
Queued that up, but you would die.
Yeah. Well, that's just going to be the Shrine used, getting a little bit of extra value out of that. Still a stun over here on Bristleback. The rotation in from Jerax probably keeps him off. I don't know if they could have killed the Bristle either, but maybe make his life a little bit more scary. But 7.5 minutes in, 3-1, with a little bit of a lead for DC. Do you think that they're liking where they're at in the game? Is there anything they need to be worried about?
No, I think they're very comfortable with this pace right now. Because you know that no matter how much farm Invoker gets, it's empty net worth. In the sense that this hero has always been farm. Like, when you think about the hero, the problem is you think about all the cool combinations he does. But if you think about it, he only does that once he has like 3 items, right? He has Midas, Boots of Travel, Aghanim Scepter. Right. But pre-Aghanim Scepter, this hero doesn't fight. You create space for him, and he just pushes the map in and farms. So for DC, as long as they're not losing anything horribly, they're not getting picked off, I think they're okay with the pace of the game. Because they can press it once this Bat Rider gets blinked really fast.
Yeah.
And OG, they're going to be in quite a pickle trying to fight that out, which is why I liked DC's lineup better.
Well, and we've just been seeing this massive acceleration of farm from Mason, who has 77 last hits at 8 minutes in. And it's not looking like he's going to stop anytime soon, just moving into the jungle. And like you said, giving Dublu over the lane. This is, I mean, like, do you just keep on building up your advantage in farm? Do you think that it's worth it going for like a Blink Dagger afterwards for Mason after Mask of Madness?
Yeah, I think Blink's perfectly fine here. It's a very justifiable build because you want to push the pace. As Dubu up at top, he's going to get dove. That's 5 stacks.
Oh, but he isn't going to be able to get it off that last time. Oh, end up time, Dubu!
There's a Sunstrike.
Oh, be careful, buddy. He's going to TP back home. But,
and it's not going to shoot it out. Any Dubus in here? Just one.
Oh, man.
Oh, that scared me, Gabe. There's going to be a 3-man rotation up here as No Tail. Gonna lead the way. They've got Sunstrike too.
Oh my god, it's so much damage. Mason throws out the stun, needs to get out, but not gonna happen. S4 able to take him down, and now highest net worth hero gets brought down. That's a big one.
Yeah, that is No Tail in a nutshell. He TPs in mid to save his mid, then he goes and ganks, even though there's an empty lane at top. One of the most proactive carries that you're gonna see by far. This guy creates so much space for his team.
I think, you know, I was remembering back to even when they were doing, you know, all the Radiance Illusion pushing heroes, and people would always say that they played it different than others because he would, like, you know, go into a fight with an Auk or a Naga to make sure that the team was able to buy space for the rest of them, and doing the same type of thing here, going for the treads early on, and now back for the armlet. No need for Midas.
Yeah, he's just like, I need to fight. Let me help my team. We're going to win lanes. There's no other way that you can reasonably bring down that hero anyways, as Bulba.
More help for Ana. Finds himself a Sunstrike. Jerax is feeling it. They're having a good old time. God. You gotta love the chat wheel. It's too good.
It's the best. I mean, they're probably... It's gotta be because it's Bulba that they got that excited. And the lead finally swings in favor of... OG. I mean, it almost was going 1k in the favor of DC, which isn't insurmountable, but still, it's one of those things where, you know, you felt pretty comfortable. Now the CK is just becoming a terror. He's killing everyone on the map. No Tail gets to do his No Tail playstyle with this hero.
Yeah, I love the build too. The 4 points in Reality Rift, -7 armor, particularly against, I mean, Sven, who has the high armor, but just even for pickoffs, it just transforms all those other heroes into damage dealers. But mid lane, Abed's come back in with Dubu. Looks like they want to put the kibosh on this. Jerax is still hanging out in the area. And it hasn't really been a whole lot of concerted efforts towards taking down objectives yet. Do you think that changes sometime soon?
No. I think both teams, honestly, especially DC, like, they're not really going to go 5-man for tower or anything like that. They have very split-heavy of a lineup. So there's no real concern for them. Because they're going to win, or they think anyways, that they're going to be able to win the team fights, right? And once you win the team fights, you can take those towers anyways. The tower that they have to protect is this mid one. If they protect this mid tower, then... I just understood his name.
Mid one? Oh, Blitz. It's amazing. Uh-oh. Dubu! He's in the mid. He's going potentially down here. Not a whole hell of a lot that they can do to stop that.
We talked about it. This mid tower is the one that they have to protect. They're not going to be able to do it.
Well, Mason at least is hanging out here. into the side, but feels like it's quite tough to actually get there in time. Sand King is rotating as well.
You see, this is the tower that they're like all out defending for.
Oh, good play. Reality Rifting to get away from Mason on the spend. They drop the global as well. Sonic Wave out, trying to find if they can catch No Tail, and with the right clicks coming in, it should be denied. Denied coming from Ana. He might end up paying for that one as they do have dust on him. Burrow Strike is going to come through. Bulba finds him. A pretty good Illuminate.
Oh,
and now S4 here as well. They're all running in, but are they just running to their death? S4 up on the high ground, trying to bring him low.
He's getting low.
It's going to happen. OG lose 3. And my God, that was a hell of a defense.
That Arcane Curse, and we talked about it. You can give up that top tower, Gabe. You can give up that bottom tower, but that mid tower, if there's anything you know about North American Dota, any good team, they're not going to give up that mid. Because if you give up that mid tower, it opens up the entirety of the map. You no longer have to play these really weird smokes. You can just go up through mid every single time. You can cut across. Your jungle no longer becomes safe because you lose access to that entire north-left side. So it's essentially conceding map control. You're saying to yourself, we'll play from this really horrible disadvantage for nearly no reason.
Oh, I'm certainly not wanting that to happen. Granted, the tower is now only at 63 HP.
They're thinking about it. They're like, do we deny this? Because again, it matters so much. It provides vision as well.
Yeah, and the nice part also about having these heroes is they can just run in here in a second, and it looks like Dubu is going to go for the deny.
He feels it now.
Be able to get it, and
gets the blink out though.
Nice play there by No Tail and Jarex. Tried to get the Reality Rift into stun, but didn't quite work.
Did I just say north left? Like, why didn't you correct me?
North left is a thing, sure. I'm not about calling you out.
Yeah, but why couldn't I just say upper left?
Or northwest.
There was a lot of ways that could have gone better, Gabe. 2 North American casters.
Yeah. NA geography.
NA with direction / it was both.
Uh-oh. Movement in right now, though. Bulba is not quite in position for the stun. The rest of them are a little bit farther behind, but they will find Ana. Burrow Strike.
Oh, they're going to grab this.
I personally don't think they're nearly as good as the 2 LGD squads. I feel that Newbie in general has been struggling a lot lately in the Roshan pit, in the high ground, but it's a new tournament. We'll see how they do. They are, like you said, have a respectable 1-1 record so far. Seems like most teams have been just trading wins against their opponents.
Yeah, I think when you look at Newbie, I have a lot of faith in this team just given the track record. They've been consistently a top 4 to 6 team for basically a year now. There's few other teams that can say that. You'd put OG on that list, maybe EG, who we didn't really see a whole lot of the first few months after the international. Newbie has struggled a lot to win events or like finish, top, but they're often top 2, they're top 3. So I think they'll find their footing here. They're gonna have a lot of time to work on it. I also feel like their individual skill is a lot higher than some of the teams at this event. You've got Kaka, SCCC, like those 2 players alone are 2 of the best players in the world at any position, just mechanically incredibly skilled. So that gives me confidence in Newbie, but I agree, they have not looked hot recently, and so much of Dota nowadays is not just raw skill, it's finding a style that works and figuring out the meta. And Newbie have at times made some pioneering moves, like introducing kind of their Tidehunter picks. Offlay was something a bit fresh and unique, but generally I feel like this is a team that more absorbs what other teams are doing and adds like a small twist rather than like truly reinvent. There are no wings basically.
No, they're not. This is also a very important grudge match for Cloud9 because MSS was telling me at the after party for Manila Master that, remember, this is the team that knocked them out from the tournament. I believe Cloud9 finished, or rather NP finished number 3, and MSS was, feeling rather sad. He told me that like this was the tournament that they felt like they could have won at Manila Masters, and I think they took to game 3. Newbie was able to edge them out, and this is, I think, Cloud9's time to draw blood back on the other direction. We have
Lumi, the Lich meta.
It's
continues. It is expanding, in all directions. I know you mentioned earlier today Cloud9 first pick Lich. We saw 2 first pick Liches in our last series Execration taking on LGD FY. And this series we see it again. This time it's Newbie taking it first, Cloud9 going for the Sand King, and interestingly, probably the biggest curveball is this Zeus, which they grabbed very early. So 2 heroes that do not match up particularly well against the Nyx.
Yeah, I'm curious what position this Zeus is going to be. We do see teams like LFY has employed the Inflamed Zeus on the 3rd position. Of course, Zeus traditionally is a 2-position hero, but we also have seen Aoi play as a 4 in the past, kind of playing as a greedy support. You kind of scale into a semi-core by the end of the game, a great D-warder as things go for a support hero.
I personally love offlane Zeus if the lineup suits it, because the hero benefits a lot from levels. I
but here's the thing, though.
Needs the farm.
Are you gonna get level against Zeus or against a Lich?
Yeah, against the Lich, you most likely want to dodge that matchup. So you know, the thing is, like, they may just send the Lich wherever the Zeus is. We'll see what the overall composition is for Cloud9, and if it is a support Zeus, then it doesn't really matter too much. So that is the nice thing. I think it is a slightly flexible hero, but
yep.
I personally have the most successful Zeuses I've seen in this patch have generally been the other.
I'm kind of leaning towards more of support. Lich is, like you said, kind of an awkward thing to force in your lane. Also, playing Zeus against Nyx Assassin is just one of the most brutal things. You come into the lane, you try to zap some kids, and then you get stunned and you just get killed. So
yes.
These 2 picks makes me think
Accurate
that
summary.
makes me think that Zeus is going to be more of a support, but we'll see. We'll see.
We've seen the Fada Zeus occasionally, like not so much lately.
Yeah.
A bygone age, I guess. How overall thoughts? I mean, the draft has not really revealed itself too much. What type of style do you expect out of these teams? Like when I've seen Newbie, they generally do favor their more mid-game style lineups, or sometimes even having a hard carry. But it's very rare to see them like try to rely on the laning stage. They often like to pick that big team fight hero for KP, Tidehunters, Newbie specialty, and I play around that a lot. That's kind of my handle on Newbie. As for Cloud9, they've been all over the place.
They've been all over the place, but one common theme that ties it all together, they are one of the most economically based team. They generally average 1 Midas per game, which is, I think, a little bit higher compared to all the other teams.
Is that a confirmed stat?
I went back and looked
really
at the last 10 to 15 replays.
That is crazy.
And they also generally like to pick up one support that has a GPM talent by 10 or 15. Like, Eternal Envy likes to farm. He likes his team to be rich.
Greed is good. And Gordon Gekko would be proud.
That's why their games do tend to go long for one reason or another. But generally, they do win the games when they do go long. The other thing I do want to point out about this draft so far is that Newbie has been putting Sand King on Kaka for like the last, I don't know, 10 billion games, it feels like. And the fact that Cloud9 was able to pick up one of the heroes that teams always give to Newbie and have it on for themselves is actually a very key counter pick. So I think that so far the draft is, to me, edging out for Cloud9 a little bit, but we still got a lot left of the draft.
Yeah, I've often felt that way too. Like I just see that Lich pick. But the Liches, the Liches have been really powerful lately. So no matter how the lineups look on paper in the mid game, we do have to always keep in mind just how much the lanes can be thrown in for a loop by this Lit. Newbie still not really showing their overall strategy here. These picks, we just know they have a very annoying potential offlaner or support hero for the Nyx, and then you have strong lanes from. But strategy, bigger game plan, still very much unclear. Cloud9 starting to emerge. You know, they've got tons of nuke damage at this point through these first 3 picks. Veil is a value item for them. Obviously, they don't have a building hitter. They don't really have big pushing or late game hero yet, but you have to imagine be grabbing something like that for.
Jackie Mao has been playing a lot of Juggernauts for the first 2 games. Was paired with Lich, I believe, both games. And
Terrorblade obviously is an Envy special. I also think, like, you know, taking the Zeus is maybe in part protecting a potential TB pick. Zeus is probably the single best.
Another one of his very common pick is the Bristleback. Maybe that's the reason why we are seeing so many Lich. Like, he's just kind of good against some of the more common picks nowadays. Bristleback in particular, a lot of his damage output will be limited by the Frost armor.
10 seconds.
Snagged up by Newbie. This has also been a very popular pick. Obviously,
5 seconds.
Frosty prize on top. Chronospheres. Got things covered there. Team fight is certainly secure for Newbie. Cloud9 obviously great own right. But still, the laning setup is open for discussion here. Is this a Void? Is it an offlane Nyx? Is it a safe lane Void? We've certainly seen a fair amount of that. It's still, to me, unclear how they want to set this up, and most importantly, perhaps, life is the legend. So many lives to ruin, but only one lane to go to at a time.
Many people will be put into what's the bottomless pit? Is that the how the lore goes? Put them in his coffin.
The bottomless pit.
Yeah. The one thing that is for sure is that a lot of the teams coming out from China, your LGDs, your LFYs, they love the pairing of Faceless Void plus Ancient Apparition. We've seen that earlier today by LFY, but Faceless Void plus the Lich Ultimate is also a very potent combo. We are going to see Night Stalker coming out from Cloud9.
So it is... Well, actually, yeah, so support
Night Stalker.
Supports...
It's a 5-position Zeus.
Yeah, I guess it could be... Okay, so I think it's Fada Puck mid.
Here we go.
Ah, the Shamble of Bones.
Yep.
This is the undead strat. Fogna's here, Lich is here. Just need a White Walker around this thing now. But, yeah, so it looks like probably a Fada Puck, support Zeus Night Stalker, and then... But, I mean, again, I'm just... Yeah, I'm spitballing here, Libby. They could certainly put, you know, other heroes in the offlane, a lot of flex picks for Cloud9.
So right before this game, I was checking on some of the hero statistics, and Night Stalker coming into this tournament is one of the highest picked heroes. You pick him kind of first phase always, or first phase ban rather. And he's currently like 1-5 or 1-4 in this tournament. So that to me reflect how teams are kind of evaluating this hero, and moving forward, maybe this hero, you're not going to first phase him anymore. Cloud9 definitely is kind of delaying their picks.
Yeah, I love the Pugna as far as shoring up a lot of newbies' issues this game. They do not have much push. The Pugna helps with that. The ward is amazing against many of these heroes. However, it's squishy, and Cloud9 have a lot of good heroes at jumping him. Lots of good burst damage from the Zeus, good initiation from all three of the other supporting casts. So, like on paper, the Pugna feels like it could either be amazing or a complete feeding train wreck, and I'm curious to see.
I think Pugna as a hero, Pugna as a hero always feels like that, right? Like he could have the Superman game that we just casted. Super went like 13-2 by the end of the game, or you could just be like 0-7 by 10 minutes because he is so squishy. So laning will be a telling tale of how the game will go.
All right, so make the final selection. It is the Bristle boss, so now you've got the Pugna sending green goodness that keeps him healthy. And by the way, how the hell is Pug?
He's got them horns, dude.
I guess it's
the pop collars.
I think they're like supposed to be in like a V formation here, like Bristleback's actually behind.
Okay,
but
okay.
I'm not sure.
I'm not
but even
sure
so, I mean, the guy's like 2 feet tall. Surely he's not bigger than a giant porcupine mutant.
Is Puck considered also very tall, or is he just cheating?
He's definitely floating.
Final pick here for Cloud9. Oh, we are gonna be in for a long one.
Oh boy.
But here's the thing, Pugna is well equipped dealing with Naga illusions. You get the Ags on him, he's got no problem.
So the real question is, did Newbie grab some caffeine before this match? Because they might need it. Of course, I feel like Newbie could potentially be well prepared to deal with this type of strategy, Lumi, because they've got heavy push here. Bristleback, a great frontline sieger. Pugna, good at bringing those towers down quickly. And then a supporting cast that can hopefully find those pickoffs and set up for the push. You also have Frost Armor, so if it comes to like trying to split push or trade for Cloud9, that's going to be tough going, especially with the reduced damage that Illusion nowadays.
They are good at grouping up and kind of pushing into your base, but are they good at dealing with illusions cutting in the wave in the back?
Pugna with an Eggs.
Yeah.
But then you
Pugna
also...
with the BOTs and Eggs.
Pugna with Eggs, BOT, and like a Blink or something, so you can really get around fast.
I mean, Kaka, in theory, should be able to find MV and then pop his Spike Carapace, get off a stun, and set off an initiation on him. But MV has played against this particular catch for a long time, so don't be surprised if he turns off his Radiance from time to time to maneuver around the map and not get caught by a Spike Carapace gank.
Man, so I thought it was going to be an SCCC Pugna. Now they're all swapping around, so Newbie trying to hide their cards as long as possible. But here we go. Cloud9 certainly looking for a win. They had a tough opponent to start the day off with OG. overall thoughts, Lumi, on that? I guess first of all, you know, how do you see like the timings and the kind of the game plans for these teams, big picture, and then, you know, perhaps more importantly, who do you think has the edge?
I think Newbie definitely has the edge. They have, to me, a more kind of concrete game plan. Just do well in the lane and then just push, put a lot of pressure. And I feel like this Cloud9 lineup takes a long time to come online. It is a Naga lineup to begin with, and also you have a 5-position Zeus support that doesn't offer much of anything. It's not great at laning, it's not great for the early skirmish and fights. The Sand King to me is going to have to do a lot for Aoi. We'll see if he's able to do so.
Well, it's Greed with a capital EE to get this game one started. Newbie, meanwhile, looking for a bit of a more stable lineup. They are going to ultimately choose to have SCCC take the Bristleback, and it's going mid. At least for now, be showing himself up towards the top lane.
30 seconds.
Lane adjustments here. We were seeing a lot of the Bristle mid. The safe Pugna, though, that's something we haven't really seen in a long time. I think TI4 era, the safe lane Pugna was very popular, actually, because you could pull, get the double wave with the catapult, and then push your safe lane tower super hard, but I can't recall having seen a whole lot of it. So.
You know, TI4 era, anything that could push is a very popular pick.
Yes,
because
by the end of the tournament.
Yeah,
that's true.
Well, this is one of the advantage of having a safe lane, or rather a support Zeus, because he could just start walking around bolting, and he does find one of the wards on the bottom. He will tangle it immediately.
Not going to be a 5 position for long.
Yeah. He knows that this is also blocked, so he's going to just bolt it. Highlight die.
Save that money on...
Pops off a very early clarity.
Are you trying to put ideas in?
We are actually mind-linked. So
mind-linked?
He's already got the idea.
Well, better be mind-linked to Pi, I think, than it. Might go a little crazy if I can.
Scientists are baffled. He does have a clarity going. I'm not sure exactly for what, but he is full away.
All right, so let's see how these lanes are shaking out. They are initially putting the Lich bottom. I know that's something we were curious about. Faith getting aggressive here. So it is the Void Lich dual lane up against an unconventional Zeus Naga. Mid lane, it's going to be a Puck versus Bristle, and then the off lane, the double melee cluster of MSS and Aoi matching up against the safe lane Pugna. Do you favor either laning setup here? Any adjustments you would want to see?
To me, I think the Sand King is very stranded. What lane is he actually going to have an impact? He can't really zone out Kaka. He can't really roll mid and set off ganks. So to me, he's just leeching the experience at the top lane. Maybe once the first Nightfall comes, MSS roams off the lane and he could get a little bit of experience. But Sand King to me is the MVP early on for Cloud9 because he needs to actually kind of tie the early game together for Cloud9, and I don't think he's able to do so given the lane matchups.
We're giving out MVP awards already?
Rather, he's the most important player for the team. Meanwhile, in the jungle, two support.
Man fight! Man fight! Faith takes it.
One person into the bottomless pit.
Get in the coffin.
There you go.
Actually, this set, is that a coffin? That's more of like a tarp. This Lich doesn't like getting wet, I guess. Nicely done there. And really unfortunate when, as you mentioned, you are a hard support Zeus. Things looking good early for Newbie in the off lane. Bristleback middle as well in the mid lane, and that is going to change as Aoi drives by, finds the kill with the haste turn.
Proving me wrong immediately. I was thinking that he can't actually force a kill mid, but it looks like Fada was able to do a very good job at kind of driving him low enough to make that Burrow Strike with a haste turn for a kill.
JP playing pretty aggressively here on Envy, who is struggling in the farm department as you'd expect against the Lich. Yes, thus far, and when you've got a lineup that's quite greedy, Lumi, like often you want the Naga to have that good start so she gets, the early radiance, and then she kind of creates space for the rest of the team to farm by pushing the lanes out. But the longer it takes Envy to come online, the longer, his comrades are really going to suffer here and struggle to find their own.
Yeah. Also, it's not just about the last hits. Naga's level is actually quite critical as well. Getting to level 12 to have more access to the Song of the Siren, to escape gangs and stuff like that is very key as well. He's supposed to be the quote-unquote counter to KP's Chronosphere, right? So him getting the more usage out of his song is absolutely critical for them winning this game.
Despite the death, that's Triple C. Still doing all right in the mid lane. Kaka is getting a bit pressured. But in good news for Newbie, Mugi is doing just fine. This is the nice thing about the Nyx. He's a good damage sponge. And front liner for that. Very, very squishy. Up something on the mid lane. Triple C, but he's got the 2 points of Bristleback now. It'll be pretty tanky. It's bottom lane where Envy takes a bit of a hit. Faith just constantly canceling these clarities with Pylai dying. I think he's able to like 3 or 4 of them at this point. Very mana starved even, until Envy is able to, I don't know, at least get the Aquila. He's really good. Topped off.
As the lanes kind of settle in like this, I'm just wondering how Cloud9 could actually, stay on even footing. Bottom lane, Envy is having a tough time. He's actually racing towards a rune here. Faith is going to deny it, and now Envy caught in a very awkward spot. SC's coming in. He doesn't have Nasal Goo just yet, but the body blocks are coming out. Pylai trying to rescue his friend.
This Lich just man-moding into 2 heroes, trying to body block for his Bristleback. Lich is a new and revitalized force in the modern game of Dota. How often do you see that? Old Lich is like you're running for your life, you're feeding, you're scared. This Lich has no fear. While top lane, action breaking out as Owie gets caught almost under tower. TP canceled. Nighttime now, so MSS starting to make his roaming movements. I imagine they might just give this lane to Owie, let MSS try and pressure elsewhere, but who do you gank?
Newbie knows that he's out of mana, so they're not really even afraid. He does have a Mango, but...
It's almost Shrine time if he wants to. Pretty big investment. The only one that he only really needs to come off.
Fata is going to prep up the mid gank, I suppose, by driving SC's HP relatively low. And they do have a smoke, so they're likely going to pop it and go straight mid.
Roaming through the river, hoping to find somebody on their lonesome. Might want to scout this ancient camp as well, see if there's any stacks for the Bristle, and they'll find there's nothing.
Puck at 6.
Now looking to descend on the mid lane where Faith has set up shop. They do have Frost Armor on SCCC, but HP's low enough that maybe they can nuke him down. Keep in mind though, he does have raindrops.
Newbie already knows they pop down low ground, and this ward has scouted out the entire rotation.
And nobody's showing top either.
Yeah.
It's already being called. So Mugi now can more aggressively push this tower. Precious Nighttime being wasted. It is buying a little space for Envy, I suppose, over bottom as he looks to catch up, but still KP outstripping him in the CS department, and they start to descend. Moving on to SCCC, Fate's out in front. Nightstalker flapping over the trees, tries to lock down onto that Lich. Will he get to the shrine? No, the coil's committed. Huge drop from Cloud9 just to take down a lowly Lich, and now revenge is what SCCC's after, chasing forward with the quills. Chews him up, spits him out, takes out the Sand King. Pretty awful trade for Cloud9 when you also consider time investment and the coil drop.
For sure. Again, Newbie knew the gank was coming. Double Frost Armor up on all the heroes. They're so tanky. And SC now has an Invis, takes the Bounty Rune, and he's looking to set up a gank perhaps on Envy. Envy's only level 4. Man, the Lich effect is strong.
Faith is the same level. KP well on his way to 6, and they might just make a move here on Envy. SCCC's got the Invis. Envy has the TP, goes for it now, but
bash?
Give me a bash, give me a bash. No, KP, your prayers are not answered. Meanwhile, top lane Mugi almost got picked off, did barely TP out in the nick of time. By the way, while all that was happening, the Pugna effect was quietly creeping in as this top tier 1 down to less than 2 health it looks like. So heavy structural damage done, and once that tower falls, the way to rotate towards mid and really assume Roshan control lies open for Newbie. So these early towers are being pressured, and I think Gloomy, what we were touching on earlier, that is really the fulcrum of the Newbie game plan. They have to take early towers, establish map control, and limit Cloud9 space to farm. And so far, it feels like they're on track to doing it.
Yeah. One of the ways that Cloud9 can make an eventual comeback, and I'm talking about like 25, 35 minutes into the game, is the Roshan pit. When you have the Naga Siren as a hero, you can just pretty much stop any Roshan that's happening on the other side, or just do it yourself with the Psalm Siren backup. And I think that's... I mean, Cloud9 always love to sneak Roshan, stuff like that.
We're going to forfeit this tower bottom. So 1 down, 2 to go, and one of those quite low, as mentioned. With the Chronosphere ready, might just see Newbie make a move soon. It's also daytime now. This feels like the most opportune possible moment to try and make a play. They go. Chain Frost isn't ready yet. I guess that's the one big thing they're missing here, but they bring 3 to mid and begin to group up.
Lugido already pressuring the bottom tower. level 7. Obviously working towards that Aether Lens. Pretty standard build.
I think he's just going to come mid. It looks like they're going to 4-man tower. And I mean, really, can Cloud9 do much about it? There's no blink on Puck yet. There's no Song of the Siren setup available. Feels like just another free tower for Newbie.
They do see Kaka, and they have all their abilities, but who cares if you kill a Nyx Assassin at this point, right? You're not going to stop the push.
Kaka also dropped a ward, so he might catch somebody moving in. Vale is ready for Fana. Big pickup for Cloud9. And they make something happening. Fry, they commit the darkness. They look for the flank. It's MSS from the rear, but Newbie, they retreat as a squad of 4. They leave the bristle top, so again, the pressure on structures is consistent that Newbie have either, you know, one of their cores just hitting a tower, the other 4 working together elsewhere on the map, and Cloud9 really can't stop this. Maybe MSS can at least hit some creeps in the meanwhile, get experience, but it's not going to be able to keep the bristle off the tower. Last hit, 2 down, 1 to go as the tier 1s crumble.
I mean, this tower is already dead, right? They will have a glyph available. Chronosphere on the back line here, and they're going to try to burn down Pylai Die. He is a freebie. Coil's going to get used. Kaka might be in a little bit of trouble, but I think they are going to lose a Sankey as well. Ali's going to get stunned up here. They will burst him down. 2-for-1 trade. MSS needs to get out there right now.
That was without SCCC. Now he joins the fray. Fada slightly missing on the orb, not able to bring down the Lich, who continues to stay alive. Now MSS on the run. Pylai Die gets the finish. SCCC diving deeper and deeper. He really wants MSS. Does he dare reach high ground for it? No, he's going to back down. The critical hour elsewhere. Envy coming in from behind, wants to deal with KP. Tries to slow him down, nukes him decently, but there's the time walk back to safety. He's going to grab this regen rune. Will be almost instantly canceled, but he does end up getting away. So in the end, not too bad for Cloud9. They hold the tower, and they don't completely fumble the team fight. It looked like they were going to lose like maybe 2 more heroes there, but managed to scrape it out.
You know, I found it very surprising that Newbie decided to start off the team fight with Chronosphere, because all they had to do is just sit behind the Pugna and blast off that tier 1 tower with Pugna. But instead they choose to take a fight. It was chaotic, and as a result, not only did they not win the fight clearly, they also didn't get the tower.
And if you want to... Oh, nice Carapace in the top lane, setting up here on AUI 2000.
Nice.
Oh, just the second. I didn't see if it was the Caustic or the Sandstorm, but
yeah,
one of them procced. He just instantly Carapace.
He spiked the Caustic off a creep kill. That was nicely timed.
So, yeah, I mean, that's a great point that you're making about the way they approach that push. Also, if you want to take that fight and dive, you really should have the Bristle there. Like, he's the dream hero in that type of prolonged engagement.
Right.
I do want to point out items, Lumi. SCCC is going straight for a pipe. This is an amazing pipe game.
Yeah, he's got a hood already. KP, interestingly, has also got a hood. How many times do you see Faceless Void first item hood? But
pipe is so good. Like,
yeah,
what physical damage does Cloud9 have? Naga is a magic damage carry. Puck has no drow or anything to really boost up his right click. So
this is an entirely magic
getting an armlet
yeah.
and going carry, which doesn't seem like. Pipe is the end.
All right, Kaka is going to get caught out. Puck coming in here as well. And this should be a kill. Nice picks.
And what do you know? Perfect timing to hit the shrine as well. So is an opportunity now for Cloud9 to try and make their second round of moves. But you know, whenever it's daytime and once these pipes are complete, Newbie is going to group up and start going for those bigger objectives, the tier 2s.
Yep.
Maybe the Roshan. Meanwhile, Envy, only 1,200 gold. I mean, sometimes you'll see Nagas like 2/3 or more of the way to their relic, or even having it in a really good game at this point. He still has a lot of catch-up.
Puck was able to steal a couple of the creeps from Messi, but not going to slow him down too much. The one, I guess, silver lining here for Cloud9 fans, hold that thought here, is Lich going to get run down. It's the fact that even though Newbie is good at pushing, they're not good at pushing fast, right? Like the Pugna Blast take a while to actually wear down a tower, and every bit of time for a Naga lineup is super, super important.
Let me ask you something. Speaking of the Pugna and the pushing, like we saw a very different build from Super.
Yes.
In last game, you went BOT Rush. Do you like the Aether Lens and the Ags better, or what are your thoughts on like the right way to optimize the Pugna?
Aether Lens always to start off. Like that's always the right item. I think I like the BOT because they are allowed to push back so many waves, and you know that Naga is going to be splitting you. But at the same time, having Ags available is also good dealing Naga. I think the order doesn't matter too much. Chrono.
Oh, he's going to find Fada. Can't phase shift that for long as the stun comes through. Looking for the follow-up with the blast, the drain. They get the kill. Newbie take the puck down and the way to the 2 lies open. This is a crucial objective for establishing Roshan control, and I don't know that Cloud9 can fight it without that puck. They also don't have Blink with Sand King yet. Song is ready, but it seems Cloud9 are more content to just stall for now and try and do a bit of split pushing in their own.
Yep. To answer your question, as long as Pugna gets both of those items, he should be fine. I don't think the order matters too much. And actually having the extra stats here for the push is pretty critical, so you get off a couple more blasts.
Yeah, you get the plus 225 talent, and nobody is going on this Pugna, especially not with Frost Armor. He's actually very tanky.
Yeah,
So.
Frost Armor and possibly double pipe eventually.
It's kind of like the strategy that we saw from LFY previously, where they picked Lich, and then they just built BKBs, and it's like, well, you know, we already they had a Dragon Knight, right? So just Dragon Knight with Frost Armor. You don't really want to get physical damage heroes against him. Your nuke heroes can't do anything against the BKBs. Like, this double pipe is kind of the same idea.
Yeah.
Newbie are going for the invincible to all damage strategy, but obviously not at that point yet. That's just the mindset with these items. Basically ensure Cloud9 can't really do anything.
Have you noticed the way that Pi has been using his ultimate? He's basically been using it every time off cooldown to give Eternal Envy vision. He's doing some next level riding. He's spotted right now.
Oh, speaking of which,
he uses Song and get the hell out.
How you doing? They're gonna catch him out here. Blast coming through. He gets off the Song, but the ward zapping him. Carapace was attempted there by Kaka, but
and they get off a kill top. So that might look like a very curious play. Scientists might have been baffled, but let's look at the result, right? He got 4 people's attention at next to the enemy tier 2. They're able to pick off a kill simultaneously and force out Glyph and damage tier 1 top. That is true space creation for Cloud9.
All according to the plan for Chairman Mao. But now Song's on cooldown for 2 minutes, and Pipe is ready. So I imagine if you're newbie, looking for that next big objective.
This might be a good time to go into the Roshan pit. If they have a Medallion of Courage, it does not seem like they do. And so maybe just get the lanes pushed. But Cloud9 doing a very excellent job keeping the pressure up on all lanes. And this is where you go back to the Pugna and say, you know, maybe having BOTs will be somewhat better for this phase of the game. Making sure that you don't get pressured in from the side.
Yeah, keep your farm up, help push some of these waves. And
again, Zed Zuso goes off pretty much on cooldown every single time, just vision. Scouts out a smoke gank, so they're not going to get surprised. A very different way of playing Zeus from what you're traditionally seeing as the KS machine.
I mean, this is why the old Cloud9, back even when they had Bone 7 on the team, like picked the hero, it was purely for the vision, not at all for the damage. But Fada could be in trouble here. Kaka trying to get in range. Goes for the initial hit, and then the stun follow-up comes through. It's only a level 2 phase shift, now locked down by the Chrono. Crucial pick, they lob in the Chain Frost. No escape for Fada. Huge commitment, but hey, Dawn's on cooldown still for a minute, so Chrono and the Chain Frost will be at least halfway up by the time that... Blowing down Fada, who's the mid-game tempo controller, obviously very nice for newbie, but more importantly, they need to take these towers. That is on the menu now. That's tier 2 bottom about to fall.
But look at top for Cloud9. They were able to do a little bit of ratting themselves. They're not going to get the tower, but that's a TP back here from newbie, delaying the further push. How are we doing on the Radiance? Oh my god. Jackie Mao is so far away. 2800 on Naga Siren.
I was wondering if SCCC might get his Radiance at the same time, but he just bought another Ring of Health, so it looks like he's actually going back for a ban.
Okay.
It would have been pretty funny if the Bristle goes, pipe first and still manages to meet the timing on the Radiance of the... Alright, so we've got a little room to breathe here for Cloud9, Lumi. Overall thoughts on the way the game's developing?
Pretty much as expected. We know that Cloud9 is not going to win the laning phase. We know they're not going to win the mid game. Just depends on how fast Jackie Mao could farm, whether he's going to get caught or not. And Cloud9 is counting on a couple of mistakes here from newbie. They need newbie to be careless. They need the puck as well as the Night Stalker to get 1 or 2 kills, stuff like that. And finally, Aoi has his Blink Dagger.
Quite slow, but be expected with the amount of roaming and early help that the team needed, and with the 5 positions so much. It's gonna lay out the Zeus ult, maybe try to lull newbie, false sense of security. And that ult's down, but darkness is about to fall.
Yeah, Cloud9 popped the smoke. They want to actually see the positioning of the hero, see if they can actually poke in for a kill.
I don't think that's the duo you want to go on, though. If you take Carapace and then the Chrono comes out, you are done for. They think twice about jumping mid, and now
Rosh is happening.
Rosh is up. This is where Naga can shine. Has the TP ready, has the Shrine TP too. Definitely could look to contest here, but they're going to go in without the Zeus ult, so some big damage missing. It's a slow Rosh, as you mentioned. There is no medallion, but Bristle certainly has the sustain to take it. Might take him a while, but he's going to force out the Pi TP. And now with Pi back at the well, still no Zeus ult for 45. This could be the time to just commit. Newbie smoked up and looking to make their move. They're going to find Fod on the high ground. Gets caught sleeping with his pants down and punished by Newbie. Was not prepared at all for that maneuver. They just came right at him.
I think they just have to give up the Rosh. Scan.
They then scan and they find MSS. They could get more.
Oh, Rosh is dropping low. Naga still not making that TP. They're going to concede it. Maybe MSS could steal it with his flying. He flies over. The fly ends. That is going to be it for the Rosh.
Now you say that, but now he wants to blink into the pit. No! Not the blink he was hoping for. Chorus of Frogs marks the successful takedown of the road. Pretty. Newbie, you're going to have some time here. What are the next steps for Newbie? They got their Rosh, they took the tier 2s, there's only one remaining top Lumi, they've built their core items. Is there any sort of timer in your mind? Is there any urgency? Are there certain things they're waiting on, or are they content just to take this one?
I definitely think that there is some urgency. You don't, because once the Radiance comes online, the game starts to get slightly harder. MV is able to cut and farm much, much faster. MSS, no Chrono here, so he should be fine.
God, that damage is dirty.
But I think the objective for Newbie here in the next 5 minutes is to push out the side waves and use that Aegis in some productive manner by pushing high ground. Damage to tier 3, start blasting it. But it's hard. Look at what Naga's doing. This is where, again, the Pugna BOT is super, super useful. And he's going to go right back for it.
Everyone on Newbie just feels so unkillable right now, like at least as far as the cores go. You've got a Pugna with 1,500 health and Aegis. You definitely don't want to go on him first. The Void has the hood, and it's actually made a big difference where he just doesn't seem that burstable. Nixon, Carapace, or Yules. If you jump him in, Bristle, obviously, is a tank. So, like, basically Lich is the only easy kill, relatively speaking. I just wonder where Cloud9 find that jump, and you can see they're hoping for one. They've got 3 descending on KP in the top lane. They get the silence off, they're going to drop the Void, and now try to commit forward. Owie gets him with the burrow, but he might just time walk it all up. They can't kill him. KP survives, and meanwhile, the team is storming down mid. No epicenter for the high ground defense, no Zeus ult available either. It might be slow, but it's certainly steady, and with those Pugna Aether Lens blasts laid into this tower, it begins to melt. Cloud9, this may have been a huge error. Newbie are just going to take this tower down, almost finish it for free, and they'll still have time potentially to, after the glyph ends, go for the racks.
They can't focus on Mugi either because he's got the Aegis. So this is tough.
That's the thing is, you know, Newbie are...
Oh, Envy's going to get caught. Spike him.
Be disastrous for Envy. They're just waiting for the setup. The team's marching into position. They've got Mugi ready for the damage. They just need the Void to come in for the lockdown. Carapace comes through. They're going to stun him, control him, taser him down. The damage is out of this world. They get the kill again. So Envy's dealt with. The tier 3 is now been laid waste to in the middle lane. Newbie are up 9,000 gold at 23 minutes.
Yep.
Against the lineup that you called greedy, a lineup that needs to spend a lot of time farming, a lineup that needs a lot of items. They have nothing right now.
I mean, this game looks so Newbie favored, but at the same time, the sense of urgency is there. They know that they need to finish the game fast because you drag the game out long against a Naga, things could be ugly. Fata, nice face dodge, blink out.
Decent escape by Fata, but that's Triple C moving into position. He's almost got his relic. MSS flapping up to the high ground. All stalling tactics like Cloud9, just trying to be cute, trying to be very annoying and just prevent Newbie from grouping up, but courtesy of this Aghanim Scepter of Mugi, he can just instantly deal with those illusions that come near his team. Now giving the Zeus the pain train, the Mana Burn to Krebs combo. It's spells doom for the little man. And
wait. Why is backdoor protection not up? The creep. There's no creeps, right?
They were there.
Okay, they're songing. Are they trying to? Okay, song to kill the ward.
They have epicenter, but now he's not in position here. He's going to try to rev it up. A bit too late though. SCCC has the pipe ready, pops it, keeps the team alive. The coil committed. Kaka gets off the Carapace. Now the Chain Frost is bouncing. Stun comes through. 3 are dead. Song's been blown. Chrono as well, looking for the Night Stalker. They'll bring him down too. Cloud9 are crumbling, and Newbie surge forward onto the melee, but now backdoor protection is active.
But the creep wave's coming back in.
Saving the day for now.
The creep waves are coming in, so... Is this just game?
Yeah, pretty sure this is just checkmate.
I mean, that was a questionable engagement. Maybe Cloud9 felt like they had to engage there because, you know, the backdoor protection wasn't up and they just can't let Mugi just keep blasting like that.
I mean, you called it early in the at the end of the draft, Lumi, at the beginning of the game. It's a pretty greedy lineup, and in fact, Newbie, they recognize that. They lane it properly, they itemize correctly to apply pressure, to poke at the weak points. They lane very well to just limit Envy's farm, and with Envy not being farmed, there's just no ability to stall. It feels like checkmate, and feels like Newbie and Cloud9 figured out as soon as the draft ended.
Yeah.
I don't feel like there were any like big individual misplays this game. It's not like, you know, someone played really poorly on Cloud9. I don't think Cloud9 could actually beat Newbie when they played correctly with this draft.
I agree. I think they needed Newbie to misjudge in terms of like how quickly Envy's farming, or yeah.
Like you can point at a few small things, like they didn't really get the best saw on the epicenter coil combo. Like of course the execution wasn't perfect, but it wasn't, you know, so awful that it's like, oh well, if they fought properly, they could have done something different. So, well, not entirely over yet. They're now down 2 lanes of Rax, and have to imagine with the next stage is Newbie, Jugular, and the Mega Creeps.
Fata's gonna try his best to keep this lane shoved in as much as he possibly can, and creep cut once the creep wave makes it past him. It's gonna make it annoying for his enemies, but not sure how much he could do beyond annoyance.
Owie on a deep warding mission here. Could get punished though. Kaka is going to set it up. Now they drop in with KP. They get the Decrepify. They give him the sucky, and now he's on the run. Kaka looking to hound him, finish him off. KP also on the chase.
Space created, dude.
Yeah, it's a lot of space. KP says, too much for my liking. Chrono for you, sir.
I mean,
it's the kill, but an expensive one.
Look at Fata though. He's hitting your tier 3, right?
Easy.
Space created.
Easy. Yeah, those BOTs for the Pugna, definitely in order now. I think Mugi's recognizing that they need that extra mobility for him just to ensure that they can cut down on these shenanigans and try to end the game soon.
Meanwhile, the real Naga Siren, SC Illusion in the mid lane, pushing it into the base. All right.
That thing is a lot scarier than the Naga. lot tankier. And now building towards the heart. So already has the 1 vitality booster up, more to follow. Lacking the creep wave, but you know, honestly, they might want to just start escorting the waves out to the tower just to ensure there's no cutting. Seems Cloud9 are not going to go for that any longer though. They are all clustered in the base, ready for the death push.
This is the last defense.
Looking to take that fight outside the base. They smoke up. They have the vision. They have an idea, an inkling of where Newbie is. Some vision on Mugi. They could set up here with the Song. Is that how they want to start the fight? Fata's revealed. He tries to bait around the wave, orbing back the team there. But now Newbie reveal and see most, if not all. They move in with the Bristle quickly, coating him in sticky, nasty goo. And now MSS dropping low. Brought down by the Pugna, finished off before the fight even really begins. Cloud9 hesitate, now they Song, but they're all spread. It's not a good opening for Envy. He just uses this time to get back towards the base, protect this team from the angry Bristleback who charges forward, looking for AOI 2000, going up Envy. Naga, as well as the Scorpion, all likely to die. Envy, your Song ends now. It's just the fat lady who's going to be singing as Cloud9 get absolutely steamrolled in game 1. Base in shambles, they'll buy back, but really, Lumi, it's all over.
Yeah, I think to me this game is, some people debate how much of the draft matters, depending on what game, how much does execution matter. I think
this is like 80-20, I would say.
Yeah, something like that, 90-10 even. It's
yeah. Jeez.
I mean, that happens, right? You just have a bad draft, you get outdrafted.
Now, it is a very long group stage. You know, 2 groups of 9 teams, so you get, what, a total of 16 games, 8 best-of-2s against all your opponents. Cloud9 start the day 0-3.
I just heard yourself twice. You Dota 2, my bad.
Together for the people. But, guys, thank you for joining us. That is a wrap on Game 1. Cloud9 looking a bit flustered, perhaps. Trying to regroup. I mean, obviously, this isn't just one game for them. It's also coming off the OG series. I feel like it was too greedy of a draft. I think Newbie know how to punish. I think against some teams, maybe you can get away with that. But Newbie, they like to play that mid-game. Like, that's really where they want to be, applying pressure anyway. So I think that plays a little bit too much into their hands, and Cloud9 are going to adjust if they win.
Yeah, Cloud9's a team that has relatively different style. Their hero pool is very limited. In fact, in the qualifier, they played the smallest hero pool out of every other qualifier team.
Really?
So this is a team that you could kind of predict and know what they're about to draft. However, this is a draft that I didn't expect Cloud9 to be doing coming in. I felt like they tried to throw a curveball and it kind of bounced off the floor and into their own face. Just kind of didn't work out.
Yeah, they almost bounced Envy out of his seat by the looks of things.
He's firmly in his seat right now. He's fine.
Yeah.
Raging Potato trying to get the kills, trying to go for those supports. Blinks in with his Shiva's guard. It looks like he'll get solo. Disruptor ultimate, but Solo, seeing some of these items come out, is already building up towards an Ag Scepter. Okay.
Okay. He turns and fights.
He's trying to outplay them kind of. Here comes the Drow Ranger looking for the kill, but we'll see a Glimmer Cape save the Disruptor's life, and now he'll pay with his life. Oh, Execration, that is not what you want to see. Raging Potato's mistake turns into a double whammy.
Oh,
they lose 2.
That Disruptor has to feel good like Solo. He tried to kill me the whole game. Yeah, try to kill me more.
Yeah. For Quap there, it's kind of a lose-lose situation. If he blinks away, he's going to get glimpsed back, so he tries to wait for the last second to blink when the Thunderstrike has worn off, but able to do it. Really feels like this Quap needs a BKB, and that's exactly what she's building towards. 1,000 gold away from it, but Roshan will be claimed in the meantime. Both BKBs for Execration, just not quite there. Say both, I want to say there should be a third, yeah, third. Drow as well. All 3 cores going BKB this game. Oh wow, that ward actually gave vision. They were so close to getting the glimpse at bottom. Could have cancelled a TP and been catastrophic.
Drow's BKB is not going to come soon. Take a while.
Yeah.
And at this stage right now, if it's more or less going to force it. It's going to shove the lanes up and just run down one lane and push. They're pretty much good to go for high ground. I'm not really waiting on any big items. None of them are actually get any big.
And too far up, my friend. The split push game has not been friendly in the last couple of minutes. It was working well to stall and delay the game earlier, but the last 3 to 4 minutes have seen 3 deaths, 2 of them on the Drow Ranger. All as a result of the split push. And Drow dead for 45. VP are going to be knocking on Execration's front door.
Well, they're gonna have to rely on some big echo slams.
Yeah. Even James doesn't have his BKB yet. He's 250 gold short. The Frost Armor will buy some time and slow this down a little bit. James really needs these last hits just to get that BKB up.
Yeah, he can't really stand in the front line without the BKB.
50 gold short. That is so brutal to see when a key fight like this is coming. He's trying to farm some of those Plague Wards to finish it off. Any little bit is going to help. 12 more gold. He loses the tower, has the money for it. Gets the initial kill. That's the Aegis down. That's not a bad start. BKB en route. James will have this for the ensuing fight. Dual Scepter onto the TA. No one. Does have the BKB. Now has a cheese as well, so he's just going to blink himself back to safety, but pretty good position here as Necro gets the BKB delivery. Whoa, 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 whoa. Raging Potato. Blinking aggressively. And it's Shaker set up with a solo smoke to the south. He is looking for that big initiation on someone like the TA. If you can get a Blink Echo and kill her before she BKBs, before she cheeses, that is how you swing a fight your way.
The shrine is up though, they wanna hold this shrine here.
Yeah, they're showing just that. This Shaker Blink is a dangerous item to fight against for no one on TA. The cheese is actually being passed back to the Veno, I think recognizing that he may be more of a target.
Like most of the damage is coming from the T now though. I would say TA is like, if you remove that hero out of the fight, down to 2 ultimates, I think the Shaker, Necro, or 3 ultimates, you do it.
It's gonna be solo. Found and caught down, no Echo Slam needed. See, no one's TA hit level 25, gets those extra refraction charges. Whoa! Lich did not go down there. I think no one thought he had the kill, but 15 health left on that Lich there. This aggressive Queen of Pain coming out from Raging Potato, trying to press forward the TP. From Lil, Blink Echo Slam available. Pasha blinks himself into the trees. They're going to find Lumic here. There is still a Blink Echo. Going to catch the Sanking. Doesn't hit the totem though. Lumic trying to chase after him. The Sonic Wave is going to miss. Oh no. The Yule Scepter dodge. Lil with a fantastic play will bait the Queen of Pain in. They lose Drow as well, and Execration getting outplayed by VP.
I mean, still like dropping the Echo on the Sanking, even if they killed the Sanking there, I doubt the fight would have been good for them.
Yeah. It was not a high percentage play, like you said, and now high ground is a reality. VP, 15,000 gold lead. And the racks in sight with no buybacks on those 2 heroes. Necro can't really do a whole lot. He's got this BKB, but he cannot 3v5. It's not even really a true 3v5. When your Shaker doesn't have Echo Slam, when your other teammates just to support Lich, you are kind of on your own. James is going to show it here. He presses forward, trying to hold the base here. The Chain Frost doing some good damage with the bounces, but whoa, we're going to continue to do some good damage with the bounces. Perhaps a bit more than it should have, but ultimately VP get a lane of racks, walk away with it, and they're back in for a little bit more, looking for a glimpses solo. This is the aggressive disruptor play we've come to know out of him, but perhaps a bit too aggressive. There's the combo, the vacuum wall, Static Storm, VP, wipe 3. In the blink of an eye, they've won a team fight, and it looks like 1 game 2. GG won't be called just yet as Raging Potatoes Quap respawns, but respawned into what? He's going to BKB just to dodge a Burrow Strike, but no damage will follow this. Lil is surged up, glimmered up.
Well, it was ugly. Newbie had Cloud9 figured out from the draft, it felt like, and just executed a very strong timing push. Really didn't seem like there was a lot Cloud9 could do to stop it that game.
I know we kind of focus a lot about the Naga because it was a Naga-centric draft, but let's not forget that they started thing with like Sand King Zeus and then a Night Stalker. It almost felt like Cloud9 drafted themselves into a corner where they don't really have, like, let's say a good 5-position support. The roams are very dependent on Aoi just getting off really, really sick roams, which got a kill or two, but it wasn't amazing. So I think that was just a drafting disaster, and hopefully all of the Cloud9 members just moves on from that game and go into the next one.
Well, they grabbed the Lich right away. That's a great start. I feel like Lich is the Skywrath Mage, is to this tournament what Skywrath Mage was at TI4, where everyone's going to pick him early. So far the results seem pretty promising. Lich has been doing relatively well the games that we've cast. Obviously, I think Cloud9 lost one earlier with him, OG, but they really try to react to that last game. They do not just stick with their same picks and bans. They're going to ban the Pugna, ban the Nyx, and pick the Lich. So that is, like, in a way, a block pick and 2 direct counter bans to last game.
Yeah, also just the heroes that they're comfortable with. Kaka has been playing Sand King forever, and he will again. I know today when we were casting LFI, we're joking that Super only plays Dragonite. It feels like Kaka only plays Sand King, so it's gotten to a point where you can start photoshopping his face onto the hero's face.
We already got the Superman Superman Photoshop today. So.
There you go.
We'll see. Grabbing their second pick early. This time a different route though. They go for the Bat Rider, so seems like more emphasis on the laning stage already. A bit more balanced in terms of read factor. Almost no matter how else they round out the draft. I think that's a good start to things for them. Newbie already showing their hand as far as supports go, and no real direct counters to the lasso. Grave is, okay.
Yep.
It's not a full counter.
So I guess the quote-unquote counter that's really left available from the off lane is the press the attack from LC, right? Pick that up. Because normally to counter a Bat Rider, you're looking more from support position, like Disruptor Glimpse or the more popular Oracle False Promise, things like that. But immediately we have Cloud9 banning the LC out, so this Bat is going to be very effective in this game, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely agree there.
Oh, sorry, Nyx Assassin is another one, but phase 1 already taken out. So.
Arc Warden getting removed by Noob.
5 seconds remaining.
A handful of Arc Warden bans.
Yeah.
Do you think the hero warrants bans? I mean, OG prior to this was really the team I can recall.
I think Faceless played it a couple times on block, but not to... Like,
any particular reason to do it this game? I mean, maybe it's something Cloud9's shown.
I think as a whole, most teams have been talking about Monkey King and Arc Warden as possible Gotham heroes that you could pick to kind of cheese the game out. But it seems like Lich is really the Gotham hero, as just pick him all the time. No teams want to really ban him, though.
That is a target ban. Cloud9 removing the Legion, which you mentioned. That seems like a great way to shore up the Bat Rider pick. Then they banned Tide Hunter.
Yep.
Tide is good against Bat on paper, but still not many teams would run him in any situation. Interesting. Not as good at like clearing the Ancients as he used to.
Right.
Not going to grab the Void, so they really just directly take what Newbie was doing last time around and try to do it themselves. Well, you want to pick Lich, we're going to pick Drow, so be again looking to pressure the lanes, again looking to push quite hard here.
So even though this looks kind of like a standard pick, the Lich plus the Faceless Void, for Cloud9 this isn't a standard pick. I was talking to Stan King earlier, the coach for Cloud9. He says Envy's Void has been retired. It's just like not very good. The
so
chronos are not on point.
An MSS.
Well, MSS is playing bad, right? So
unless it's a mid bad or something, I haven't seen. One
I mean,
of those
I guess.
I don't think you want to do that against Puck, who is like 20 something more damage than it.
Unless Sand King is just like telling me false information to double Jabay, or this is Cloud9 perhaps.
I mean,
drafting.
Speaking of double Jabates, if anyone's going to do that, it might be Cloud. They might Jabate themselves.
Yeah, no, Cloud9 is a team that only Jabates himself, right?
Yeah, well, we'll see. But yeah, I think to your point, Cloud9, it feels like they're being forced to play Newbie's game. They're being forced to kind of play this this emerging meta here at TI, as opposed to dictating their own style. At least so far. We'll see. There's 2 picks to go. They can still take it a very different direction. Grab the Lina.
So this for sure is just the Fada hero, right? And then you just have...
So Fada, Lina, and I think it's an Envy Void.
Yeah, I think so too.
Unretired.
Look, for better or worse, it will be entertaining, to say the least.
Get your 50-50 threads ready, boys.
Oh my goodness, I love the 50-50 threads.
And there's no one for whom they are more applicable than Jay.
Yeah. So what will be Aui's hero? A hero that has been just first phase banned against Cloud9, or rather MP back in days, was Aui's Stream Protector, right? Back in Manila Master, it was the first phase ban, and then people start banning it, and then we just don't see it anymore. I wonder why Cloud9 has kind of just dropped the hero.
It was honestly Aoi was the
just winning. He was winning games.
If he had a good start, they almost always had a strong lead, and then unless Envy threw, they won the game. I'm being unfair to him, but unless they threw, they generally would win from there. And almost every game they lost, he had a bad start, and obviously, some of that is correlation, but I do feel like a lot of it was just Aoi was integral to the strategy, and he enabled the greed. They could get away with the greedier hero for Pi because he was the tree or the enchantress. Newbie do ban that enchantress. But
I mean, if you're up against a tower pushing shred, isn't frost armor and living armor on your building pretty sick against that kind of scenario?
Yes, but it's maybe a little all in on defending your buildings.
Sure. You look at it. Newbie needing, I presume, a mid hero. Puck could go in the mid, obviously, but generally you see Puck Drow strats, the Puck being the off lane to actually pressure.
That would leave them needing a mid for
Queen of Pain, perhaps, one of his best mid ever. Storm Spirit, a very popular combination that a lot of the Chinese teams like to employ alongside a Drow Ranger. I think LGD in particular loves Drow Storm.
Cloud9, they waste no time. They are going to grab that lane controller with the bounty, or not lane, kind of early roamer, I should say, with the bounty hunter.
Kind of like a Treant-esque hero, right? Just roam around, get information.
It's like a very weak version of Tree, right? At least early. And Newbie, they go beef. They grab the Dusa here for Triple C. The Chrono counter, maybe just the hardest carry in the game, I would say. Probably with the Drow backing her up. This is a strong team fight lineup from Newbie, and that seemed to be what Cloud9 were really going for with the Void, Lina, Lich.
Also gives you some very strong reassurance against the Chronosphere. If you could pop off your ultimate, your Stone Gaze, as the Chrono flies down, then suddenly Void has a tough job, right? Is he hitting people, or is he just running away?
It's tough. Void is not necessarily awful against Dusa. If you're ahead and you get the Manta Diffuse, you can deal with her pretty well. But
for sure, yeah.
As soon as you start to fall behind, or as soon as your team's not able to burst during Chrono, then everything just crumbles. And it's a Dusa who's going to have a Drow Aura backing off, so likely the laning stage will be strong. She's probably going to farm really well. I imagine they'll give her some early support with the Dazzle. Maybe the Sand King just mid. I doubt we're going to see the Bounty Hunter really pressure too effectively. So then you're relying on the Lich. Maybe the Lich is the X factor. I look at this Cloud9 draft, I just feel like Lich and Bounty Hunter have to get a lot done for them to have a good mid game.
Yep.
Whereas I feel like for the side of Newbie, it's ease of execution, and the checkpoints they have to hit to have a good mid game are much lower.
So before this game kind of get on the way, I do want to talk about Medusa in terms of his item build, because we're all very familiar with the traditional Medusa going into late game and just outright clicks, out carries your enemy lineup. But recently, from the LGD squad, maybe has been playing some next level Medusa, going for the Lincoln's Manta Ags build into a Hex. Remember that game that would cast an MDL?
Yeah,
the utility Medusa build.
The Ags has been all the rage, I would say, with the Chinese Medusa players, and we've seen a couple different teams do that build, I want to say.
Yeah.
Maybe probably the most successful of them. But yeah, I think the Ags is super legit.
So I wonder if we're going to see something like that, because the Ags in particular makes you very tanky, but also the stone, you know, turns them into stone briefly, and then allowing your team to actually get off all of them extra right clicks and stuff.
There were quite a few cases where, like, I think it was even a Dusa versus a Void, where like the Void would go into Chrono, and then he gets hit by that initial snake, he gets turned to stone. You know, right as the Chrono gets dropped, they don't quite kill the Dusa. You know, or she gets off the stone gaze when they Chrono, then that's wasted, and then you're trying to run, and this obnoxious snake keeps on hitting you, briefly turn you into stone, and you have a drow, right? So like a lot of those games, in fact, all of them, I don't even think there was a drow with the Deuce. Just like a casual Deuce.
Can Aoi steal the rune?
Not a la carte Deuce. No, he will not be able to. Triple bounty rune grab for Newbie.
He's gonna hit him a couple of times. Medusa, one of the slower moving heroes with the Orb of Venom. That's half his HP.
Great start for Aoi. Obviously would love to get a courier snipe, but Newbie seemed disciplined. We saw a lot of courier snipes in that MD. I don't know if teams were just playing a little sloppy. They forgot about how much others like. This is TI, and at least so far, disciplined.
Very rare to see bounty hunters not coming out with some sentries of their own. Generally, you see a sentry battle in the mid lane, but SC drops a sentry, and Aoi knows there's nothing to do there anymore, and heal. Basically, I think track the movement of Kaka for this game. He's going to make sure that Kaka does not help mid and give Fodder the 1v1 that he wants.
So, Newbie are running a safe lane puck now, with KP taking that up. Obviously, this will not be fun for Envy. They are running the off-lane Drow, so KP already hitting for almost 70 a pop. Aoi perhaps could change that, but Kaka's there to back him up, so this feels like a pretty tough Void game if this is the way the lanes are going to be set up. Or you see Kaka applying that early pressure.
I'm surprised by the fact that Lich isn't on the bottom. Like, I think it's totally fine to run the Void in the off lane, but give him the help, right? So I imagine eventually Lich will make it down here, but
I guess you put the Lich down there, then I don't know, the Bat has a bad time maybe, but
yeah, I guess that is the real issue, right? One of the lanes is going to have a bad time.
I'd probably rather my Void have a good start than the Bat though, right? Because the Bat can catch up in the jungle. Whereas for Void, that's not the easiest thing to do.
I think you could make an argument either way, because the Bat, to me, comes online a little bit faster to actually, let's say, kill Drow Ranger a couple times, slow down the push. So it comes down to what you think is more important.
They're going to try to make a move here on Triple C momentarily, but he already has the Mana Shield. Harassment for now. Little kill potential here while the Deuce is relatively low level. Poke him down to the critical threshold and then make that decisive move. Meanwhile, top Fate caught out. Could be in trouble here. This would be a big opportunity. He goes to the grave, but don't think he's getting out of this one. MSS on the verge of scoring a first blood and will secure it. Might trade his own life, though, with the tower hitting him on the way out. Or might just get a Drow kill as well. Moogie with 3 napalm stacks. He will end up falling in the end. I think the touch finishing him off there, maybe a back. So, MSS dies. Faith, I think, respawned in time to get that
maybe.
So low level.
Ooh, Burrow Strike. Kaka finds a kill on the courier.
Had a salve on it. He is now a sad man.
That is his salve, I imagine.
I would think.
Walk of shame back to the fountain. Correct.
Void not having a good time here. 8-3 in the CS department. Same time, neither is the Drow. Moogie's only 6-2. And mid lane is still going fine. So Cloud9 actually doing reasonably well in the CS department. But with these kills, or at least, and with the courier snipe, it's not the best start. Okay. So Lumi, looking at the two lineups, and we can maybe paint the bigger picture as far as strategy goes. How do you view each team's game plan, and like what are their key objectives and big forward?
Hold on, Highlight Eye might be in trouble. He turns around and straight up fights here. Aoi maybe in position to cut KP off. The orbs are available. Now he goes. Cloud9, I think, just off the laning stage, they want to get this bounty big enough where they can run around the map and kill people and prevent the push from happening. And Newbie wants to actually get a 5-man going. So to me, this game is about whether Newbie can 5-man and whether Cloud9 can repel it or prevent them from joining up in the first place. Because once SC gets his first item, once Drow gets the first item, it's really hard to fight into Newbie because of Stone Gaze and Coil and all that jazz.
UI unfortunately going to run right by ward here with the DD rune up on Triple C. A trombone for his HP, which is now pitiful territory. A little bit early to line up. But the other thing for newbie, I guess, is like you maybe don't expect them to have the best laning stage early. It's just once the Drow gets levels and the Deuce levels up, all of a sudden it's just so much easier to farm and last hit and catch up.
They have a Drow, right? So their laning should be fine. In fact, I'm somewhat surprised that they're not getting as many CS. But now with the lane switch, Mugi should be pretty much hitting CS for free, and he is.
I've generally seen with these Dusa mid, sometimes they start off a little slow, but once they get to like level, you know, like around like that 8 to 15 minute mark is where they really start to ramp up the CS. Like the enemy will leave the gank, wants to sit there. The Drow obviously gets higher levels, which helps reduce, and then things go.
Yep. And as our TI production value was showing earlier, there are a couple of Radiant stacks in the jungle that a Batrider hopefully could steal, but at the same time, Dusa will easily up eventually.
If only Bone 7 were here, he'd be farmed. Well, maybe not at level 3, but yeah, with his BOTs.
Or Bone 322. So
that's just.
I'm just saying it like it is, you know. Or ancient stacking here, SC.
Yeah, it's just stack Dota for newbie, really, right? I guess the big question is, like, how much will Cloud9 be able to contest these? They have the Bounty Hunter, can run around and leave some XP. You know, they have some ability to clear those stacks themselves. Not the best against aim. Will that be a priority for Cloud?
Now, one thing I do want to mention about Fada and the way that he plays Lina is fairly different from most other Lina players out there. Really loves taking the 125 cast range talent and going for the Yules first. Generally, he finishes around 12-13 minutes and just go off the mountain.
Lane, they're going to make the move here. Kaka burrow forward onto Envy. They do not have the level 6 in KP.
Yeah.
Surprised they tried to that without. I guess just harassment in the end, as Kaka will be scouted out by these pesky creeps, going to be forced to pay for the time being. See, continue to stack up his Ancient. So, I mean, Lumi, you mentioned at the beginning of the series, Cloud9 is all about economy. Like, that's just their hallmark, their calling card as a Dota team. I feel like Newbie's in better position to play the economy game.
I agree. When you have those strong laning stages, have more opportunity to do stuff. MB's going to get silenced up, but he just jumps away. Ironic thing is that Cloud9 has a Lich. Like, you should have the lanes more in your favor when you do have it, but looks like the Drow much more effective in this kind of more passive laning phase.
Maybe the Lich will prove kind of added value later on when the push really starts to ramp up with the Frost Armor. Will try to slow things down top, but KP and Kaka have gotten a nice wave going. There's not a whole lot of deep push for Cloud9. In fact, Twilight dies in danger. Envy doesn't have his Chrono yet. He's so damn close. He just needs a couple more creeps to get the level 6, and now level 6 secured. He could drop the bubble. He will. In comes the Lina. This could be a two-hero takedown. Oh. Nicely played by Fada. They will get both. Envy getting level 6 at exactly the right moment, and a noble sacrifice as Pilot Die throws himself into the bottomless pit. Greater good.
You know that's when Pilot, that's how he plays. He doesn't throw other into the pit, just himself.
If he could, he would have just cast Sacrifice on himself to give.
I believe Ali was able to snipe a quarter simultaneously in that fight, so good stuff here from Cloud9, catching back up. He is
But of course that was Highlight Die's old claim to fame, was his consistent. Envy goes Mask of Madness. Now, Lumi, I know we cast a game earlier where we really liked the build because there was basically no physical damage.
Right.
I think this is a different game in that regard.
For sure. There's a lot of physical damage coming out from the Drow, and that's so the rest of the team. But at the same time, we gotta judge Mask of Madness like a farming item, right? Just you don't turn it on when you're getting hit, but you can definitely turn it on when you're going through the jungle, and it will accelerate your farm tremendously.
This tower top is about to drop. Newbie looking for the dive. They want Pylai die. He's not level 6 yet, so they can commit for this. Don't have to worry about that Chain Frost. They'll bring him down. KP orbing through his Kaka, gets hounded by Envy on the retreat. Simultaneously, Faith being forced back. He's got the stick, doesn't have a TP. No exit plan for him. So the strategy will be run in and feed the tower instead. Kaka making it back to safety. No one else from Newbie looking to help them just yet. The Drow sitting bottom, the Deuce is sitting mid. And that is kind of the trick here for Newbie is if it comes to a larger scale engagement, some of their heroes are just not online right now.
Won't be online for a while. Lina, I did mention that he loves to go for the cast range and Yule's build, but looks like he's going to go for the more standard Bloodstone build. He did that earlier today as well when they picked Lina for him. Although, catching on some part of the game, he was like 4 Bloodstone charge, so ultimately didn't work out too well for him in that game. Let's see if it goes a little bit better.
They're trying to steal this Ancient stack. This big. Gonna roast it with the Lina Batrider combo. Some easy early creep kills, and now the Napalm stacking up. Will there be a contest? I'm not sure Newbie realized this is happening, but at the same time, MSS can't really tank it. He drops low, burrowing in quickly. The Sand King is gonna die. The Snake comes through, and now the coil deployed. He's caught 2. Phase shift dodge, beautifully done by KP. Slaughters Fada, now looking for AUI as well. They plop down the sentry to get off the poison touch. Will he get out of range? It looks like he can. No dust, no more sentries. He's out of there.
That poison though, still ticking.
They steal about half the Ancients. We'll be okay, at least we're not less KP.
Spray rating
less
whiff.
KP.
Okay.
He tries for it, he's gonna have an orb soon. One more shot.
Owie.
He gives up. He felt completely fenced in. You know, almost every angle you could go, he would end up likely dying. Or just spending hours getting back to base, so. The dust settles, Newbie salvage it. They did lose a decent amount of their Ancient. I don't think that was too bad for them.
Cleverly laid trap on the bottom for Kaka. Kaka will get Nova. He will have Burrow Strike, and he bounces away from the Chain Frost. All right, Kaka. Good play. Interesting to see the Sand King has the Epicenter skilled up. Not something you commonly see, as most people are more worried, like, let's say, taking up an extra point in Caustic or even Sandstorm, but we'll have it available this game. Top lane, Coil has been dropped. Envy going for the kill here. Does he have enough damage?
Sure about that. Time Walk, or rather, orbing back. Envy now. Tank creeps here with the Mask of Madness active, and Faith is looking to punish with the Poison Touch. Level 1, but still some damage. Meanwhile, the chip continues. This has been really, like, to me, the true Newbie approach to this game, Lumi. It's like whenever there's a fight happening in one place in the map, the rest of the team just pushes elsewhere. SCCC slowly pulling away at mid. The same thing's been happening bottom all game, that tier 1 is down to 240 health. The top tower obviously was taken earlier, so it's kind of like hidden damage. You know, you see the kills, you see the courier snipes. That on, you know, on the surface is what's really happening, but the true game plan is unfolding off camera for them.
Kaka also off of Cloud9's camera for now. No, they got sentries. Very much so on camera. They got the track available as well. They're going to bring him down. Laguna Blade comes in. That is a 3-man track kill. The greed is online, for sure.
Yeah, this game, their greed is not just like hoping for farming time. You know, it's actually just going out and getting kills. So I think that's one area where it's much more sustainable greed. But at the same time, they do a bit of a Deuce problem here. Already she is the leader in net worth after, to be honest, getting dumpstered a little bit by Fada early. SCCC is completely caught up, and this is what I was mentioning earlier. Like, I've seen this at least 4 or 5 times in the last couple of months, that Deuces who have a bad laning stage doesn't seem to matter. They always come back, and they do so. Leader in CS, leader in net worth. Cloud9 don't have the best tools to kill a Deuce at this stage of the game. Maybe later on with the Diffusal Blade, a Manta, and the Void. Try, but for now, pass.
Yep. I mean, ultimately, though, they still have the Batrider. You could just kind of drag him into your team and just burst him down. Grave starts to become an issue.
Grave becomes an issue. You say burst, but... Oh, another Radiant Courier Snipe.
Is that 2 so far?
I think they've lost it twice. Cloud9's lost it. Tanking killed her.
Yeah.
3 Courier Snipes this.
Aoi's effective, stealing runes, sniping couriers. This is kind of pretty much what you want from your bounty, unless you're also just tracking and getting a bunch of kills. Full gank up top. Envy, does he have the game sense?
Be tough. They're moving into position now. One frost arrow.
On the
Envy
mask
looks
and
to
run.
retreat. He might have to drop the Chrono. Oh, Burrow Strike coming through. Envy juking away.
Where did he go?
I think they know too. They scan, they reveal him. He's in the neighborhood, but Newbie gets scared as they realize more reinforcements could be coming in soon, so they're not going to force the issue further. Remember, some of this is just buying time for the Dusa, who's sitting in the jungle, farming happily away. KP, who doesn't have a blink yet. UI moves. Vinvis tucks himself out of vision of that ward nearby.
Yeah, he's already clicked on 2 of the heroes. There is no detections. Kaka does have dust though, so he's got to be super careful. Dusty's dead. Cancel the TP. Okay, he does cancel the TP. Here comes a Chrono, and he is gonna go for the kill. Envy does have enough damage this time.
Could have been a track kill, so small missed opportunity there. But still, TP canceled. Growl picked off. That is a big win, and now it will be a track kill on Kaka as he gets scouted out, running towards the shrine and punished. Did not expect them to dive him that far. Vision, Kurt. Still, Dusa is farming, you know. Creeps. She'll be here all day. They are about to take their last outer tower, tier 1 down. And they still have all of their own. And I think, Lumi, the more I look at this game, that's my biggest question for Cloud9 is how will they be taking objectives? They are abysmal at pushing. Only Lina, who's any good, and has no damage buffs of any kind.
I think Void's not bad because simply he will just pick up attack speed and just damage items. I think Cloud9 is going to be the team that pushes after a one team fight. I don't think they could just group up and push into Newbie, whereas Newbie has the ability to do both. So I think Cloud9's more worried about winning fights rather than pushing out, because if you do win the fights, the push will come.
Faith went on a bit of a wording journey. Thinking about it. Walking around with this Invis rune. He builds his own jungle, building for the fight. So they're starting to get these PNF while the top lane Kaka does get caught out. And yep, Cloud9 will finish the comp.
This is like the 3rd or 4th time they set up the same gank for Kaka, right? They just wait for him to finish his Sandstorm.
Probably the slowest blink I've ever seen from Kaka.
Yep.
Already. And you know, he doesn't
15 minutes is generally his standard time, which is pretty fast for any 4 position, but he gets it very reliably.
Maybe it's been banned so much against him lately that he's forgotten how to play.
I think it's more Cloud9 just setting up like super dedicated ganks time and time after again. So
we're gonna look for the Mugi pick here. Good silence. Be out. He'll make it away. Bottom of his Bloodstone now. Very good timing for him, and looking to apply the pressure. He'll push through at this bottom tier 1. Zeroing in on the first tower game. Something desperately need a little objective gaming for that. Like anyone's looking to defend this tower for now as the dire scan reveals KP. He jumps into the wave, then he blinks out and right into the waiting arm. So Mojo storms down. Whoa. The Chrono almost got dragged out of it. Cloud9. Buddy, a heart attack the way they're playing, but kill.
Cloud9 keeping all their fans on a 50-50, you know. You just don't know. Aoi going for a bounty rune, sees a Drow Ranger and decides against it.
I'll take that.
I like to pick up here on Aoi with the Medallion Courage. Normally you see pretty common for Greaves, but with the Medallion gives them the ability to actually go for a Roshan sneak. Speaking of Roshan, it's actually Newbie going into it.
I mean, you know Chrono's on cooldown, right?
True.
You even know Lasso's unavailable for a minute, so why not? You're gonna coil here, commit to try to bring down Aoi, force him to TP away, coil snap. It's gonna be enough to finish him off. Meanwhile, Envy just farming up Ancients. This is a pretty quick Roshan. Of course, that double damage rune, that's Triple C, doesn't hurt. Crucial moment like this, there's a Chain Frost ready. Twilight Die, getting warned back. We close in. Is there sort of steal potential here? MSS has the blink. They do have the track on a Triple C, and no real opportunity. Mugi gets the Aegis, so now 2 very difficult to get. But Fada was pushing from 0 towers to 10.
even though that newbie got the Aegis, it's not, to me, very clear whether that's a good trade for them. Cloud9, as we saw exhibiting in the last game, one thing that they're very good at is just split pushing and making newbie go back repeatedly to defend. There can be a scenario where newbie doesn't even get to use that Aegis in a manner that's beneficial to them.
What is the timeline here for newbie, Lumi? Trying to set up on that triple C. They're gonna make the move, lead us down to start things off, quickly chewing through his mana shield.
It's not even close.
Only getting through the mana shield, and that's it. They do not even really scratch the HP. And now Fada's been caught out here. He's been coiled. Kaka moving into position. The stun's a bit early. Fada's in trouble. He's been up more than he can chew, and he's going to pay with some Bloodstone charges. Dropping 4 down to 8. Zowie hides in the trees. Did not see out here while that was happening. Moogie rotate top to hold this tower. And, I mean, that is, you know, that is the conversation we're going to continue to have, is can they kill S Triple C? He continues to farm, continues to get beefier. Still a shallow grave to back him up in some of these fights. We'll have bonus armor, additional heals, time to time. Maybe if Envy gets farmed, could be different. But for now, we'll find this KP.
Chronosphere just for a puck. I guess for Cloud9, they're happy. Oh, Burrow Strike, allowing SC to TP out. Kaka's going to throw his life away. Can they get off a track? Bounty Hunter a little bit far away here, and that's going to be
for that track, maybe.
I think they're literally waiting for the track. Hit him a couple of times, cancel that blink dagger, and Kaka smartly runs into the tower.
Saves his team about 400 gold there.
Yeah.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Only an MV team would be like, don't kill him, wait for the track.
I'm a little worried for newbie at just how many kills they're giving up, like especially on these tempo controllers. You know, Puck, no Yules yet. That's been delayed by some of his deaths. The Sandcade Blink only now finally coming online. 5-6 minutes late. Could be problematic as the game continues. They're going to find an opportunity here. They lasso up Faith. Stone Gaze comes in though, and that's going to force Cloud9 on their heels, but that's a big cooldown to commit. Maybe they still chase further. Wrapping around. Backstab, he's got the stick charges. But on the other side of the fight, 3-man coil. No one to combo with this. KP just buying time, I guess. Team to get in position, and ultimately the game revolves around the tower kills, and newbie will grab that tier 2 top. So, happy for them.
Yeah, MV working on the tier 1 mid. Unfortunately, not enough damage to actually take it down.
I mean, that's my worry for Cloud9. They're just slow at pushing.
Yeah. To me, that was just a very good reaction from Team Newbie. Dust is going to clip Aoi. He's found right now. He doesn't have a teleport score out. He's just dead.
Yeah, Burrow Strike coming through at Triple C joining the fray, and Aoi down. Take a freebie. Orb for the Dusa. Manta style en route. Drow with the DD, and that might push. This Aegis, though, is about to reach its expiration date, about 1.5 minutes remaining. So if newbie want to go for that next tier 2, best do so now.
I mean, so far it didn't seem like they even need the Aegis, so...
I'm not feeling like the Frost Armor is doing all that much, Libby.
I mean, when there's a double damage Drow hitting for like close to 400.
It's also, no, it is a max ISR. Yeah, I don't know. On paper, it's a good counter to push strats, but...
I think counter is a very strong word. It slows things down. Yeah, it's not... You know, when
soft
it's...
counter.
Soft, yeah.
Soft
it checks
silky,
it a little bit.
Counter.
There you go.
Too silky.
Oh, Envy cancels his TP. They know he's here.
Ping's coming out. The Radiant scan a bit deeper. Why must you do this to your fans?
Watch, Envy's gonna like walk into the next creep wave and start cutting it. Yeah. That would be an Envy thing to do, wouldn't it?
Get their third courier snipe game.
Okay. I mean, the ward will see the courier flying in. Think he's gonna get baited?
That would be a classic.
Backdoor tier 1.
He's up on the high ground now. Pilot died there to break the smoke. I actually saw this now. Kaka jumping in with the Blink Dagger. Actually walks the wrong way, then comes back to find the Burrow Strike angle. As Mookie chasing forward, needs one more set of Frost Arrow auto attacks to get the kill. And meanwhile in the mid lane, Envy going for the tower backdoor. He's going to get clipped by a coil here. quickly time walking away, but the chase is on now. The Burrow Strike comes through, but it's right as the Yule Scepter is quit. Silence is there, and Envy shenanigans get laid to rest. A death for him. Really, it was a pretty... just didn't seem necessary to commit your one position to backdooring a tower.
So you know what happened there? Like, he saw Pi was being gone on, so I was like, okay, you know what? I'll trade Pi for a tower, right? So he went on a tier 1 tower. Fada took down the tier 1 top tower simultaneously, so they glyphed it once, and then they glyphed it again. Envy is like, what the hell? He's getting triggered. So basically, the towers survived for 10 seconds without any damage being taken. And
so you're saying that was really Fada's fault?
That's just how it happened. I don't want to point any fingers, but... Envy getting debated by double glyph.
Well, if he wants to be efficient now, he can think about how to avoid that scenario next time. Death timer to be productive, you know. Siadusa continue to farm Lumi as Triple C up to 50k net worth. Now another 600 mana unlocked with that talent. More and more ridiculously hard to kill. Scotty is not too far off.
SC is not a subscriber of the... Oh, that's obvious. Last one up onto the cliff.
Chain Frost committed. Good Chrono follow-up. They do get the Dazzle kill, but it also means no Chrono available now. And coming back in 30, well, I thought it was a good follow-up. I thought they'd go for more, but damage to kill this Dusa. So all of a sudden, it looks like there's a high ground push coming, and I don't know if they can defend it without Chronosphere or Chain Frost.
Yeah. You know, when we finished the draft, we expected Cloud9 to be able to fight better alongside the Chronosphere, but it just doesn't seem like, in practice, that's what's happening.
I mean, you could see the idea of the Chrono, right? It keeps the team away so they can't help the Dazzle. It sets up for that next kill, but the problem is it was a Deuce. Yep. It's not a killable hero.
Well, here comes the high ground.
Next Ultimate Orb, 2k HP, 1.7k mana. Effective HP. Not quite over 9,000, but certainly getting there.
Burrow Strike finds him. Silence is going to be available. Envy tries to jump out. The Silence is about to, and can he jump? He does. The coil also not snapping at the very tail end of it. They survive.
Newbie wasting precious seconds when they could just be hitting towers. Now trying to get back to that Triple C out in front in this bottom lane. Not ready to break the base yet, but if they had Aegis there, they might have tried.
Can we revisit the Bounty Hunter pick real fast? How effective do you think it's been? He sliced the courier a couple times. He's given his team, a little bit of extra gold and vision, but...
Okay, so the idea of the Bounty Hunter is twofold, right? It's like the vision game and just kind of that like buying time for your team is probably the main reason why Cloud9 like it. Secondarily, can help shore up your income. Crack kills. The issue I see with it is mainly around the... Well, okay, so it's two things. First of all, Newbie won a 5-man, like you said, right? So
and Bounty's not good against that.
How useful is the vision when, like, you know where they are? They're all 5 marching down
hitting your buildings.
Hitting your buildings.
Yeah.
And the second thing is, when you're going for those pickoffs, you have a lot of long cooldowns, right? You have Chain Frost, you have Chrono. Those are like 2 of your big pick-off abilities that ideally you want to, especially the Chrono, that you want to use, and then as soon as you use them, you've just opened the door for them to go for that big push. So that's, I think, where I worry a little about the Bounty pick, and I'm not sure it fits that well, but I think also Cloud9 may have been anticipating, like, we've got Lich, we've now picked our Bounty, we're really good in the early game with Bounty, and all these roaming heroes for Aoi, like the tree you mentioned earlier, we're going to win the lanes, and then we're going to be able to just constantly keep them down in the mid game.
Right.
And I just, obviously that part of it never happened.
I mean, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I think Treant being played the exact same way by AUI would just do better. Like, the Living Armor in particular is going to help them out quite a bit. Having an extra AoE ultimate wouldn't hurt, helping out Chain Frost and all that jazz. But this Bounty, to me, looks a little stranded. In fact, he is very stranded, as Roshan is being done by Newbie, relatively just for free.
Normally you see a lineup with Batrider Void, and it's like, this is a great lineup to take fights at the pit. All the cooldowns are ready, but
Kaka?
Not the case, as they did smoke from the Roche pit and set up shop in the bottom lane. The TP rotation from KP forces out the Seppuku from Fada. Bloodstone deny, but now down to only 6 charges. Roshan already claimed. Aegis went to SCCC. Now the death push might be coming.
Yeah, this time it's going to be Dusa with the Aegis. She sits in the front.
And the Scotty, it's almost ready.
Yeah. You pretty much have to drag her into the tier 4s and have Lina alive to burst him down. That's just the first life. I have no idea how the hell Cloud9's going to kill my second life.
Just feels like with a Frost Armor, it's only delaying the inevitable right now. As SCCC laying into this tower mid, confident up in the front lines, the team backing him up. Chrono will be ready. Glyph is now committed. All cooldowns available, and they're going to try to start the party with the big, deep lasso, but a coil ensures that SCCC can't get pulled too much farther. Counters that initiation. Then the puck goes in, feeds the track kill away. Really wanted to save SCCC. SCCC probably saying, like, I was fine, man. I'm Medusa with an Aegis. I have to worry so much about me. I got this, but...
Incidentally, I think killing the puck there did a lot more than going for the Dusa kill. Because the Dusa just laughed off that initiation.
I think even if the puck didn't coil there...
He was fine.
Maybe he drops to half health. Maybe. Yeah. And there's, remember, there's Grave. Like, they didn't go for the Dazzle. He's going to get that off. And then there's a second life, even if somehow... Yeah, in retrospect, probably KP shouldn't have forced that, but... Still newbie at the Aegis, so they can still group up again and go for another push.
You see your carry being jumped on, you know, it's very understandable that he made the play that he did. It's not going to waste too much time as he's going to be back alive right now. He's going to port to the shrine, and the bottom push continues. I have no clue how Cloud9 is going to be able to defend. I guess their best bet is to wait out the Aegis.
How do you feel about Envy's choice to go back for a Blink Dagger this game? The Void.
Because I think the obvious counterpoint is that they are already lacking in damage. And even if you get a good Chronosphere, I'm not sure whether that's enough.
I guess the way I'm looking at it is like, is there even an opportunity to get a good one? Going in the front, it's going to be Dusa way in front of the team, right? So you almost have to backstab them. Maybe if he smokes.
Maybe that's the plan, right? You backstab, you look for a 4-man Chrono in the back and just win. The problem is, you might be able to jump past SC, the rest of the team can't. So,
yeah, you get this perfect Chrono and then Lich, like...
And then SC just ults.
He phase boots in to get off his Spin Frog.
Alright, here we go. They jump him in into the tier 4. Coil happens again.
I think we already saw this movie, but this time the puck's not committing. Yeah. Back away, SCCC loses maybe 10% of his health and mana. 1 range racks down, melee racks next on the list, but they are going to need this creep wave, which is not hard lane. He's not taking damage, Libby. Suddenly he's got another 2,000 gold. He's well on his way into the Eagle Song. That halfway to the butterfly. Try to nuke him a little.
He just doesn't care. He's standing in the front.
Vada is giving this everything he's got. You know, he's got the max fiery soul stacks up right now. He took the plus 50 damage talent. It just tickles. As MSS jumps in, but he got stunned. The Chrono's now committed. They go for that pesky Drow Ranger, but even she's tanky. She's got cheese. She's got Grave. She's not going to die. And now SCCC tries to turn the tides here. He is going to unleash his ultimate. They will get still the Sand King kill gem scooped up, but the push keeps on going. Chrono is now down. For newbie, they're fine if there's no big ultimates ready. They hit harder. They have the physical damage, so they don't care about not having this Deuce ult. They will take the melee. They
need to catch people now, right now. Maybe wait for SC's Aegis to trigger. No, Fata's getting hit really hard. He gets forced into the Deuce. Not that way, Fata. He's going to go down. He will die. 60 seconds despite having the Bloodstone. Coil hits on 2 on the back line here. Pylai die. Pylai dead. As MSS, that's his buyback. So if he dies, he's going to be out for a while. Envy on the back line jumps away, but that's all of his escape. Envy's going to go down eventually as well.
Another one bites the dust. Cloud9 about to go 0-4 to open the group stage here. Newbie steamrolling them again. It's just been a simple game plan of push. Game 1 was a faster tempo, but it's been the same strategy, and Cloud9 seemed totally unprepared to deal with this type of 5-man and this type of tower pressure.
Yeah. I don't want to take anything away from Newbie. Obviously, they've been playing very solid, but to me, this is Cloud9 not living up to their potential. It's not the Cloud9 that, you know, took the #1 seed in the NA qualifiers. Something's got to change very quickly.
Or maybe it is, and NA Dota is just not in a great place right now. Twilight Die, meanwhile, about to go down. Kaka will get that pick. MSS did find the lasso opportunity, but will the follow-up be there? They try to bring down Mugi. They will successfully do so. Still, though, KP, Dusa, sitting around, having a party. They're going to focus on this melee racks. They'll bring that down as well. 3 melee racks down. Mega creeps on the horizon. Cloud9 some flailing buybacks, but oh, by the way, she's got a butterfly. It hasn't even arrived yet. That's Triple C. Even without it, I don't think he dies, and certainly with it, there's no chance. A courier snipe is really what they need right now to have a chance, but bash after bash, Envy can only get him down to half, and he just mantles it off, shrugs his way out of that damage, and on to the Mega Creeps. Cloud9 has been completely dismantled here. The butterfly did arrive in the midst of this fight, and he keeps on dishing out the damage. Just Triple C, just an unstoppable tower in this fight. They finally will finish him, it looks like.
Oh my god.
Almost killed their whole team.
What, KP? KP going in? Does he see Aoi? All right, Aoi's dead.
Oh.
He's got the gem.
Salt in the wound.
And waiting rip. Okay, it's right click, coil. I think it might just die here, Envy. Okay.
There's an orb. There's an orb.
Oh, how did you miss?
Envy with that fancy footwork.
Envy just stood there. That is the most fancy footwork I've seen.
Unfortunately, the buildings don't have fancy footwork options, so they're just dying. Creeps are quickly massacring them. I rate the comeback percentage opportunity here, Lumi, at about 0.00001%.
Sounds about right.
The worst late game, very mediocre D push. The hardest carry is by far the most farmed hero, almost 8k net worth ahead. Or sorry, more like 6k net worth ahead of your carry.
But you got a Lich. You got Frost Armor.
You got a dead Fada. It's caught out. Maybe not dead just yet, though. The team doesn't want to fully commit on this because Envy's gotten into the backlines. He's proving quite the problem here. Perhaps Newbie also feeling like I am that this game is won. We can't
track him first. This there you go.
This is unlosable. But there is a bounty hunter, so be careful. I mean, you know, tier 4s are dying. Tier 4s are dying.
Tier 4 is but yet another building. That's fine.
This is all tactical.
Yep.
Part of grand strategy for Newbie. Let them chase our heroes, and we'll just kill your buildings. It is, I mean, honestly, it's pretty clear that this has to be completely thrown. I don't really see that happening with the Stone Gaze. Cloud9 trying for an opportunity here on the drought, but they're going to get punished by the Stone Gaze. Now they jump forward. KP looking to finish off Fada. He'll do so successfully now. The silence on Envy. He manages to get that Blink Dagger off, retreat. Now Aoi on the run as well. He's been silenced up. Slows come through, and Cloud9 decide it is indeed checkmated, exposed throne. Creeps wailing away at it. They've given up Megas. They've dropped their 4th game. They now have to, you know, have a meeting of the minds. What is Stanstein going to have up his sleeve to get things back on track? I think he needs 5 sleeves right now. I don't know if one's going to be enough.
Yeah, I don't know. When we saw Cloud9 first pick the Lich, I poked over Sanking. He's like, what's this Lich first pick about? He's like, I don't know. This is not what we screamed, so this is definitely...
So if the coach is saying he doesn't know what something's about and then the team is doing it does make you a little nervous.
At the same time, as a coach, you don't want to tell a caster what you're doing, right? So he could be debating me.
Yeah, okay, so you think he's... Okay.
He might be, I don't know. Like, I don't want to give the wrong information, but what is definitely true for Cloud9 is, I believe this is not their potential and they need to evolve very rapidly.
I do think this is exactly what I expected from Newbie, which is a very stable team that, you know, isn't necessarily going to bust out like some crazy like Meepo pick or something you never expect, but much more so, you know, a team that just has a very stable, solid way of playing. They do tend to favor their mid-game timing pushes. They like to group up, but they're very smart about how they lane and itemize, and I just view them as a solid team. Solid is the word I use to describe Newbie, and I think if they keep on playing like this, they're going to run at this team.
Newbie's a lineup that will just always beat the teams that are weaker to them. They won't fold to the very weak team. They could definitely challenge some of the strong teams. I think where Newbie really struggles is when the game gets really, really close, where they need to like
clutch it out,
or you know,
like
Roshan
have like that Sumail crazy like Age of Steel type play.
So for them moving forward, they need to like knock down some really tough opponents, and Cloud9 playing the way that they did isn't that tough opponent. Coming up next, we got G versus Liquid, is that correct?
That is correct.
That is a hype match.
The battle for...
I mean, G has been also not doing too well, so... half and half.
I didn't actually get to catch their game. Sounds like so-so. They've been okay so far, but we'll see if they can get it together. Obviously, EG is known historically for evolving over tournaments. Liquid, though, meanwhile, we've got the Miracle Invoker. That's always a big threat. Well, we've got lots of potential fun stuff to look forward to, guys, in that final series of the day over here on Stream 1. But for now, we head to a break. We'll see you soon as the International 2017.
Fail horribly. If the Naga team is pushing your high ground at 25 minutes, something went catastrophically wrong. And we're seeing it here. DJ being chased down by the Blade Mail Razor. They'll get the kill and last hit for that one. They're going to sleep, set things up here. The Ghost Ship coming in. Can they get the latch? Duo doesn't have a lead. He's going to go down. And they're going to look for more. It may have been a little bit too early to toggle off the sleep, but it doesn't matter. They are absolutely pummeling Fnatic in their own base. TNC not missing a beat here. They have crushed Fnatic.
Push strat did not work too well, my friend.
Who's push strat?
Fnatic.
TNC making it look like that was their strat all along, as it does not take them long to take down Fnatic. There's the GG call. Definitely feels like a bit of a foregone conclusion for some time, as is the nature of a push strat failing against the Naga, but Fnatic held on for a little bit longer just to see what they could make.
Okay, talk about the things that matter. They went aggro tri-lane. That tri-lane was like still giving the Naga experience, because the Naga was able to pull like... I think it's a bit of both ways, like Fnatic didn't control. I think if everyone paid attention there, the Naga didn't get the pull. Remember the first pull? He stopped the first pull.
Yeah.
That was actually so crucial because he gave him level 2, level 3.
What else went horribly wrong
and
for
the
them?
Mirana dying, what, 3 times? Like,
a lot of damage.
how, the Kunkka actually just killed him.
I mean, we questioned, we're like, oh, Kunkka, just go bottom, bro, off your lane, and...
The first time he died, the Kunkka was level 1, so there was no X mark.
Yes.
I'm not sure what happened. I think maybe he was...
He probably leaped the static lane.
Yeah, I think he used leap for something, maybe trying to kill the Razor or...
Just to get out of static link, you know.
Yeah,
like,
maybe.
I think that would be pretty.
And then after that, the Kunkka just landed a torrent from far, and he just died. Then the second time was X mark. Third time was X mark.
Well, I mean that mid lane I think was definitely the root of their problems.
And you think about it. Okay, fine. Your mid lane is getting wrecked by the position 4 roaming. So you kind of expect the other lane to go better, right? Because they are using 2 heroes mid. You're not using any of your supports mid.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to crush
Top lane got crashed.
No, the
The
Naga,
highest
the Naga's lane.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
use 3 heroes bottom. So you kind of expect the Naga to get less than he should.
You really saw like the weakness of that Visage in a support role in that aggro lane. Similarly, the Knights. I think honestly, this game came down to Fnatic supports
And
having a horrible.
the other
performance.
the other thing is because it's against a Lich as well. Because the Lich is sacrificing and pulling the creep wave back. So if you're actually doing this to him, I'm not sure whether it was worth it or not. Like maybe having 2 people there and a Night Stalker like just helping, because Kiro got manhandled too much. Like he got bullied too much by 2 heroes, and you're not helping him. So to justify that, you need to make sure that the tree is actually destroying the 2 at bottom. If that's not happening, then why are you not helping the mid?
Well, we'll see what Game 2 has in store for us as Fnatic look to bounce back, secure a draw off of this series. Right now, it's not looking good. The SEA powerhouse as TNC take Game 1 and continue their success here at TS7. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to what might well be the marquee match of the day, maybe even the whole group stage. It's Evil Geniuses taking on Team Liquid here. Battle for supremacy. Well, Lumi, at least that is the storyline coming into TI. We'll have to see if it bears fruit here in group stage showdown. How do you feel about these two teams, their performance thus far, and I'm curious what your expectations are for the series in particular. Both come in as heavyweights and probably strong candidates on a lot of people's lists for top 3, maybe even higher. You know, but certainly in that like top 8 contention for sure. And I think it'd be a surprise to anyone if they don't make it there.
Yeah, I think for the teams themselves, they would feel heavily disappointed if they don't finish top 3. Like these coming into the tournament, these aren't the teams like, oh, we'll be happy with top 6 or top 4, like that are looking all. And Team Liquid has been playing like a championship team. Their wins are not easy, but they've been outskilling their. Whereas EG is somewhat hit or miss. I have not personally been able to catch the games.
5 seconds remaining.
Gonna be a good showing for both these teams forward.
And the beauty of TI in the group stages, even if you have caught a few of the games, all the teams and their coaches are frantically watching as many different matches at once as they can, and so whatever they showed early in the group stage, they might suddenly see something. It's like, wow, that's actually really strong. Let's try that next game, and all of a sudden you get something completely different. So we'll begin game 1 here. As far as bans go, I think Liquids are pretty standard. You know, obviously EG has multiple strong puck players, so they're going to ban that out. And of course, the Sand King has been one of their go-to 4-position supports. Very similar to Newbie in that regard. I think the way Kaka utilizes the hero well, so too.
Yeah, I think the Sand King is perhaps less important because, you know, what is his face? Nice, beautiful face. Sorry, I forgot his name for a second. He has like really good Kunkka.
that was like the brain.
Oh,
so
is a brain
like,
fart.
who is a beautiful face? The guy that has a beautiful face. Oh, Zai.
Zai, yeah. He has, you know, a lot of other good like strong 4-positional, nice stalker Kunkka. But against Team Liquid, I think that the 2 heroes that they always ban out is Io, Mikado, because whenever they do have it, they have some insane cheese strat.
Here comes the Visage. I haven't seen Liquid run it. I assume it's a core Visage, like the way OG has been running it safely. And I've heard there's been a little mid Visage. Not actually sure if that was Liquid or somebody else, but Gods' dream scenario has come to life. We were seeing this in MDL a little bit. The rise of the Visage picks.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise you if GH or Kuro start playing it either, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see, you know, how versatile the hero really is, and you know, what is the strongest way to run a Visage.
I think that is a strength, like the fact that he can be run in multiple, will bring effectiveness to. Elder Titan is gonna be, I believe, Zai's hero, unless something crazy is happening.
It's an early Elder Titan grab too.
Maybe it's one of those things where the teams have scrimmed against each other and EG knows that it's not going to make it past the ban phase 2. So they're going to just pick it up rather for themselves.
Yeah, it could also be part of a prepared strategy here. Obviously, most teams try to leave something in the back pocket for the main stage, especially teams that feel very strong coming in. But yeah, you look at this group, Liquid might be the toughest opponent EG will have to face, at least one of the top 2 or 3 guards. So do they have a prepared strat? I guess we're going to find out soon.
I gotta say, the Echo Stomp plus Firefly, not exactly the best combo in the book.
No.
But Flaming Lasso does set up into a great ultimate Elder Titan, so.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many ways you can go with that spirit, right? Like, Zeus comes to mind as a really great partner for the Elder Titan. We've seen that a lot, like Terrorblade, other illusion-based heroes, where it really shines, but...
You go pretty cheesy with Tinker.
Yeah, Tinker Cheese used to be a really popular combo. I don't think I Titan as a duo anyway, a while. But.
What he is really good at, like let's forget about the combos for a second, is that the fact that Elder Titan could roam into different lanes early on into the game. With only boots, you could just start trucking mid heroes. You run that spirit over a couple of heroes, couple of creeps. You see Boba in particular from C just going to work all the time with the up. I think Zai is going to be taking it.
Boba did invent Elder Titan.
That's true. He invented it as a 3. and then now reinvents it.
No,
again.
he invented it as a 2. You remember the Bulba Elder Titan mid?
Okay.
Yeah, where he just like maxed the spirit and the aura.
Oh, he just invented it all, I guess. Even Dota itself. It's probably invented.
Bulba is Ice Frog, which that's what Ice Frog is like in real life. They grabbed the Nature's Prophet, Lumi. This is an interesting selection.
Yep.
I'm honestly just interested. How do they run it? Is it an offlaner for mind control?
Most of the time it is, but then they also retain the ability to play it from the safe lane. Man played a couple of times, and I think the strength of this hero, very similar to Visage, is the ability to lane in a lot of different positions, and more so, he could get a ton of different items. You know, we could sit here and debate about MP's item choice till the dawn comes up. Pretty much could buy anything that's available in the game. They'll have some sort of effect.
That might be tested. We'll have to see. GG grabbing the Veno, the Arteezy special. Elder Titan Aura with the Veno ult.
Yeah.
A lot of magic damage there. Some natural synergy.
And in particular, a very good hero against Visage. One of his strengths is the fact that he could keep his Gravekeeper's Cloak online and just wear off a lot of that damage. Venomancer breaks that cloak off fast. Gotta keep in mind, under those cloak, you have what is a 10% magic resistance as a base here. That is squishy as heck. Very strong counter pick in my opinion again.
Also a very vision-heavy lineup that we see out of EG. Selected, so all the minions now assemble. Familiars, the Treants, and the Wolves brought to bear. Lots of push potential here, lots of Roche taking potential. But as good as a push lineup as it looks, it's always hard going high ground against Elder Titan. And, you know, that's to say nothing of the Bat Rider and the Venom.
Yeah,
they have a lot of D push.
The one thing I love about Team Liquid's draft is that if you could go back and look at their drafts for the past 6 months, and I have, one thing that always come into commonality or common factor is that they always have 1 or 2 pushing heroes. If it's not an MP, it's Shadow Shaman, or a Lone Druid, or a Lycan. Kuro never draft without push.
Or a Miracle Invoker is probably
sure,
one of the other huge staples there.
And you compare it to, let's say, something that we casted just last game. You're like wondering, you know, where's this push coming from? You never need to worry about that when it comes to Team Liquid. And
it is heavy on the physical damage, so the Wyvern could be a great solution for that.
Also a good solution against any kind of Zeus strat coming out of Lycan, right? If Lycan goes for the Necrobook build, ooh, get that curse in the middle, just gets absolutely destroyed. Good against the birds as well, if you want to put that into.
And it's more deep push. So EG, great stalling lineup here. Good against physical damage. But still no real carry. I guess at this point we're waiting on the Sumail hero. What comes to mind for you? Sumail heroes that I always think of are like the Storm, the Lina. Probably the 2 biggest ones. Beyond that, you know, he can play a lot of different things. Anything jump out at you?
No, I can't really have one hero in mind be like, oh, this is the pick. Like, they go into a lot of different directions depending on how they want to approach the game, whether you want...
Ember Spirit's another big one, I think, that we used to see a decent amount of.
Yeah. Ember is risky in the sense that you could get fissured and then the familiar drops on you and you could just die. It's very easy for MP to pick up a Orchid and that makes things difficult for you. Interesting, an Alchemist banned out. I guess Alchemist would have addition to the nice counter push with the Acid Spray.
Yeah, and also just a mega carry that I don't know that Liquid have the best single target burst to be able to outdamage that regen. So it's a Void last pick, which means who's playing what? It's really the question now. So Arteezy Veno has been normally the way they would run this.
I mean,
it's like a Sumail Bat or Void, or is it a Veno mid?
Is this the rumor Wyvern carry? I saw Ice tweeting about it, but I don't know if it's actually a thing.
Yeah, I wonder how surprising this is to Liquid. Like, is this something that shocks them and they're like, what the hell is going on? Or if they already gotten a bunch of intel, heard how EG is drafting, and this is like, oh yeah, we heard they were scrimming and doing that. Nothing too surprising.
Liquid has been scrimming anti-mage mid, right? Like it's a thing that they've tinkered with the past. You do get an extra creep in the mid lane, so in theory you can put a hero like Faceless Void in the mid lane, just have him farm there. It's a new look for me personally, seeing Sumail playing the hero, but I'm sure he could definitely play.
So tri-lane mid Void,
or dual lane mid,
I mean, none of these Liquid heroes are that devastating mid lane. Even Visage, Void will be fine against it. Go your Quelling Blade, you'll be able to CS pretty easily.
Ah! Alright. Matumba Man Brood.
Alright, we're all over the place. So it's a Miracle Icon going mid. Matumba Man Brood, a Mind Control problem. I mean, talk about the summons. Oh my god, that push hard.
Can you go mid with...
It could be a
Brood
mid.
instead?
Brood can go mid, yeah, so...
Oh, let me tell you how. On spiders... Wait, no, it doesn't work on summons, right? It works on heroes and your own summons. No, I'm pretty sure it does work on summons.
It does work on the spider lanes.
Yeah, Brood...
Unless they change something.
How spiders and how treants and how birds? How are they doing it?
Tongue twister. Oh dear. What is going on, Lumi? I've been thrown for a loop. You've got a Sumail Void. I mean, everyone's, I even saw some tweets going out about the Universe Void earlier today, but this is, the rumored new meta was the hard carry mids with the tri-lanes backing them up, or at least dual lanes. See if it works out. What a ratty lineup from Liquid. I just can't get over how...
Oh my god, can you imagine...
they're going to be to play against.
Can you imagine how much damage Elder Titan's going to get off of Spirits? He's going to just run over like a zoo and a half of things. I gotta say, I think the volume of summons EG doesn't care about, right? Because you have things like Splinter Blast, and you have things like Spirits and Stomp. They don't care how much
even
stuff
Firefly.
You're just gonna hit everything, so...
Let's find out. The Zoo strat has emerged, and to counter it, we've got some big wombo combo from EG. Start things here on the Dire side. Radiant. Battle. Scriff will fearless guide through this crazy, uncharted territory.
Yeah, if any kills are missed, it's...
Yeah, and also be sure to flame him.
Yeah. If he doesn't miss any kills...
Scriff on Twitter.
If he doesn't miss any kills, it's just he's doing a normal job. But if he does miss anything...
And if he does a good job, be sure to congratulate him at Wepis. Let everyone know what a great job he's done.
Yeah. I always find it I don't know, a little weird that they put it in the beginning. It's so risky, right? What if you miss like level 1 Roche or something?
If you miss a level 1 Roche, I think you should actually be fired from your job as a dedicated observer. No hesitation.
You could be having an off day.
Fired.
Crit flies up in the air and mind control says, see ya. It's effective. Arctic Burn.
So, Lumi, this is a very unusual draft, at least for us. And I think, coming into this tournament, certainly some unexpected picks and the strategy, the way they're looking to lane it. See Kuroki getting harassed a little bit here as he backs away. Has 3 napalm stacks on him.
Uh-oh.
Tanking the stapler might actually... Okay, GH comes in to assist. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about the lineups, the overall strategy. They're weird picks, yeah, but it does seem like each team has their clear game plan in mind with what they've picked. I'll let you start.
I think a large part of how the early game will go is determined by Zai's rotation, because given on how many summons that are available, it's so easy for him to pick up a bunch of damage and run people. I don't think Visage and Shake... They're good at kind of forcing kills and bursting people. They're not very good at keeping up with the rotation of Elder Titan. So I think he is the X factor for the early...
Yeah, looking at this offlane right now, I am a little concerned for Miracle and the Lycan. Seems like a good Batrider lane. There's not a whole lot to punish him.
Yeah.
You've got a support Visage and the Shaker. There's pretty limited lockdown. You're not going to be able to hit him that hard because 2 of these heroes are melee. But Zai maybe could get punished as they're just going to look to auto-attack him, get the Fissure block, Elder Titan low, but has that move speed. Trucks his way out of there. Now coming in from the flank is Crit, looking to lend an assist. They're going to punch GH down. Elder Titan stays alive and then actually limping forward, looking for
could be a
Kuro
second
too.
kill.
This Batrider might find more. That's 5 napalm stacks it looked like, as he'll end up going down. 4 on Miracle. TP right back to the lane, so bottom lane looking very difficult. Meanwhile, the Dire Courier got sniped as Matumba Man dives deep to pick it off.
That's something I've noticed about Sumail. Like, whenever he delivers the Courier mid, there's just a good chance that the Courier just dies. Like, just walks into the lane a little bit too. But beautiful play by Crit there. Obviously, the rotation secured the kill, but the way that he uses the Arctic Burn, apply the debuff on 2 different heroes off of 2 different auto attacks, and ensure 2 kills. Sick play there.
I also like how EG is picking fights early because you're up against the Nature's Prophet. If you wait to take those fights 4 or 5 minutes from now, likely Mind Control shows up, the Nature's Wrath might be in play at that point, and all of a sudden, instead of getting a kill or 2, you're giving up multiple and potentially losing the tower off the back of that. So finding these early opportunities to me is extremely important for EG.
Yeah, finding those opportunities before the levels, like you said, but also before the phase boots. Can you imagine, like, 3 minutes in, Prophet shows up with phase boot teleport? Your hero is going to just get ran down simply due to the fact that he has so much more damage and movement speed this stage of the game.
So, meanwhile, in the middle lane, Matumba Man is playing the mid brood. We've actually not even officially acknowledged it, though you guys have seen it on screen. Thoughts on the mid brood this game, Lumi? Does it feel like a good opportunity? Should EG be doing anything to adjust for this? And Matumba Man is free farming, and Mel seems to be having a pretty bad time so far.
I mean, what the hell is Avoid gonna do against Spiraling running in your face?
Beg his Elder Titan to come mid, I guess.
Yeah. Like, he won't die or anything, but he's actually making the walk of shame, and Matumba Man is gonna just take down this build. I think the bigger question to me, whether Matumba Man is, because it's easy to win the lane, it's easy to push down the tier 1 tower, but moving forward, what distinguishes a good brute player and not so good one is your ability to play with your team and, you know, having the efficient farming and such things like that.
Good dive in the bottom lane as Pierogi gets picked off. This Batrider continues to ramp up the aggression, become more and more of a problem as Miracle is roasting under this tower. He is getting absolutely bullied. 7 CS on the Lycan, multiple deaths to his team's name here. Still no sign of that assist from Mind Control. I mean, at some point you'd love to see the Prophet come in. Now he has the phase boot, so perhaps the next time EG go for the dive, he will be in play. But for now, historically, Batrider has been very good at punishing certain melee heroes in the safe lane, and the Lycan is definitely on that list, especially without the right supports to back him up. And I would not call Shaker one of them.
Or Visage. Yeah. One of the problem with Visage is that you need to find a good lane for him to get levels. He tends to do very little until he hits like level 4, 5, 6. And I just don't see where he is going to get that level.
Of course, to some extent, I feel like this is a game where Lycan can come back because the rest of the team also pushes. So they're going to go to, EG's going to go defend somewhere, and then the Lycan's either going to be able to farm the jungle, take a tower. Like, they're guaranteed, unless they get completely raffle stomped, to take most of these outer towers, you know, within the first 20, 30 minutes. And he will be able to get a decent chunk of gold through that. And maybe the Roshan is open to... It's still a really slow start for safe lane Lycan to be getting help.
Yeah.
And it is very much due to the matchup.
I think to me this game for Team Liquid is going to be on the shoulder of Mind Control well as Incumbent. They are the ones that are getting the good lane. In fact, if you look at the top lane, Mind Control is up half a level, perhaps even a full level over RTZ. He's got the Wrath, and I think with the Wrath available, EG not afraid. Or sorry, EG should be very afraid if they're going for
And Liquid is much less afraid of that dive. Yeah, and that's the beauty of it, is kind of like when teams used to, you know, back in the old LGD International days where they would push with the Eclipse up on the Luna. It was all about, like, the threat of the Eclipse more than actually using it. And that's kind of true here, where for Mind Control, it's great if they don't fight and he just has the Wrath ready and EG are set back on their heels. And for EG, no Chronosphere just yet for Sumail. Batrider, of course, won't have to blink for a little while yet. And no Venomancer ult, so the push can commence, and it will do so now. Mind Control gets to work. Tower's about to drop. The way to the jungle begins to lie more open. Meanwhile, that mid tower has been poked at a little bit, so might see that Prophet make a move towards mid soon and try and pressure Sumail's tower a bit.
I wonder how much of the level advantage is due to the fact that Mind Control has been taking Serpent Wards one after another. Or Plague Wards, rather.
He's hitting a lot of creeps too, though, because you look at the actual raw gold advantage for him, and he's up 1,300 gold already. So obviously, Plague Wards don't give all that much. A lot of just last hits on. How do you like the item choice? He's going Orchid first, it seems.
I think it's great, right? The enemy core is a Void. You get the kill on him. If you could get a kill on Veno before he pops his skills.
Or even the Wyvern, so he
before
can't
he save,
Cold Embrace or get off. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a strong...
I think if your team is having a little bit more issues, you might want to consider things like drums or even medallions just to help out early, but the team is doing relatively fine. Lycan has stabilized the bottom lane. Visage is starting to pick up a couple of points of levels that he could start to think about more of the mid game.
Action breaking out mid. They do commit the How. GH gets off the fissure. Sumel's gonna die under the tower. An easy double for Matumba, man. What a catastrophe for EG. Now the spiders march in. Mind Control summons the Treants, and the zoo suddenly spawns from out of nowhere. Instantly, this tower is under huge threat.
Hey, we already talked about the Wrath of Nature, and you gotta be very careful with those dives. The Chronosphere committed. They thought they could get the kills.
And the scary thing, Lumi, is it's a long cooldown. They've got a minute and a half of free pushing, free farming, where Sumel not only can't make offensive plays, but can't easily defend the towers. But in the bottom lane, Zai tries to get aggressive here on Kuro. Two-punch, man, gets the job done. He'll have his own TV show. Zai, as beautiful as he is, he's not quite there yet.
If Script could switch over to Last Hit real fast, the funniest things that are Wyvern, played by Crit, has like 42 CS. Because he's on the mid lane just splinter blasting spiders nonstop. He will continue to do so this game.
There's likely to be a very farmed pair of supports, right, between the Wyvern and the Elder Titan. If they get their levels here, already level 5 on Crit. Zai's still only level 3 at 8 minutes. That's a bit of a concern as Sumel's going to move in onto Miracle. Force out the TP. Back away. Are we going to see a lane swap here?
Bottom? Kuro may be in a little bit of trouble.
Just not having a whole lot of fun. Nobody seems too interested in helping him. Matumba Man's busy pressuring in the mid lane. Shows no signs of support. Universe just slowly getting off those auto attacks. They will secure the kill. This is the no-fly zone. This is like the one lane that just nobody wants to be in. Everyone who goes here for Liquid has a bad time. Even the Lycan has also abandoned it. He's just farming top now.
Matumba Man going in with spiders. Very, very item progression.
Yeah, so Lycan just takes over top. Like, I mean, do you care if you're Liquid that nobody can farm bottom? Are you okay just giving that up?
I think so, because look at how effective Liquid could utilize the jungle, right? Like, it's so easy for Matumba Man just send a wave in, Prophet can make tree somewhere and farm. I mean, eventually somebody's going to farm bottom, but it's okay for them to miss a couple waves. Zai might be in a little bit of trouble here.
GH in pursuit. Nature's Prophet coming in, does drop the Spirit. Now the Sprout tried to block him off, couldn't quite do it. The Fissure comes through, actually helps Zai. With the Sprout, there was only a narrow tunnel that pursued him through. Back to safety. Missed opportunity there.
How worried are you about the Veno pick? Because one of the knocks against Veno is that, yeah, he deals a ton of damage, but at the same time, he also doesn't scale amazingly into the late game. Generally, EG as a team, very good at playing around the strength, timing of the Venomancer, but I feel like given their laning stage and early game, I don't think they could utilize the Veno timing that well.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think Arteezy is going to be the driving force of this game. I really think it's Universe who's going to be making the plays, and that's what he looks to do now in the mid lane. Gets the last off on Matumba Man. They also commit the Chrono here. Timed well by Sumel. Right as the TPs come through. The Veno ult layered over top of this. They're going to get the Matumba Man kill, but now the Echo. Follow-up isn't there. The Winter's, or the save rather, coming through from Crit. First the Winter's Curse, and then the Cold Embrace, keeping Sumel alive, finding them a 2-for-1 trade, and that's a down, who's been having a great time here. Nice victory. Now, if you're Liquid, you're probably thinking, oh, those ults aren't cool. Time for us to go and push.
Yep. I mean, at the same time, even those ults are down, EG has, like we pointed out many times already, very good spam. So you could set up shop at a tower, but you know, the Spirit comes in, a Stomp comes in, a Splinter Blast comes in, all your summons are dead. So I don't think it's one of those scenarios where, okay, ults are down, we are going to take 2 objectives. Even though Liquid definitely wants to do that. Another silver lining for that fight is that Visage turned level 6. So he is going to start to deploy more damage. as we're going to watch this fight one more time. The one thing that we need to remember for the Team Liquid team fight is that all of the control is just a fissure. If you could survive that fissure, counter-initiate or initiate, then you're going to be off to a great shape. And I think that's something that EG definitely could exploit over and over again.
Do want to say I think that fight was won by Crit with really good Cold Embrace and Winter's Curse time to interrupt the Shaker when he's trying to combo the Void. So really nice Wyvern play there, made a huge difference. And perhaps a sign of things to come that Cold Embrace shuts down the vast majority of Liquid's damage as they make a move here on Sumail. Nice familiar stunts combo with the Desolator damage. They get the kill. Combo Man rushing the naked Deso on the Brood. This could open the way for Roche, but first, lower hanging fruit. They want this tier 1 mid, they're gonna get it. And I was going to say right before that, felt like I feel that tier 1 is so crucial this game for the Roche control, like for being able to take over this EG jungle. Now all of a sudden, your whole summon army can pretty much go wherever they want. The tier 2 top is down, the tier 1 mid has been cracked, and so EG's jungle is about to be invaded by a lot of webs, a lot of wolves, a horde of trees.
Like they're gonna find Kuro. Batrider jumps forward.
Some free pickoffs here and there. Familiar's also getting farmed up. This is one of those games where you really want a gold stat on like how much in the way of summons has been fed.
For sure.
Like the illusion gold stats are nice, you know, the minion gold stats game, I think.
Yeah, there's just so many things dying. I talked about the Plague Ward, the spiders, I guess the treants.
Overall game plan wise, Lumi, do you feel either team's done a better job at accomplishing their goals? We hit the 13-minute mark, pretty even on paper as far as net worth goes. Slight Liquid advantage.
I think I've definitely underestimated what the Dire support could do. Like, the Wyvern, to me, has done a lot more than expected. Zai, I expect him to do a lot, and he did. I think moving towards the mid-game, Liquid is not going to be winning it in a 5v5 teamfight scenario. They need to rat, because I don't think they could beat Winter's Curse, Venomancer ult, and Chronosphere. So, it's more about splitting up for Liquid and finding picks.
The one way they could maybe take those fights is if GH gets a big Echo, and he does have a Blink Dagger coming soon.
But that Echo better catch like 4 or something, because that's it, right? That's the one-shot, big burst kind of thing.
Imagine if EG had Echoes.
I think the server will just crash.
The game just instantly breaks. That would be a giant hole opens up in the middle of Seattle itself. The arena gets sucked. That doesn't happen. I mean, Valve always has some new crazy trick. Here goes Light of Heaven with his classic shrine.
For anybody that doesn't watch Dota too much, Light of Heaven, TI champion, notoriously for clicking shrines whenever he can, for absolutely no reason.
And seemingly just like out of nowhere too. It's never like, oh, there's like action happening at the shrine. Someone needs to heal. They are going to go in now on Matumba Man. They get the lasso off, pops the dust as well. But he just scurries away to freedom. They don't want to commit too far for this. G now down the lasso. They've got all the other big AoE ults available. Will stagger back and retreat. So Mother now picking up the madness to go with that Desolator. And they do get the silence here on Crit. How far do they want to dive though? That is a risky place to chase. They're not going to dare walk up that cliff.
All right, so as the Spirit goes back to Zai, I want to see how much damage he has. Casual 222 plus damage. You're wondering why he's doing so much work. This is why. Like,
yeah, we mentioned there's going to be farm supports, and you're already starting to see a Kuroki as the Visage. Not doing so hot, 1900 net worth. Meanwhile, the Wyvern and the Elder Titan both almost doubling him up. Okay, we'll find Arteezy now. Familiar's coming in. Gets off the Poison Nova and munched up, chewed up. Will be finished off. Miracle, one last auto attack gets the kill, and now the chase is on. They want to die as well. Sprout comes through. Oh! There! No chrono for you, sir! Sumail gets denied, and with that, the Elder Titan will fall, and now it's a full-on rout. Crit has to commit the Winter's Curse, try to retreat, goes for the TP out in the trees. 1, 2 more auto attacks would do it, but They're not going to find him in time. Brood Mama cometh, though. Diving onto Sumail. They get the long-range Orchid Silence. Can they chase him down with the Deso auto attacks? Domestica Madness. Attack speed, not enough. Crit saves the day. Salvages it for EG, but only for now. They will lose 3. They never got off the chrono that entire fight.
Man, GH playing like a god there. Multiple chain stun to make sure that the Void has a tough time. Looks like he is going to pay for it. That will be a kill.
Even gods can bleed. GH has definitely been the most impressive addition to any team that I've seen in a long time. And coming up, like filling some, you know, relatively big shoes for Liquid on a team that had huge aspirations. And quite a few games where I feel like GH has almost single-handedly thrown the team on his back. So.
Oh, for sure. To me, he's not just filling shoes. He's perhaps even excelling.
He's got his own line.
Yeah. Like, you know, we talked about Afu filling shoes for Zhao 8 earlier today for Alpha. We watched the team fight again. GH just perfect chain stun to prevent this Sumail chrono.
And that could have been like a 3-4 hero chrono into a Winter's Curse, and instead it's just a route, an EG completely forked on the back foot.
Although, to be fair, even if it was a 4-man chrono, I'm not sure how much damage.
Well, they had Poison Nova on 2 heroes at least, I think. It would have been an interesting fight at that point. So yeah, how do we see the game developing from here with that little addition? Now they have the Blink Dagger ready for GH. They checking through the item builds on Liquid. It looks like Mind Control did go back for a Shadow Blade, trying to complete a Silver Edge. Nothing else really unusual that I noticed. I'm wondering when Liquid will try for the Roshan. That's probably the big thing for me.
Sure.
Because they do have the tower control routed, but in the top lane they make a committed jump here onto Arteezy. And as often seems to be the case, the safe lane, poor Veno, just ends up dying a lot in the mid game.
I mean, it's just the way that you have to play this hero. You kind of have to play forward, put down wards, and just be a threat always, or be an annoying at the very least. And as a result, he's in a very exposed position that gets picked off multiple times.
And that's fine when you have, like, I don't know, a Sumail Storm or something.
Exactly.
You know is a ticking time bomb. Is a Sumail Void at 5,500 net worth for 19 minutes really that kind of a time bomb?
Not yet, but he can be. And he needs to be eventually. Chain stun happening against Zai. He's got a big streak. Can he survive? No, he won't. Mind control.
While that was happening, Matumba Man also running down crit. The supports get butchered. Sumail on his heels. He's going to time walk into the trees, but still being chased. Does have the teleport scroll, but knows that Fissure is there. They silence him. They drop the Sprout, get that little bit of vision. Now the Fissure's committed, and he should pop soul burn damage. And all the while, Matumba Man shoving in this middle lane. Liquid flexing on EG now and looking for the additional tower takedowns, but it doesn't seem like they'll have quite the time for it. They're still big. Teamfight ults up, and EG supports are respawning. So they'll be content with their victory here and just continue farming the enemy warfare.
And LD, you were asking, what's the game plan for EG? That is, or not EG, Liquid. That what we saw is just the game plan. You don't take 5v5 team fights. You take kind of random skirmishes in the jungle. Use your mobility of the Lycan, of the Nature's Prophet, and now the Blink Shaker, and just run them over. Like, I think EG is very strong, grouped up as 5, but much less strong, much weaker actually, when, you know, it's just a 2v2 or a 2v3 in the jungle.
Starting to get out-farmed pretty heavily now. No Midases for EG. Actually, 0 points of greed. Like, every single hero's gone for early to mid-game items that'll help them take fights now. And as a result, losing these fights, losing map control, getting out-farmed, they are starting to fall behind. With looking at some big pickups soon. BKB almost ready for Matumba Man. BKB coming for Miracle. Completed Silver Edge is not far off for Mind Control. I already mentioned the Blink on the Shaker. Everybody except for Kuro is getting a lot of farm for
Mind Control dodges from a 5-man smoke gang, ports bottom, and now will start to apply pressure. I mean, this is the reason why Liquid is 4-0 right now. They're making all the right plays.
Tough situation for EG because their way of making a play is almost exclusively finding hero kills or taking a team fight. They really can't just like split push or, I don't know, sneak a Roshan.
Yep.
They don't have the heroes for that, so their options are quite limited on how to get back in the game.
I think if they were more even or ahead, like they can actually just like play it slow. But because they're down by 7k net worth, they need to be actively seeking kills. let's imagine for a second that Liquid.
But doing that's hard, right? Because Liquid's vision game is so strong. They have spiderlings, wolves, tree ants,
everything,
Shadowblade, Nature's Prophet, familiars. Like half the map should constantly be covered in summons.
And your timing window of finding these ganks is also small because if you leave the lanes for too long, you know, you got summons in front of your buildings. And
yeah,
then,
you're actually losing objectives at that point.
And it's also becoming painfully obvious that you're trying to smoke gank Liquid. So
a lot of pressure on EG. Like they have to pick exactly the right times. They have to smoke in the right direction, and they have to do so quickly. If they spend too long looking for that kill, they're likely to just get scouted out or punished elsewhere.
And right now, given the nature of the game state, the room for error is just amazingly small. You lose a team fight in front of your tier 2 against this team, you're losing Raxus. Like, there's just so much push, the howl on all of the summons. We haven't seen it yet, but...
Universe does find an opening here. Lasso's up on top of man. Can they control him? He's got a BKB, but won't be able to use it here. It's locked down by Sumail. Likely finished off. The Earth Splitter secures it. Chrono Earth Splitter, Lasso all down. Big Brood kill. No buyback out for a minute. So by the time he comes back, maybe a minute or so until those big ultimates are ready.
I wonder how Cavalier and Liquid would feel like with all those full on cooldown. Maybe they could think about taking Roshan. Or, you know, go for a pick. Mind control on the bottom. Good Glimmer Cape.
If they want to Roche, they'll definitely have time for it when he respawns. It'll be about 50 seconds before the chrono is even up. But they'll have to be decisive. Dilly-dally, and all of a sudden, that will not be the case, as Arteezy is going to duke it out in the jungle here. He commits the Poison Nova, but again, it's GH ready to spring the trap. Liquid were smoking in this direction, anticipating EG's movements. Miracle is dangerously low, but has the armlet toggle available. Should be enough to save his life. That armlet on, await out the poison damage, and then back to safety. So, again, Liquid just feeling like they know what moves EG wants to make, and being able to either anticipate them or react extremely quickly. And that should probably set up for this round. Poison Nova on cooldown, no chrono for 50 seconds if they want to go for it. This
got the medallion from Visage, obviously, and look at Roshan drop. One of the interaction that we haven't mentioned, and we definitely should, is the fact that Howl is such a good way to kind of soften the blow from the Venomancer ultimate. Essentially acts as a mech for nighttime. We saw it, you know, being instrumental in terms of surviving against.
Looking for when Liquid has their full complement of heroes and summons all grouped up. And really trying to take a big fight. But for now, they're content with that Roche. Do imagine they're going to try and keep the map spread here. You know, I doubt we see all 5 marching down mid, but maybe 2 or there, 1 or 2 in the other side lane. Complete the Silver Edge of Mind Control. Items continue to pile in, the double BKB. Well, actually, no, Miracle changed his mind about the BKB. Went for a Reverence.
Okay, going for the heart, being tanky. Now for EG fans out there, I think one thing that EG can still hold on to is their insane high ground defense, right? We talked about it during the draft, Van Awards. Crit? Oh, well, that is part of their high ground defense.
Look at this, the Wolf just on the high ground scouting Sumail. There's another one that's following Arteezy back into the base. He's not even bothering to use the Wolves to farm anymore. They are purely there to keep eyes on EG. And historically, Lumi, when Lycan used to be a really popular pick, Gem was considered absolutely mandatory for countering him. And right now, no Gem for EG, so...
Speaking of Gem, Liquid's got one of their own. It's on the courier right now. Being sent back. Liquid GH use it to deward
that was the one that EG had earlier. Universe had one previously, and now it's been stolen. But yeah, without the Gem, they're like the Lycan is a real problem. The Brood is quite annoying. Even the Nature's Prophet with the Silver Edge. Like you've got 3 heroes / units that are constantly running around invis, scouting you out and potentially. Scary. Now that all that said, EG's high ground is extremely difficult to crack if they're full complement of ability.
Right, if they're alive. And I think, you know, what we saw, like killing the Wyvern, for example, are the other plays that Liquid's going to go for. They're not going to push high ground when all 5 EGs alive. They're going to...
And if they do, it's not going to be all 5 in one lane. It's going to be 1 core in each lane, and, you know, who knows what else the familiars are up to. Rotation up top, Mind Control trying to make a move here on Sumail. Sprouts him in, silences him, and just harassing him for now. Sumail's like, you man. know that he can actually kill an MP this far. 2,300 health. Only played.
Yeah, he's got it. He's fine. I'm sure RTZs gave him the lesson.
While all that's happening, the real action is in mid. Matumba Man charging in, marching on Zai, trying to bring him down. Already finished off the Wyvern. Multiple bashes there, but the silence against Melly rotates mid. Mind control there to greet him.
Oh, Wyvern's dead. That's a big part of the base defense. No Splinter Blast, no threat of the curse.
That's the thing, right? Like, it looked like it's just kind of funny what Mind Control's doing top, but that also is setting up for these plays elsewhere on the map.
Yeah.
And then he's instantly there to join the fight. His BKB almost complete as well, so it seems like Liquid evaluated this game and said, if we get mass BKBs, EG will not be able to kill our cores very easily in team fights, and this Void is just not that far. Bloomy doesn't even have a mat to complete. He's really the only source of physical damage. I mean, aside from the Elder Titan, you know, you talked theoretically about how much damage you'd get from the Spirit, but practice, not even a max Spirit, and I don't think Zai's going to be hitting much in fights.
Yeah, that's the thing. He is getting a ton of damage. It's more that whether he could go in and actually right-click people. And so far, it doesn't seem like that's the case.
I love these multiple BKBs. If they get them off, like, they're just not going to die.
Yeah, BKB is so effective in this game. Like, Void right now isn't doing enough physical damage on his own. HE is pretty much all magical apart from the Void, right? Even Winter's Curse, the BKB will block the effects of it in terms of like having your teammates, or having you like forcing to hit your teammates. Which super effective.
Is there like a late game opportunity here for EG? Can they just turtle up, batten down the hatches, and aim to take this 40, 50, 60 minutes? Do you think their odds improve at that stage?
I don't think so. I just think that there's a lot of room for Liquid to grow.
Like, guess they're just building towards the Zags.
Yeah.
Fill some item slots here on all of the cores. You've got Veno, who doesn't really... I mean, I guess on paper scales pretty well once the BKBs are lower. Building towards the Nags. You've got Elder Titan, who's pretty good late game.
Okay, Bat Rider on top lane. Get something going.
Beware of the bat. But Miracle's on the case. Suddenly Universe just wants to get the hell out of dodge. 2, 3, 4 auto techs, and he would be down, but the evasion was there from the Solar Crest, so instead crit is the sacrifice. Miracle racing forward.
But here's the thing.
The Wyvern is almost a bigger deal than the Bat Rider, especially because Lasso was used. Now they don't have Winter's Curse for the high ground defense. And all the while, they're ratting bottom. Matumba Man was forced to BKB. But here we go. They're going to pull EG apart at the seams.
Yep, bottom, the Treants are still going on the building. Top is hitting the building as well. Rat Dota fully employed. The tier 3 should go down here. Miracle might actually get stunned up. His Aegis has been triggered, but he's got the heart, so he's just so damn tanky.
They need Sumail top to take a big head-on fight. They really need that Chronosphere, but Sumail is not there yet. The Fissure comes through, buying them time. GH ready with the Echo. They do get the Miracle kill. Splitter. The rescue.
But bottom though, Matumba Man's on the tier 3 as well. Now trading your, I guess your position on Lycan for this little bit of tower damage is not that good of a trade, but
they just did about 2,700 HP in tier 3 tower damage.
Yeah.
And they lost the Lycan for it.
The thing is, like, sure, you lost your Lycan, but what is the punish? Like, is EG gonna run down mid and take some objective? No. They're not gonna be able to get roached, so even though that was not the best play for Team Liquid, they're just not going to be punished for it. And to me, Crit needs to watch his positioning. To me, he's probably like position 2 in terms of how important he is in terms of a defense. He cannot get picked off.
Yeah, almost certainly the Veno is going to be able to get his ult off, and then after that it really doesn't matter. The Bat Rider is expendable once he's gotten the Lasso initiation. It's really the Wyvern who has to sit back and wait for an opportune time to get the Cold Embrace or the Curse off, and that was... You can kind of understand, like, Crit wants to help keep Universe alive. He's being chased. He is a core, but yeah, I agree with you. I think he's probably the second most important hero after the Void for defending the base.
Top lane here. RTZ gonna get caught, and Echo Slam hits, I think, nothing?
I think some of the damage hit him, but didn't even get the Aftershock stable.
I believe the Wrath of Nature just actually clipped Universe on bottom, gets a kill. Matumba Man's in the base right now, and, well, backdoor protection is
base created, and they're going to go bottom for him, and that means Liquid opportunity here in the top lane. They'll get to work with the Enchant Totem. They'll bring that tower down. The base is collapsing. EG having a rough start here at the International, and it might just be getting rougher. Liquid, meanwhile, surging forward. They want these objectives. Have they gotten too cocky in going for them, though? Miracle's got to get the hell out of there. EG holds the line for now. They've committed most of their big ultimates, but the bottom lane's been caved in. But Tumbleman racing towards the next objective as he struts up on the tier 2. Mind Control joins the party as well. He will be controlled for now by Sumail getting the batches, but all space created. The Trance working on the melee rack. The Spiders working on the mid. And everywhere you look, Liquid are just chewing apart at EG. They've given up 3 heroes, and they have indisputably taken a massive victory in this fight. Not often you would say that.
Yeah, I mean, had they lost a Lycan, you would be like, oh, maybe that was a little bit sloppy, but it doesn't even matter. Liquid now is just pulling them apart. And like I mentioned so many times now, EG just want to take a 5v fight, and Liquid would never give it to them. They would just keep splitting open, push top, middle, bottom.
Now Shrines are going to go down.
Yep.
Your base is increasingly open to the next assault. And
how many Rexes are left? 2 range Rexes?
2 ranged. Very bleak.
So where do you think it went wrong for EG? To me, it was the final pick of the Void. I just don't think it did much of anything. Or do you see it differently?
Yeah, no, I don't really know how they were supposed to have a decent laning stage. Like we even mentioned, you know, Brood could well be going mid as Liquid picked that, and I mean, maybe Veno does okay. Like the Batrider won his lane as expected.
They didn't know that Brood was coming, right? Like, so I guess
that's true. But
the Brood was the final pick.
I don't know. I just don't think. I think the way when EG picked this type of lineup, right? They have the Venomancer for Arteezy, a very selfless hero. You've got a Space Creator for Universe. The Batrider, you know, it's not like an offlane Void or something for him. They don't really have a support who can transition into carry. Basically, your whole lineup is built around a Sumail's here getting ultra fat.
Yeah.
And it was a Void against the Broodmother mid. Like, he's not going to win that lane. Certainly not without help. And even if he does, can a Void actually carry this game? Like, he's so reliant on the ult, which is a very long cooldown.
Not in 30 minutes.
And
right?
you're up against heroes that love to take lots of little fights. So I just think strategically it was always going to be hard for EG based on that. But that said, Liquid have played it extremely well. Here they go on Matumba Man. They smoke up. They make a big committed dive, and they try, but already the TP goes onto the mid-tier 3. They're looking for the rat. Even if they lose this fight, Liquid might well just win the game. It's the war, not the battle, that they're concerned with as the Echo gets dropped. Sumail almost finished off, but Crit able to keep him alive. Courtesy of that Cold Embrace, still he's stunned, still he's controlled, glimmered up. What more can Crit possibly do? Well, be 2 places at once. That's something that he can't do. Mind Control puts a cap on it. That's Megas, boys. And that's likely the game.
All right, Liquid is, they're gonna kill hero now. They don't really care about buildings anymore. There are no buildings. Crit on the run. He's probably gonna survive, but does it even matter?
Effigies are falling. EG is getting peppered from all sides by little pokes, death by 1,000 cuts. And Lumi, you know, I have to say Admiral Bulldog might not have made it here to the International in body, but I think his legacy lives on in spirit.
Yeah. In more than one ways.
Liquid paying quite the tribute.
We saw a lot of self-debating from Cloud9. I think there's definitely a lot of Admiral Bulldog spirit in that as well. But Team Liquid,
I don't know that I've seen anyone execute Rat this well since those TI 3 days. This is masterful performance this way.
I mean, I don't want to take anything away from Liquid, but to me, I think the strategy that EG employed is just not going to be able to fight Liquid on the same axis. Liquid wants to play against a team that groups up, because they're not going to group up against you. They're going to split open. And EG with the Void final pick, the reason I don't like it is not the fact that he can't carry against his team, it's that he forces his team to group up. Like, for a Void to fight, he has to group up with his team. I think, you know, a Storm-esque hero where he's going off to do his own thing to actually punish the split push might be better. Now, obviously Storm was banned, but I don't know, Ember or anything that just is so more mobile and could solo kill.
Maybe that is part of the issue, is EG might have thought about it and they're like, well, we just don't know what that hero is. You know?
I think you mentioned Ember during the draft.
Yeah. Would Ember have been...
It would have been better than this, I think.
I think so. I think so too. But I don't feel like it would have been Storm in terms of definitely being able to take over and carry the game.
Right.
Anyway, that's all water under the bridge now. All EG have left is this shamble of a base with just a few outer filters, and GH Dagger to the heart. He drops the totem, gets to work. Meanwhile, Arteezy's getting chewed up by Miracle. Take that, he says. Now 3 down, Munch through. They've used all their ultimates. They're out of options here, and the boys in blue are going to drop another one on day 1. Liquid say, we're the real boys in blue now. They'll take EG down, and with that, they are out to a 1-0 lead, and they are 5-0 on the day.
Wow.
I think that's wow-worthy.
Yeah, that is actually wow-worthy. Doing it against EG as well. Coming in there, we know that these are the 2 of the top teams.
I love how, I will say one thing I like about this Liquid team, they just look so business-like after a win. You know, like in the group stage, obviously you want teams to celebrate and enjoy it at the main event, and they did that, I think, at Epicenter we saw that, but, you know, they're not like, oh yeah, we beat OG, or EG, you know, like they're focused on the task at hand.
You think this is the Curl effect, you know, he's been into every TI, he's seen everything, you know.
It definitely feels like the whole team has a bit of Kuro in them.
Yeah, well, of course. He's the captain.
Yeah, you would hope so.
Yeah. He's like, you know, we won this game, but we could have won it, you know, 5 minutes sooner. That's what Kuro was thinking to himself, telling his teammates, and let's do better next game.
So, speaking of that next game, any big adjustments you would want to see here? Like, if you could fix one thing, is it mainly just the draft? Is it something in the execution? It sounds like we're both kind of leaning towards they just got caught off guard by the draft more than anything.
I mean, I've never seen this kind of all-in death ball push, but it wasn't a death ball at all. It was just...
It was all in push, but not all in death ball.
Exactly, yeah.
And Liquid also executed it well. It felt like there were opportunities where if they got too cocky, they grouped up too much, EG really could have punished them in that first 15 to 20 minutes, but they were very disciplined about it.
Very educational game.
Perhaps a lot of it the influence of the coach. But with that, guys, game 1 a wrap. Now Liquid 5-0 on the day. They're going to try to make it a clean sweep, make it 6-0. EG, they'll look to battle back. Stay tuned. Welcome back to game number 2 of Team Liquid versus Evil Geniuses. We're live here at the International 2017. Liquid, an unblemished 5-0. EG, expectedly poor performance here on day 1. Gloomy, they are 2-3 against some stiffer than expected competition.
Yeah, they won one against IGV, which you can make an argument that they should 2-0. TNC is, I guess, more of an expected 1-1 at powerhouse coming out from SCA. But
and now you've got, I mean, that also is a concern, right? Because you've still got some big names to worry about in this group.
GD in particular, the currently 4-0 team, 5-0 team. Exactly sure.
Yeah, you've got LGD Forever Young in Group B, 4-0. GD in Group A, 4-0. Ruru, 8-0. She's got the best record at the International right
That's
now.
true, 100%. When you have two teams and you remain at 100%, that is super impressive.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't think so, actually. Like, that's actually
5 seconds
a true statement.
By the way, that is like a must-have for the chat wheel line.
I don't think he said it during a TM.
Oh, really?
Sure.
Shaker first pick. The Lich meta has a new challenger.
Team Liquid to me seems to be a team that isn't particularly caring too much about what other teams are doing. Like, I don't think they're going to copy other people's strategy. I feel like they're very comfortable executing their own, and they're not going to pick Lich because everyone is picking it. They'll be prepared for it, that's for sure. And I think the other thing is that Lich is not a very curled-esque type hero where he's looking to actively, like, kill buildings. He's not looking to defend his own. You know,
The best defense is a good
right.
offense.
He loves
a wise
heroes
general once said.
like Shadow Shamans or Visage. That's punching buildings in.
Batrider reply from you. You've got a follow-up pick available. Historically, love their Sand King. They love Puck. Band. Seen Rubik picked a lot in the past against Earthshaker just because Fissure's such an amazing. Is there anything that jumps out at you as like?
Last game they picked an Elder Titan in this spot, right? And honestly, Elder Titan did a lot given what he was up against. I mean, if they go ET here, I wouldn't like. I think it's a fine pick. It's more of like what EG's got, what they're thinking about in terms of overall playstyle. I'm gonna go back for the ET.
I think they like this opening because it doesn't really reveal too much about anything. I guess you know Elder Titans. That's really about it. Bat can be off lane. You know, Bat probably not going to be mid, but I wouldn't entirely rule it out, especially if they want to like put else. So I think it's still a slightly flexible pick, and it doesn't tell you much about the overall game plan, even if you know who's playing.
It also makes your lane super flexible as well. We saw Elder Titan and Batrider beating up on a Lycan last game, but let's say if it's a different hero. Bat could go into the jungle, ET could just roam into the mid lane instead. So you're not just married to this one particular laning strategy. So early on in the draft, you want to keep your lanes, you know, somewhat open. You want to keep them guessing, and you want the ability to react. And this 2-start is the build, like you have the ability to react. Is this the exact same draft so far we've seen?
I think so, except
I think MP came a little bit later.
The Shaker wasn't. EG was first pick.
10 seconds remaining.
We are getting old. We can't even remember what happened an hour ago.
I have not had enough.
Okay. I have no excuse. I'm drinking TS for casting right now.
Very Lumia. I mean, I think that's what we see out of both of these teams, is they just like these flex picks. They like leaving the laning options open. They like not committing to something too early. Nature's Prophet is another hero that fits in that mold. Yeah, you probably expect his mind control on the NP and the off lane. Have to be. They could run a safe lane, or, you know, Tumba Man in some sort of dual or offensive tri lane.
Oh, they had Visage second.
But still, a lot of the same faces. Yeah.
I do want to mention Wyvern. We saw Crit pick it up for himself last game. A lot of the European teams have been kind of really respecting the hero. We see Liquid picking up relatively early. Secret's been playing it. EG's been playing it a lot. I wonder if it's a thing where the European teams scrimmed against each other and they all kind of simultaneously came to the conclusion that Wyvern is a very good pick given the situation. It's definitely a hero that I think we'll keep seeing for the remainder of this TI.
Don't you still feel he's like more of a situational counter
for sure.
hero? He's
Yeah.
not like, oh, what's a strong hero that I want to take first phase? Let me just grab a Wyvern. You know?
He's not a Sand King or a Shaker. Like he's more of like, hey, they're running.
I agree.
80 billion summons. Let's make up Wyvern.
I think he's someone that you slot into a draft as a response, or if he fits else you've already picked super well, but you don't go into a game thinking, yeah, like Wyvern would be better, no matter what.
Sure.
So I do want to point out they left that. Oh wait, never mind. EG actually banned them. Like I looked at Liquid's bans, I'm like they didn't ban Storm, and I'm like, oh, EG, surely they're gonna want that Storm. EG actually.
So is this your Sumail Mirana?
10 seconds remaining.
Or is this?
Yeah, I would guess so. I mean, I think we've seen a handful of Miranas, but kind of questionable.
Then I'm fully 100% expecting Crit's Bane coming out. He loves playing Bane. I think, to be honest, one of the underutilized support heroes that is just like got stopped picking. It sets up Echo Stomp this game. It sets up Arrow this game. Very good brawler early on. You could like walk into MP's lane and start trading hits with them, no problem, because you get good brain tap.
Brawler is definitely a good word to describe Bane. So to Elder Titan's also great at that. That would give G really strong lanes.
We'll see though. Maybe.
So for Liquid, you know, they love the Matumba Man Lone Druid historically. Lycan, obviously, they picked last game. We saw the Broodmother. I don't think feels that great here with the Mirana, Elder Titan Bat, but you know, we'll see what these last two picks are. Obviously, there's the Miracle Invoker.
All right.
Just lurking always.
Gonna be Curl's hero.
Yeah, good call. It's Kuro definitely likes having that pushing.
I don't think there needs to be a lot of discussion on Shadow Shaman as a hero. I think in particular by picking him up here, you kind of force the Elder Titan to be on the bottom lane with the Batrider. Because Batrider by himself, you get shackled, and a lot of bad things could happen to you, depending on what the carry is. Could be like a Gyro with Rocket Barrage, could be a Juggernaut with Spin. So by picking up Shadow Shaman, it does limit what Zai could do in terms of rotation.
There's the Wyvern again. Not quite the same draft, but... Wyvern, Titan, Batrider.
10 seconds remaining.
This is where you start to question your set. Like, this is so
5
similar.
seconds remaining.
Slightly different.
So you were just, you know, pointing out that Wyvern is more or less a situational pick, and I'm just not sure whether he is good in this particular situation.
Yeah, what does the Wyvern offer you this game? He's not... He's okay at sniping the wards, I guess, because of the range, but... The Curse doesn't feel that good yet. You've got two ranged heroes. There's no sign of, like, that big melee here that you have to lock down. But
And I don't think the Cold Embrace save is that good either. Like, there's so much magic damage that it's possible coming out from...
It's definitely not a game where it's like, oh yeah, Wyvern really counters their draft, but we'll see what Liquid pick if it... Obviously there's some potential synergy just within the draft where Stomp can set up for a Curse or vice versa. They have a lot of AoE damage, so a big team fight potential. I'm with you that I'm not sure if the Wyvern an obvious synergy.
Okay. Talk about the lack of synergy. Faceless Void comes in here for a team that doesn't have a ton of things to throw into the Chronosphere. I guess you could put the wards outside of the Chrono and have them hit in.
Yeah, I remember in the old days, you used to be able to drop, the wards would still attack inside of Chronos. You could actually really abuse. Now you've got to be careful. So they'll definitely want someone to dump a little extra damage in their last pick.
Immediate Invoker ban, because that is the damage.
So what's in the Lina is pretty good. Good against Wyvern too with all the nuke damage.
Sure. I like Lina quite a bit.
Also lanes reasonably well against Mirage. Anyone else who's a better Miracle type?
OD is not that bad.
Yeah, I'd say it's... No!
Okay.
Alright, so this is great at countering the Batrider initiation. Interrupt that combo. Helps you ensure that the Wyvern can't counter the Chrono. There's a core that can scale pretty hard. If he...
There's just no switching here, right?
space.
Like, we're not going to get suddenly a mid-Miracle Shaker. He has played it, I believe, in the Shanghai Invitational.
Depends what EG's mid is. Generally, the mid Shaker does a lot better against melee heroes.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, like, Shaker Faces Void is just not a combo, really.
Miracle Shadow Shaman. Old, like, no-tail mid.
I think it's just a silencer. But...
That used to be a big thing in Heroes. Polywog Pre. That was his.
Are you not afraid of getting fired at all? Just talking some game. Maybe you'll get magically deported despite having a U.S.
I'll get
passport.
deported?
Yeah.
I'll get deported for mentioning Han? Suddenly Valve is also...
Give TSA a call. Sir, we got a suspicious figure here.
I don't think you even know what TSA does. TSA does not have the right to deport.
TSA touches me a lot when I go to the airport and talk to me.
Lumi, you were not hired for your immigration expertise.
Neither is Bulldog, so we're all... Alright, we got the Lone Druid final pick. So this is going to be the R-Tour. The RTC. LD, I'm going to need you to focus here.
Maybe you should have made that comment then. Okay. But alright, here we go. Yeah, RTZ on the Lone Druid. Lone Druid last pick. How do you feel the Lone Druid like fits into the overall game plan here?
I think Lone Druid very good against Kuro's hero. Like very little that Shadow Shaman could do. Puts a lot of pressure on Miracle as well, and could help his ally or himself with the bear able to proc off that Savage Roar to, let's say, save somebody when they get Chrono and stuff like that. It is very awkward in terms of how he'll have to play it. But overall, I think he's going to lane much better against the Nature's Prophet. Remember last game, he just lost the 1v1 against Nature's Prophet. I think this game, he's actually going to have the advantage lane.
Okay. See if that turns out the case. Liquid do smoke immediately out of the fountain to EG. The teams are going to... So as far as our laning setup goes, it will be the mid. Be a safe lane Lone Druid. Sometimes we see the Male Rana there. So as far as laning setup goes, completely standard from EG and what you would expect. Looks like the same for Liquid. No shenanigans here, no Void mid or tri-lane mid, just straight up classic Dota.
I wonder what Miracle's skill build will be this when the Chinese silencers go mid, like your SCCC, or maybe they love to actually max the curse, as it does very nicely in kind of your standard 2v2 mid situation. Curse just gives you so much more damage. The slow allows you to get off a couple more right clicks. But I've never seen Miracle go mid with this hero, so we shall sit here and learn in a bit.
Learning with
learning not to what to do with. We're learning either way, so it's fine.
Life is learning.
There you go. I'm just trying to, like, absolve myself of this situation, but you just like...
I'm just hammering it home.
Yeah, thank you.
Goes EG. Lane for the off lane. Heading there. Gonna be the Shaker starting off to help a bit mid. Liquid assembling the tri-lane initially. Bottom. He's actually carrying a TP guard.
Who is? Sorry?
Kuroki on the Shadow Shaman. Expecting this 1v1 matchup. Without shit on the bear, but wants to get one soon. I can't recall the last time I've seen RT.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Like when he used to be on EG and they did pick it, like Fear always played it.
Exactly.
So, I mean, he is kind of in the Fear role now.
It's also a very different role because RTZ lately has been playing things like Venom and Razor, right? Somebody that doesn't eat up a lot of farm. I think this is a departure to that. Like going back to his original, hey, I'm gonna put the whole team on my shoulder and 1v5 carry. I think Lone Drew is more of that hero.
Yeah, hopefully not 1v5. I mean, you have a Mirana mid. Pretty decent scaling core. They're trying to dual lane against Miracle, at least initially. It's not working out so hot. Already 5-1, even with the Mirana bullying crit out of the lane. Nice thing about Silent Suit. Very high damage output mid. Pretty good at lane control.
And this is where, if he has Curse, I think will help him lane a little bit better. The last word is decent against Lumeo, but I don't think he's short on regen. Like, he's gonna just eat the Curse and salve up or whatever.
You know, one adjustment about this Liquid lineup, I think where the Void is really good, is that they're not going to get completely demolished by the Batrider offlane like we saw last game. Void might get bullied slightly, but GH duking out here in the river, taking some heavy punishment. Let's have the boots, though. Should be able to take it away. Zai still chasing him, though. Gets that one extra punch. Kuro's coming in. Wants the bounty rune, and Zai is going to snag it, as well as force the Shaker on his heels. So, big win.
Yeah, going back to your point about the offlane, not only is the Void a little bit more durable compared to the Lycan, he also has a better support, right? Remember Visage was the support last game for Matumba Man, and you know, Kuro wasn't able to do too much of anything. But Shaman in particular could just shackle, and Universe's effectiveness will get limited pretty hard.
For now, some small adjustments to the lanes here and there, but Zai does come back to the bottom. Shackles off. They're going to try to make their move on Mr. Zai. Still only level 1, and he might be the first blood. Indeed, he will be. Good, the committed 3-hero jump, and the point in Shackles, perhaps unexpected. Usually, you do see the Shaman.
I think there's
could get the kill.
I think there's a debate now in terms of what you get level 1. I've been seeing actually more Shackles. It depends on what your safe lane carry is, right? Like if you have a Gyro or a Juggernaut, then the Shackle makes a lot more sense. But you're right, like he's been holding his skill point for such a long time that it wasn't clear what he actually got.
He's gonna go in again, and there's no way to break that Shackle with this dual lane. A big weakness that Kuroki has managed to exploit. Zai gets off a beautiful 3-hero stomp at the time. Walk forward, one more auto attack, it's not enough. He lives at 4 HP.
Wait, CH or GH?
Oh, give up the totem, give up the totem. What was the range of that thing?
That was a Monkey King attack range. And now Kuro ports out. That early teleport score.
That looked like Tiny with the Ags upgrade. What the hell was that?
It is a totem. Got them range.
Say it like that.
Learning with Lumi.
Learning English with Lumi. Boy, that would be a great series. Got them range. Let's start with that little phrase right there.
Yeah.
That might actually take longer than all of the internationals back to back.
Oh boy. You know how this year Miracle in the mid lane gets picked off. You know how this year Valve started to do like the classic games, which I really appreciate that. I just hope that whatever we got going on right now would never make it into the classic game. 10 years from now, somebody watches this game again. They'd be like, what the hell is this guy saying?
Well, you just got to make sure the jokes age well, you know?
Okay.
Like, it's got to be like a fine wine. You don't want to be referencing like this year's Transformers movie.
Universe? And get picked off on the bottom side.
Yeah, and they're doing it pre-chrono. I mean, I mentioned like they're not going to get run over by the bat, but in fact, they're dominating. In the mid lane, they're trying to set up a miracle here. The stomp will connect. Crit wants to go. Arrow comes through, it will connect, but Kuro's there with the interrupt. He gets the shackles off with the Hex. They're diving this tower. They're tanking this tower. Sumail's going to go down. Kuro once more. He probably pays with his life. But 2 for 1, but in goes GH. The tower is not cooperating. In fact, GH has to be careful. They might try to go on him too. Fissure, timed, but not placed. Just right. Be able to retreat. Crit's just going to chill and wait it out.
EG won the kind of the numerical side of things. It was a 2 for 1. GH just walks in here right onto Crit. But the fact that they killed the Mirana first, you could make the argument that, you know, it's Radiant getting a experience, killing the more important hero. It wasn't all bad for Liquid.
One big thing you mentioned, Lumi, in the draft, and it certainly has been the case thus far, like Mind Control is not going to crush Arteezy. In fact, Arteezy is crushing Mind Control now when it comes to CS at least. He's 21 CS up. Granted, probably a few of those are Treants, but still winning his lane pretty handily, and also keeping the Nature's Prophet locked here. If he leaves the lane to go gank, then all of a sudden the tower gets pressure.
Look at the level disparity, not just talk about farm. That's a level 5 Nature's Prophet to a level 7 Arteezy. Savage Roar?
Here goes the Shackles, the counterplay from Zai with the stomp, and now
roots?
Kuro on the run.
Nope.
Still good rotation by Zai, keeping his carry alive.
I wonder in a scenario like this where you're expected to 1v1 for so long, whether it's good to upgrade your boots to phase boots. It's really not done anymore on the Spear Bearer, and Arteezy deems it not important to do so in this game. But I imagine he would be dumpstering even harder on the Prophet if he had it.
GH getting slowed down here by Crit. Pursue this any further. A lot of movement from both teams, mostly centered around the middle lane it seems, but so far not all that many kills. Certainly had higher here on day one. As we look away from the laning stage more towards the mid game, we're going to see Matoma getting harassed a bit here by Universe. Can time walk off that damage, should be okay. What's the... Oh, Chrono. All right, Chrono 1, go for the other. That's something fresh. Matoma, he just wanted the move speed, and seems move speed's all he needed in the end to get the Wyvern kill.
I think the game plan for Liquid is to use your long cooldown ultimate, your global is your Chronosphere, to set up a kill, and then use your Rastas and your Prophets to kind of get objective after it. Ooh, Fairy Fire.
Gonna descend on the mid lane on Sumail. Fissure comes through, and Liquid playing around the Prophet and playing around the rotations of GH. 2 back-to-back kills. Nice stuff for them.
I think you could just look back in this series, regardless how the result goes, and say Liquid is just playing, to me, a little bit faster, a little bit better over EG. It's not that EG is not executing properly or anything, it's just that Liquid is just one step ahead. That is the difference. They're 5-0, G's 2-3.
Lasso on the bottom lane. They're going to need some follow-up here. Sumail gets off the arrow. Well-timed rotation nets them the kill. Obviously, with Chrono on cooldown, it's probably a better time to die as a Void than when you could be potentially setting up big kills. Nonetheless, a good one. GG. I mean, how are you feeling about the mid-silencer thus far? He got out CS pretty heavily as... Oh, Control getting picked off side of that mid lane. Definitely not dominating his lane. He did have to deal with 2 heroes for a lot of it. Is this a game where Miracle can take over on the silencer?
I'm not sure. Honestly, I'm not impressed with the way that the silencer has been playing. But the beauty of the silencer mid is that you don't have to be dumpstering the enemy. You could just, you know, part of it is your global, right? Your ultimate. So even if you're not having the earliest impact, you're still effective. You're still helpful to the team. So I guess wait and see is the reply to your question.
Yeah, you wait and see for the Bat Rider to blink in, and then you hopefully global and can turn that fight around. But
right
here comes the ganking party. Miracle gonna get slowed down. No global yet. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
He is gonna global. He interrupts the stomp. He keeps himself alive. The rotation scrambles in. Jidge could cut off 2 here with the Fissure. He only gets 1. Zai just walks idly by him. Well, they'll at least get the Wyvern kill. Miracle, a +2 for him. That's a total of +6, but I keep on looking at this top lane, Lumi, and Arteezy is uncontested, 81 CS. He's not actually the leader in net worth. That title goes to Sumail on the Mirana, but he is still about to take a tier 1 down.
Oh, deny. The Treants.
Hero Treants. Meanwhile, back in the river, Fissure on 2, but now the chase is on. Liquid have overplayed their hand. They've got to back away. There is a Chrono available, but Tumbaman can make something happen, but he needs damage to dump into that Chrono. That is one area where they're lacking, as the Shaman will fall. The amount of AoE and the amount of nuke damage they can lob into a Chrono is very limited.
Arteezy now joins bottom, teleports in, walks away from the smoke, and is looking to set up a bait of some sort here. It's like, hey, I'm by myself. And all of a sudden, Batrider shows up. He doesn't have Lasso though, so I'm not sure how much they could do here.
Probably hoping GH overextends. Does seem like EG wants to try and play more aggressively, take more fights as the Savage Roar pushes Mutombo away.
GH in the trees by himself. He is isolated. Crit peppering him with that Arctic Burn. And he is going to just get run down.
Nice pick. Well, is it a pick? Is it a pick? Is it a pick?
I mean...
GH still running. Surely he dies here.
Stop. Hey.
They get him.
I think Crit could have... Or sorry, Zai could have stopped any time, but he's like trying to get his core to kill. RTZ not doing enough.
So they're using this Lone Druid as their early push tool. Takes the tier on top. Now he's going to rotate bottom, do the same. Very different from game one in that regard, where Liquid had a massive tower advantage. That is not the case here. EG have only lost one, and they have taken with that bottom tower falling too.
Top lane, GH in position here. Arctic Burn cooling down relatively soon here. Can the bird fly away? All right.
Cold Embrace, he's got Stick. He could get off a Winter's Curse. He doesn't have a TP.
Okay.
He goes for the Creep Curse, and then he tries to walk away. GH giving him the punch. Mind Control giving him the auto attack, and down he goes. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, action also breaking out there as Liquid are on the chase. Kuroki's going to fall. Now Zai chasing forward. They've got the numbers advantage here at this point. Miracle's likely to drop as well. That's an extra kill. Zai on the killing spree. Another death for the Silencer.
Yeah.
Still no Midas at 12 minutes. Miracle is not having a great start.
I mean, a large part of that is doing EG's persistence on non-stop ganking mid, right? You know, it's maybe unfair to say whether Silencer is a good pick this game. No hero's a good pick when they send 4 gank parties. But I think the bigger problem is that we're walking into a mid-game, RTZ is super fat, and Miracle's got a hero that does not match up well at all against the Spirit Bear. So I am quite concerned for the Silencer.
Is there a point where Liquid's lineup kicks it up a notch? There's something in particular that's really going to change the complexion of the game for them?
I think Liquid, the way that their lineup scales is like pretty linear. It's not like a hero where, like, for example, Spectre picks up Radiance and you're fighting for just spikes, like really heavy, right? I don't think there is any one big item like that for Team Liquid. So like, if they're going to fall behind, they're going to be behind for a while until they can slowly win one team fight, claw yourself back. This is definitely not a good sign for Team Liquid. I like to see them use their Chrono and Global together and get something going, but again, it goes back to the draft. Like, what are you comboing with that Chrono? There's just not really that much.
Yeah, like Nature's Wrath and I don't know. If somehow they're all on the
At
side of the Chrono,
it's just like, yeah, the
Echo Slam, yeah, it's not great. And this ain't great either. This Mind Control will get lassoed and picked off in the top lane. Universe had a pretty rough lane, but they've been able to make effective plays despite that, and despite the fact he only now gets this blink. There was a setup in the mid. Meanwhile, Sumail jumping in into the R-Splitter. And another pick-off. The kills just keep on rolling in for EG. Be too flustered by the potential turnaround of a Global or Chrono. In fact, that Chrono only now cools down.
my man steals a Haste Rune and it's out of there. So I really appreciate another great performance from Zai on the Elder Titan. Like, we're 15 minutes in the game, he's pretty much been in every single kill. Like, I think he's missed 3 kills, and he's just so effective. And this is like, we're not seeing him combining with the rest of the team yet in terms of like the curse into Earthsplitter that you mentioned during the draft. So I think moving forward, this is definitely a hero that teams have to worry about when facing up against EG. Or rather, also Digital Chaos, because Boba invented that hero, so it's going to be playing it too.
And that's a big ally, an X factor in the draft, is if there's a hero like that normally teams wouldn't want to ban or even consider that you have to work with. But we're in the game now, and that's where Universe is going to go down. Liquid, pretty hefty commitment, dropping the Chrono for that. We'll get the kill. But Arteezy just really farming bottom all the while. He is not going Radiance, though. Something we used to see more of was that Maelstrom build. Kind of fell by the wayside, but
it was like
bringing it back.
You know, it's normally like a Midas into Radiance or Maelstrom, but no Midas either. GH popping that Shrine. Global comes through. They're going to take a team fight. Echo Slam's going to be there. They will take down the Sumail. Question is, can they take down Crit as well? Crit still tangling up a little bit. Enchant Totem ready. go, and I do believe crit with that stun hitting him, he should go down. Meanwhile, on the other half of the team fight, great Earth Splitter coming back in. Mind control should just get burned down. The wards gets committed. They want Zai, and they will get Zai, but they might lose
get
a little
more. They're still chasing. Actually, Kuroki might die here. He's roasting in the flames. Easy double, fed back the other way. That's costly. EG salvage what looked like a really bad fight.
Yep.
Arteezy is going for that full right-click build now.
Oh, he's going just range build?
Yeah, it looks like.
I say that with a tone of surprise because normally when you see Lone Druid nowadays, it's just all bear, right? Like, it was Midas, Radiance, and you just go into melee form.
It was what, like a 3 to 4 month period where everyone was doing that range, like
long sniper
with a bear.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, I love that build.
I guess I was just not really paying attention. The fact that he doesn't have boots on his bear should be a telltale sign, right? Like, normally when you see more of the bear build, you definitely invest the boots on him, at the very least.
The sad bear.
Yeah.
Not been adorned with a whole lot. Been given an Orb of Venom, a Quelling Blade, and Stout Shield. Arteezy is abusing that poor animal for his own twisted purposes.
I guess if you're looking up against who you're facing against, being just a long-range right-clicker is just good against heroes like Prophet and Void, right? Just the further you stay from those heroes, the better. You still retain on the whole demolish bear pushing, and they will take down yet another tower.
Tower hits the deck, no deny for the tree this time. First pushes in. They are trying to split push a little bit with Matumba Man top and Mind Control bottom, but Lumi, they are not the split push lineup that they were last game. Like, they could drop the wards, the Prophet can do a little bit. There's some long cooldown story out there, and
yeah,
certainly just not as good at taking objectives as they.
LD, take me back and talk about kind of range Lone Druid as kind of like a force in the mid and late game. Do you think he's like? I think one of the strengths of the carry Lone Druid is the fact that you had a ridiculous respawn talent back in the day, right? Was it minus 60 second or something crazy like that?
Yeah.
And you don't have that now, so is that like, can you even play that kind of style without that respawn talent?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think to your point, like, how good is the bear actually this game in fights? You've got a lot of control for him, whether it's just sprouting the bear, shackling or hexing it. The fish, like tons of AoE from the Shaker and the Void. So I think in that regard, this is potentially a more like suitable build for the matchup. At this point, everyone on their lineup is effectively a pretty long-range damage dealer as Liquid Smoke and get caught by a Dire Scan. So yeah, I think you made a good point that it suits the matchup, even if it's not like on paper, like, you know, having the same steroids and ability that he did in previous patches.
I mean, at the same time, I think having Radiance against these like relatively squishy int heroes like Shadow Shaman, Silencer is nice. But looks like we're not going to see a Radiance, and we'll see how Arteezy kind of progresses through. It's going to be the Hurricane Pike next. Another good way to get out of things like Sprout and whatnot.
Sad thing is, even if the bear has nothing on it, it's still worth just as much when you feed it, and it's a lot easier to kill without those items, so careful.
So if Wards gets committed, I think they could just clean that up pretty quickly if they want.
Expecting EG's ability to defend towers here.
Tower is going to have to get denied.
Well, they might not be able to.
I mean, that I think was a pretty prime easy deny there, but
yeah, if they both went for the deny, I think they could have had it. I don't know if Sumail alone would have had enough damage.
Sumail, we haven't talked about him too much, but one thing that I do want to mention is that Mirana scaling into mid and late game as a right clicker, pretty amazing. She has one of the highest int gain, sorry, not int gain, agility gain. Out of agility, I think it's actually the second highest agility gain out of all of the agility heroes, sitting at 3.6. As you imagine.
Don't forget about that leap.
Yeah, sure. I mean, if you get to 25.
The leap talent, you get the damage talent.
Oh, for the bear
You get the attack speed talent.
Man.
Mirana can be a decent right clicker with the talent, introduction of the talent tree.
Most people have been going for the, hey, I'm going to go for an axe as a farming item and then back into right click. This is actually the first time for me to see a
straight right click.
Like straight right click. Yeah. And the problem with this build is that it takes a long time to come online because Mirana needs like at least 2 to 3 items to come online, and generally, Ags served as an item that made you relevant early as you scale back into a right clicker. But this game, he has Arteezy to be kind of the gap.
EG smoked, wanting to make the move here on Matoma Man. The Global came out quickly, and then GH spraying the trap. He catches 2. Now the Chrono follow-up, locking them down. Can they finish the trick? They get the bashes. They get the kills. Global, absolutely massive there. A 2 for 2 thus far. Make it 3 down for EG. And Kuroki once more. He's chased after Sumail, but Sumail got the manta off. The illusions are killing him. Where's the backup? Kuro doesn't have it. A 3 for 3, a bloodbath mid. Even the Radiant Courier serving itself up on a silver platter. EG do keep their big damage dealers alive, though.
Wow.
And they want to push now.
We saw game 1, GH coming in here, preventing the Sumail Chronosphere. That was absolutely huge. This man could see into the future, and he just did right there. And what a turnaround. I do believe Crit made a mistake on the Winter's Curse, as the curse prevented the Mirana from finishing the kill. We're going to watch this team fight one more time, and look at how prepared GH comes in. Bang! Hits a 2-man Chronosphere.
The Global was also almost instantaneous, like maybe half a second reaction time there.
And then we're going to see Crit's Curse. I think Crit's Curse prevented Sumail from right-clicking and killing him there, but was able to actually isolate Mind Control in the backline and kill him in there.
Yeah, good job by Mind Control trying to silence the Wyvern. It was like a split second late, unfortunately, but...
Right.
That is his #1 target in these fights, I would say. Maybe the Elder Titan, but he's a lot harder to kill.
Mid lane.
He gets silenced up. Dude, Liquid really want to take a fight with no Echo, with no Chrono, with no Global. This is not a great time to be engaging. They're on the run. EG are going to punish them for this. They get the root follow-up kill coming through on Kuro, the fissure from GH. Quite late here to try and save the team. They will eat away a few freebies, and now EG launching into that Roche pit. They're grabbing Aegis. And with the power of Leap, I think they get this pretty easily.
Yeah, no Chronosphere like you mentioned, although it's back in 10. Global is still down for 10 more or so. Yeah, they're going to get this Aegis. I gotta say, if you finish day 1 splitting games against all the teams you face against, you're probably not too happy, especially if you're EG, but if they could split the series against Team Liquid, who has been just running truck over everybody, it might not be the worst.
You just get 1 point a game, right? It's,
yeah.
They had 1 TI where I think you got 3 points for a 2-0, but I don't think they've ever done that again. So, yeah, splitting games is just fun. Mail gonna go. Oh, he picks up a Maelstrom, so double Maelstrom. Manta. Obviously, Mirana gives you a lot of attack speed, so that's a small point of additional synergy with the Leap, that'll also help Arteezy. Combine that with the Rabbit.
Yeah, the Manta, obviously, for the Global, he wants to still have the ability to escape or fire his arrows and whatnot. And this is where, as a agility carry, you're getting to a point where you look, it's Butterfly a good item. Can I just take over the game? Or do I need something like a MKB to deal with, mischance and evasions and stuff like that?
Well, there's nothing like that now. So I mean, I just think Butterfly is an incredible value item. It also helps you just farm and move around the map faster with the move speed.
There's also things like, do you see Ghost Scepter from coming out? Then you might want to think about a Diffusal Blade. I don't think anything like that is also coming out. So Butterfly straight up looks like a pretty decent option.
Man, Ghost Scepter used to just be the for value, just buy it for the stats, and who cares if you even get the active, but very forgotten item with Diffusal Blade being as good as it is, and
yeah,
Ghost Scepter itself having been nerfed out over the year. Reminds me of another old one was the classic was the Bracer Gaming. Bone 7 Dota. I mean, we were talking about him earlier.
Bone 7 Dota?
Oh no, I think with him it was the null tallies. Bracer Gaming was what else? His was the null tally.
Crit?
Profit. But here we go in the mid lane. They're trying to set up a crit. The turnaround comes from Sumail, but now he gets global silence and control the Chrono. They interrupt Sumail as he tries to pounce out. The cat lady has been caged. They kill her once. Can they do it a second time? They try to finish off Zai. They haven't done the job just yet, and now Mind Control's in trouble, dragging him away. Matumba Man chases Sumail, but it's a fool's errand. Now he's in danger. Miracle coming back into the fight, but it's into the waiting arms of Arteezy, who controls it with the bear. They're fighting under the wards, but it's not enough damage. The Earth Splitter cuts them off, deleting the full 5-man squad of Liquid, who now find themselves in danger. Tier 2 about to be mowed down.
Maybe even tier
potentially
3. Yeah, like you respawn as Void and Silencer, but you don't have your Global or your Chrono. This is definitely going to be a tier 3, if not more after that. Sumail is going to jump forward for that attack speed for his team. We'll see.
They might go for the full Rax here, Lumi. Yeah. There is no Chrono available. There is no Echo Slam. There are no wards. There is no Global. That is at least half the firepower of Liquid in an actual full-scale engagement. Mirana, Lone Druid, these carries hit just as hard right now, but do EG want to risk it? They are pretty low.
They will respect.
They decide to back away. I almost think they could have forced the issue there, but perhaps not worth the risk.
Yep. So very unfortunate. It was a good Chrono. It was just unfortunate in the sense that Sumail had the Aegis. So it was almost like he didn't catch him in the Chrono. And the other big problem is that right now, EG has 2 very strong physical damage dealers. And I feel like Liquid is in a situation where the Chrono almost has to hit both for them to have a chance to win these team fights. Because if it doesn't, I don't know. It's too much damage output from EG.
It's very difficult otherwise. I think that's for sure. Mind Control is closing on a Silver Edge. That will be a big help to try and mitigate some of that damage. Crit has sprung a little trap for him, planting the Sentry Ward down as he farms. Mind Control is going to go for the ring around here. Crit hides under the Sentry.
That's the Sentry.
Is a likely trap. Silence comes through. Sprout is there, but he's already flying away. Arteezy's in the neighborhood as reinforcements. Dusts upon dust, and the counter dust reigns supreme.
He could have easily used Savage Roar to just save crit, but like, I'll go get a kill.
They're going to commit for this though. The Global was used after GH got lassoed. Now the Yule Scepter comes through. They're going to back away. They were smoking to try and reinforce this position, but the Shaker's been overrun. They'll sack him as well. That's 2 down.
That's a Global down.
And
just
a Global as well.
That's going to be another tier 2. Miracle, they ping him out.
Liquid, all that discipline we saw in game 1, all the cool, calm and collected Dota, escaping them now, and EG stepping up to the plate in a big, big way. Looking, they might finally be able to take a game off Liquid, who have just been unstoppable so far in the groups.
Yep.
And like you said, it's a very important game for EG. You don't want to go into day 2, 2-4. If Brain 3 feels manageable, all you have to do is win, a couple of matches. Maybe you tie the rest, and you're likely to get through the upper half. But you go in 2-4, and suddenly you have very little margin for error the rest of the way.
And for EG fans out there, this could be arguably the toughest day in terms of the opponent, the quality of opponent that they're facing. I think the rest of the group might be a little bit...
Well, there's LGD, right?
Yeah, LGD is the other tough team, but... I think...
And I mean, I do remember there have been TIs in the past. God, who was it at TI3 or TI4? There was somebody who went 6-0 on day 1.
And just
didn't make it to the playoffs,
yeah.
I want to say. God, was that Liquid? That might have been.
It sounds like a very old Liquid-esque thing.
I can't remember now. Melody is really kicking in Lumi.
Man, you got that sleeping voice going on as well. Thank goodness this is the last game of the day.
I have energy. I'm saving it.
Saving
for the right play.
Saving strats for the TI main events. You're saving your vocal cords.
I'm saving myself for Dota that is worthy of hype. I've learned from my WoW days.
Man, this is
when I was a young lad.
This is not the LD I casted with.
No more chat wheel.
Like the LD I casted with back in TI3, like vocal core was dead at the finals, and you're like, just
vocal cords were dead after the group stage. I came to TI2,
and you were still going in. There's no saving vocal cords. You just go in.
We don't need more WoWs. The world has enough WoWs.
Or not enough, depending on who you ask.
All right, well, then you can create them.
All right, bring me back to this game, LD. I feel a little lost. The Go Graph says EG 10K lead.
Well, Lumi, it's the year 2017.
Thank you. Keep going.
We are currently at a hotel in the great city of Seattle.
All right.
This is not Bulba's Liquid. Kuro's Liquid.
Explains a lot, actually, now that you say it like that.
And meanwhile, Liquid are 5-0. EG are 2-3, but they're looking to make it 3-3 as a smoke Liquid. For that opening, the Moonlight Shadow quickly activated to ensure their retreat. Miracle sticks around, though. Oh. Miracle sticks around,
curse him,
though. They actually don't see... Oh, they get him with the curse. And there was, to be honest, and now he's in a lot of trouble being pounded. The arrow comes through. Beautiful connection. Of all the heroes to die, that might be the worst, and he's out for a minute.
I think he wanted to force sap down the river, and his hero just kind of turned in the trees. And the result was, it looked pretty questionable, but... What has the silencer done for you, LD? Because it has done jack all for me in this game.
I would agree. There was one good, the global mid where they turned the fight around.
That was more GH. Let's be real for a second.
It was like the combo, but yeah, even then it wasn't just the silencer. It hasn't been all that effective. I do think silencer generally struggles a lot more against heavy physical damage cores, especially ones who aren't super reliant on spells to do damage in fights. I think Mirana and Lone Druid both fall in that category. I also think EG just hits so hard right now that like the timing has to be absolutely pristine to avoid someone just dying. Like you global after the lasso, Sumail or Arteezy might just kill them anyway. So I do think it's a tough silencer game. It's not like there's a storm or something, right? Where like a perfectly timed global before he gets his like counter, like a BKB or something can actually counter him. Just not one of those silencer games.
Well, he's going into a refresher next. Like, do you think the addition of a second global matters a lot? Or at all? It's just like you said, I feel like EG is more or less, I don't want to say like immune to it. They're pretty resistant to a global in the sense that they can still fight pretty hard.
Yeah, I think they go and right click you. Like, yeah. I think if Liquid want to take a team fight, it's actually more about the Shaker and the Void.
Yeah,
I think the Silencer is just kind of buying them the right time to take that fight. And I go back to your point of they lack damage in the Chrono. Like imagine if they had, say, Alina instead of the Silencer, which was available for their last pick. I'm trying to think if there's anything else better. Maybe I think Queen of Pain might have been available at that point.
Sure.
That could have served them well in this stage. But yeah, it does feel like the Silencer's falling off as he gets lassoed, trapped. The one hero that you can't afford to lose might just die at the beginning of this fight. He does get off the global. The Chrono comes out from Matumba Man. He saves the Time Walk. They drop the wards. It's basically the dream scenario for Liquid as nobody dies even through that initiation. They get all their spells off and they still are losing the fight. Mind Control on the run. Sumail running him down, gunning after him with the arrows, and the wards get farmed up anyway. Now it's just feeling like the raw numbers are working against Liquid.
Yep. Silver lining here for Team Liquid, despite not having any of their ultimates available right now, their creep waves are pretty decent. So instead of going for the high ground here, EG gonna go for the Roshan instead. They will get it without any challenge. Your point about the Chronosphere not having too much combo, I think very relevant for the first 25-30 minutes, but I think we're getting to a point where if you land a good Chrono, the right clicks are starting to take off, right?
But they could in theory, but he's got a Linkage and a Diffusal Blade, right? Like there's.
I mean, Miracle's hitting pretty hard.
Oh yeah.
Mind Control's okay, it's not great, but
he's only got 18 stolen in. Like I've seen support silencers with like 40 at this stage of the game, so.
I mean, my point is, it gets better as the game progresses. Your team's going to pick up more and more damage, so...
Yes. Well, Silencer is an infinitely scaling core. You know, if this game goes 1,000 minutes, Liquid have 100% win rate.
Have you ever seen a 1,000-minute Dota game?
No, but there's a first time for everything.
There you go. I like that spirit.
Just please bring me coffee if it goes that long, Val.
Arrow, not going to clip on Miracle. And Prophet does what Prophet does best. Pressure side lanes and hope that EG goes back for it.
You've been very patient about this. I guess this is one area where, you know, it's nice having the bear because you can siege a little more safely than if you have to commit the hero in, but he does have Aegis. Yep. You have cheese up on Sumail, so certainly all the tools are there. They've both gone for their long-range Hurricane Pikes, and low ground Arteezy getting to work.
Somebody kill that ward, man. That ward is allowing the siege to be happening.
And that's a dead melee racks. Yep. Liquid simply do not want. Okay, they're gonna glyph, but should be it.
Okay, dead bear.
If he ever gets an uphill hit.
Backdoor protection.
A lot of missing here for poor Arteezy, but now the Chrono gets the point. They make the move on Sumail. He's got the cheese. Ooh. He's down for the count. That is a big kill.
And now can it catch any
on
stragglers?
The run. Oh, GH on cleanup duty. Silence comes through. The Sprout's there to give them the vision, but the Spirit lending a bit of an assist as Crit tries to float away. Doesn't look like he'll make it out. Glimmer Cape ineffective They give up 2. They did not get the melee. Those uphill misses for our
There's no buyback for Sumail. Can they just all go top right now and make something of it?
The tier 2 standing in their way. They don't
top. There's nothing there.
They don't realize he doesn't have buyback. I don't think they go for that.
Well, they're definitely going to go for the tier 2, right? Like that's the ultimate safe option. I guess you're right. Don't have caster vision.
It's not.
Sorry, I just got a little bit excited. You know, like Liquid is down for so much, and all of a sudden, like a ray of hope. Don't count them boys out
yet. I know you've got a lot of Liquid cards. Don't lie to me. This is a safe space.
Safe space.
No one can hurt you here.
I actually forgot to do my fantasy.
Oh really?
I was so tired. I just went to bed.
What's your best card?
I don't have a golden envy, so it doesn't even matter. That's the real reason why I'm not doing the fantasy. Although to be fair, if I had a golden envy, I would have like negative points by the end of today. So, who knows?
Liquid are now finally able to venture outside the base. They get Precious Ward down, and immediately Universe kills it. So, it was good while it lasted. Now going for the BOTs. EG are going to try this again. It looks like they still have the Aegis. There is no glyph this time. Butterfly coming soon for Arteezy, who is extremely farmed. Sumail still has the cheese, so I mean all they've really lost is a bit of gold. Can they make their move now? Chrono is ready. Global cooling down in 15. Almost enough time. Echo! Interruption on Universe, but there's no follow-up. He gets back safely, didn't even commit the lasso. This could really come back to haunt Liquid. Got the Hex off as well, but G just retreat. They're gonna probably wait for this next wave and then try it again. And they did get the melee racks while that was all happening. Objective clear.
That was the one that they came for all along. They go get it. So you know the play that Liquid just made? You jump on Sumail, you chrono him, and you get him killed. I'm not sure if that play is going to remain effective as the game goes on, because Crit is going to be watching out on that. He's going to position himself in a way where he will get off the Embrace. In the draft, we're saying the Embrace might not seem very good at the time, but as we move more and more into this late game scenario, the Embrace is going to get better and better. Might be the game turner, in fact.
Yeah, and Liquid, while they have like okay early to mid game nuke damage, it's not damage that really scales that well. There's no Lino with Laguna Blade or Invoker who could really dish it out and counter the Embrace hard.
I'm pretty sure Miracle will global though, in conjunction with the Chronosphere, so Crit needs a way to debuff that silence off of himself, and he is working towards a Lotus Orb, but
it's gonna be a while.
Yeah, gonna be a while given, you know, it's a 5-stage support and stuff like that.
38 minutes in, EG still struggling to break this game wide open. It's been about that 10-11k gold lead for some time now. They did get closer to 20, but the spike has halted. Do you, like, walk me through in your mind how Liquid can fully get back in this game? Do you feel like this type of lineup just can take it late? Should they just be trying to farm? Should they be making plays, going aggressive? What's your ideal scenario if you're a Liquid fan right now?
Remember the way I describe how the Liquid lineup kind of scales is that they don't have spikes, but they scale very gradually. And the game has been kind of going long in a point where I think their heroes are scaling to a very dangerous manner for the EG fans. So I think for Liquid, you just drag the game out long. Even though they lost the melee racks, I don't think it's like, oh my god, you lost melee, it's GG. In fact, I think EG needs to do a lot more work.
Like 2 lanes at least.
Yeah, 2 lanes with multiple waves constantly being pushed in, because you have a Prophet on your team as Liquid. You could easily repel this mid lane pressure. So for Liquid, it's about finding the right fights. This whole game has been fighting about finding the right fights. They have been super on point in terms of preventing the bat initiation from coming out. Right, Universe is normally so good on the hero, but this game, every time he comes in, he eats an Echo Slam. He has a Hex against him. And those are kind of plays that Liquid needs to do to keep themselves afloat in this game.
On the side of EG, they are getting pretty close to Sumail's level 25 talent here. Leap attack speed feels like it should be huge. He just actually bought a tome to try and get him there. Pops the tome, 2/3 of the green is off.
I think for EG, it's more about them being able to fight under the global. So even though I said, you know, the global hasn't been doing anything, obviously it's been annoying Crit and Zai in particular very hard. Crit in particular getting off his curse and co-embrace is going to be the game changer. So him getting towards his Lotus Orb is going to be huge.
Mind Control is going to show himself here bottom. He did back off for Ashiva's guard. They are, meanwhile, trying to set up a crit. He tries to flap away, gets locked down, controlled, and finished off. Another +2. Miracle rising back in the ranks, slowly but surely, finding these kills, closing in on Assault Cuirass. Like you said, I definitely do not sleep on the late game silencer. This hero hits extremely hard with the farm and with the kills.
In particular, once you get the 200 attack range at 25, it's not, you know, infeasible to start talking about level 25 talents, but he stands back and it's like a cannon every hit. I've seen Arcane Curse also being leveled up, although
especially with the Void and the Shaker, like, you have such good setup to allow a silencer to just sit back and wail away at you. Some games the silencer is constantly running for his life, but I don't necessarily think this will be. A lot of it comes down to Universe if he can somehow catch him, but there's a lot of other heroes to worry about. Universe hasn't really... There was one time where he got the silencer over near mid, you know, up near where the Ancients are. That's been about it.
I know earlier we were kind of talking about EG tying up the series, you know, 1-1, but maybe we spoke too soon. Now, I don't think, you know, Liquid is having a 50-50% chance of winning this game. EG is still advantage, but definitely could see Liquid playing well, winning a fight or two, and coming right back.
Don't forget, they do have the Nature's Prophet. Now, granted, he hasn't really itemized for the
Crit again walks into a smoke gang, but this time
he's breaking one, so...
Got
dodges a bullet. That was another smoke committed by Liquid, and all of this with the Roche about to respawn. They've even got their Serpent Wards ready. They would love to just walk into the pit and steal that Aegis Cheese away. Would be a massive swing of momentum, but not one that EG will away for free.
EG, I don't think they know that Roche is up. Unless it's past the possible Roche respawn timer. But Liquid obviously do know they've sent Treants in time and time again.
They definitely suspect something's up, just judging by the way they're sticking around the pit. Now it's their turn to smoke. They find more success. Remember, we've seen a few ganks from EG where they walk headlong into the global, into the chrono, and here we go. Starting off, Matumman's there. They follow this up. But do they have the damage to bring Arteezy down? They're trying to focus on this low Germany. BKBs immediately forcing Matumman on his heels. From the side of the fight, Kuroki managed to get a good trap off, finds his own pick. The supports are dropping like flies, but EG's core standing strong. Miracle gets forced away, and now Kuroki turned on. They've got to keep him under control. Sumail just cheesing up, staying alive through it all. Now the silence from Mind Control in the Sprout.
Triple arrow!
And in the Sprout, he will die. 4 down, double buyback available. But they're just so ultimate reliant on this Liquid side. I don't think they can stand against CG in round 2, Lumi.
So Void Chrono Arteezy, but what happened was there was a fissure through the Chrono, so he had to walk out the Chrono, walk around the fissure, and by the time he got around to Arteezy, the Chrono ended, and they just killed him. Arrow stopping in, zoning everybody away. They will take that range racks. They're moving for melee. Buybacks are not being used on Faceless Void, and like you said, even if he did buy back no Chrono,
gonna try to jump Miracle. They've got the lasso available. Again, the Chrono buy, or rather the Void buyback, but nothing really to combo with it. No AoE, no control. They will, well, they'll get Sumail here trapped up in the Sprout, but the Glimmer Cape keeps him alive. Cold Embrace there as well. Sumail healing right back up to full HP. Still has the leap. He's actually going in. He wants to fight this more than now. The Winter's Curse is committed. Mind Control's been put under by Zai, setting up with the Air Splitter. This could be a dieback potentially. Mind Control's got to get the hell out of dodge. Arteezy lunging in with the BKB. Dishing out the damage. Sumail stays alive again. It's Crit to the rescue. No, it's Kuro with the Zap. Gives him the taser, but still 3 have fallen. They're dropping like flies here for Liquid, and EG charging in once this tier 3 tower, but gotta beware. The buybacks try to keep track of how many heroes can even rejoin the fight, and they do know Chrono is cooling down. Nature's Prophet is going to start ramping up in terms of the damage output. He finds the kill on Zai in the bottom lane.
That wasn't so bad for Liquid. I think Liquid won that team fight, right? They traded buybacks left and right. Mirana, unfortunately, bought back and wasn't able to get the fight. Now, if they get the Aegis, I guess it's still okay for EG out there, but...
So they used 3 buybacks, but EG also used 3.
Right, so but they get the Aegis and Cheese, though. That's the big one.
So in theory, that should favor EG in this next fight.
Right, and of course they
but Liquid also have their ults now, which they didn't before.
Liquid went from a position where they lost 4, and I thought they were gonna just lose the game too. It's like, okay, it's not that terrible. Again, Liquid clutching it out in this late game. They need to start de-warding their base though. Like, it's making Batrider's job so much easier to have this vision. And there you go. They still have the gem.
I really feel like they have a damage problem now. Like, the only hero that hits hard is the Silencer, and he doesn't seem able to man fight either the Mirana or the Lone Druid, especially when they pop their BKBs, so...
Prophet's getting there. He has the Bloodthorn almost finished. Well, not almost, like maybe 2k away.
And that's essential against Sumail for that true strike for the team. That said Sumail.
Oh, not MKB. Sorry, Bloodthorn I said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, when you use the active.
You talk about true strikes. Like, did I say MKB? Because, you know, I always say the wrong thing.
You're tripping, Lumi. You're tripping.
You're making me doubt myself.
How am I making you doubt yourself? You're just doubting yourself.
Nah, I never doubt myself. EG. So let's talk about a triple arrow, because it seems really memey, and we already talked about how much of a big factor the leap attack speed for your whole team is. Do you think that the triple arrow is actually good here, or? It forces heroes to kind of reposition, and sometimes you just get a straight arrow hit. But the guarantee of the leap bonus.
I thought for sure he was going to go for the leap, to be honest. I guess it's very annoying, like during Chronosphere, like where no matter where you run, there's like a pretty good chance that you're going to get arrowed. It's also a nice scouting tool. It's just spray and pray from Sumail. I guess that's the idea, right? You just keep on spraying and praying, and maybe one of these arrows connects, then you have an opening.
I mean, you're looking at this push, and I guess the attack speed bonus is not necessary. Right? Like, a Treasy is just going to hit things.
It's excessive. There's the Bloodthorn that you mentioned. Buybacks are completely lacking. Only Lone Druid has one. That's the one hero that's been caught, but the arrow comes through. Matumba's got to run. Now the BKB from Arteezy on the chase. Diving towards Kuro, who's been silenced. He gets the wards off in a decent position, protecting the racks at least for now. But Sumail, though he has been controlled by mind control, there isn't the damage pump to kill him off. Matumba lunges back in. He might just drop. They can't deal with Sumail. Then they get the silence off. They will bring him down once. The Aegis is there, though. Lone Druid buyback also available if he needs it. So they've extra life. Curse comes through. Matumba's dead. He still doesn't have to buy back. Now charging forward his Universe Arteezy cleans up. 5-man wipe. EG saved the day. Make it 3-3 for them, and a first loss at the International for Liquid. There will be no undefeated boys in blue heading into tomorrow.
Oh man, this game just makes me want to think, why is it not a best of 3? Like, these two teams are so good playing against each other. That last team fight, that curse, he blinked in, used Splinter Blast to break the Lincolns, and then just bam! That was a knockout punch. Great play by Crit.
It was very difficult for Liquid to come back, I think, the way the game developed. I do feel like the Silencer just they didn't get what they wanted out of the hero. He didn't shut down either of the cores. I like the way EG itemized going for the early BKBs on both the Manta on the Mirana, the BKB on the Lone Druid, so that they would be able to just consistently dish out damage in fights. And I mean, I think if that was like, say, I don't know, a Storm or an Ember who's super spell reliant, and you get timely globals that shut them down early, it could have been a lot different, but yeah, EG adapted well.
I really like the...
Maybe Liquid need to reconsider when they pick the Silencer.
I really love how Arteezy kind of took us back to the times where the baby Arteezy was playing the hard carry. I really felt that this game. He put the team on the shoulder, especially through the first 25 minutes when Sumail, like we pointed out, was slowly ramping up on the Mirana. His contribution, he was able to take down so many towers and win so many team fights for them. So I guess we don't need to say that Artur is a good player, but he definitely, to me, he's
not washed up yet, that's for sure.
Oh no, far from it.
Raise your baby rages if you're an EG fan. They saved the day. They are 3-3 now, and they have had some stiff competition, but still Liquid, the real winners of day one, as they are 5-1 and looking fantastic heading into the later stages of the group. So guys, thank you so much for joining me and Lumi. That is going to wrap it up here as far as the gameplay action goes. I will have the panel wrapping up the day, and then day 2. Thanks for joining us, guys. We'll see you next time.
Thank you so much. Yes, indeed. LD wrapping up the day, and now it's our opportunity to go ahead and tell you all about how day one of the International 7 has gone down. I say we, I am not alone. Myself, Machine, will be your host, and I'm joined by some beautiful brains, my Dota Brain Trust that I'll be hopefully picking and getting some insight from these guys. They have been locked in, watching all of the Dota throughout the day. Of course, big shout out to none other than we have Quinn, Will, and Mr. Pycat.
Yeah. Before we get started, I would like everyone to please raise your dongers as a tribute to the fallen Bulldog, gone but not forgotten.
Gone but not forgotten. Will, of course, standing in for Bulldog after a plethora of drama came his way. Of course, commiserations to him, and we'll be seeing him shortly, I'm sure. But we still have a job to do. We're going to be talking about some Dota, and I guess we should probably start with the series we have just watched. Everyone here on the mainstream will have caught it, getting to see EG split that series with Liquid. The casters were just saying, Quinn, I'd have liked that to have been a best of 3. Were you enjoying that one?
Yeah, I mean, it's two of the teams that people expect to go really deep into the tournament. Both the games kind of one-sided, which is a little bit unexpected, maybe a little bit of an outdraft coming in both games, but you can see they definitely have potential to go very deep in the tournaments. From
both of them as well, Will. Does that seem to be the general consensus? Especially, was that just kind of confirming your initial suspicions?
Well, I feel like the game just now, I think it was quite even up until the point where I think EG kind of escalated with a few kills. I think the score was 16-16 at one point.
Yeah.
And then it kind of just got out of hand. They got a few too many kills on the Lone Druid, and then they kind of roll off of that. I think this was actually a pretty even game we saw just now. Like, up until that point, it looked like it could have gone both ways.
Yeah.
And yeah, just it's cool to see EG actually pulling it back. They started rough. They went 2-4, 2-3, and they could have ended up 2-4, but they actually managed to pull it back together.
Yeah, we'll be taking a look at all the standings just to put it all into perspective for everyone at home towards the end of this one. But we're going to kind of walk through some of the highlights and lowlights. I think actually lowlights is where we're going to be starting because expectations were a little uncertain for a team known as none other than Cloud9. The Anime Boys gave it their best shot, but I think what was interesting was that the observation you were making, Pycat, that they'd kind of put a lot of preference, a lot of weight on Lich. Now, what was going on there with that? I mean, that was a pick that took a lot of people by surprise.
Yeah, well, I'm still a bit curious, like myself. We haven't seen that much Lich recently. At least I haven't seen in recent tournaments, and the hero's kind of been forgotten, sort of. Sure. Now it had some of the Chinese teams were banning it first phase, and well, C9 kept picking it up first phase.
First phase Lich?
Yeah, they first phase Lich, but it didn't go so well for them, so I'm not sure what that is about.
Well, Cloud9 is sitting at the table as well, 0-4, so it wasn't a great start to them. Is there anything to add to that? I mean, Quinn, getting to see Chinese Dota obviously have something in mind with Lich.
Yeah, I think one or two of the teams have been playing it in scrims, have thought it had some value, and I think they may have scrimmed against the Chinese teams, and like LGD, LFY, like sister teams. I'm sure some of their friends with Newbie as well, and word sort of goes around, hey, maybe this hero is really good, and then teams start picking it in scrims, they're winning with it, and then suddenly a hero just moves up to first phase priority because it's a support, it's a hero you can first phase, and it's not like there's a lot of hard counters to Lich.
I mean, Will, is that a bad habit some teams have in terms of just kind of identifying trends from scrims and maybe exaggerating them a little bit too much?
It's awkward because scrims are kind of your best data, so you're sort of just playing the guessing game, and oftentimes it's like one person will lose with it, and they'll say, "Is that enough of a sample size?" Like, maybe we do it again, and part of a tournament like this, it's so long that you're gonna have to kind of thoroughly examine whether heroes are good or not, whether it's bad or it's just certain teams that can't make it work. So, but I mean, Lich, I'm really vanilla about. I remember we had this conversation in a pub. We ran into each other, and we're like, I hope people stop picking Lich and Jakiro.
So what's the thought process behind it? What's the justification?
It's like when we ran into it, it was like, it doesn't have a stun. It's really passive. The team fight is kind of mediocre. When people get BKBs, you start to feel really bad as well.
There it is.
Yeah,
look at that Lich.
Just pulling it out first
just
phase.
Goes in there.
If you see that in a pub game, Quinn, you're running down mid, right?
Lich first phase? I'm done.
No, he's quitting Dota.
Yeah, he's done.
He's quitting Dota.
It's like first two. His 6K player has taken Lina.
his other 6K players taking Lich. That's a Nature's Prophet immediately by Quinn.
I don't know. I feel like, and this is kind of, to me at least, what I'm seeing, the opposite kind of what the more successful teams. Oh yeah, this. But this is the one time where Lich was actually like pretty cool, right?
Right. This was where you got to see. It was Cloud9. You got to see. I think it was a full 5-man.
Yeah, but they did end up losing this game with the Lich. So, you know, even though the Chain Frost is pretty cool, you know, I don't know, how good is it? I feel like the one thing that the teams that I have seen that are successful, it's like both VP and I think Liquid. They have a lot of focus on heroes that can deal tower damage.
Right.
And Lich kind of doesn't do that. Sure, he can negate some tower damage by putting Frost Arm on a tower, but is that really sufficient? He doesn't really add any aggression. Like Liquid, they're doing this. I mean, they're running some Prophet with combined with a lot of summons or with this Rasta. Now they didn't win the last game, but that seems to kind of be their thing, to go for heroes that can kill towers. VP playing their DK, a lot of heroes that scale with physical damage and whatnot.
I mean, just while we're on the topic of heroes, if you kind of to cast your eyes amongst the most picked, is there any surprises? I mean, I'm going to shout some names at you now. I'm sure you're not surprised about the Night Stalker. Batrider, I know, caught your eye just because it's still, once again, doesn't matter what they do to him, Batrider seems to be at the top of that list.
He's always, at TI especially, he's always one of the most prevalent heroes.
Just because he does so much?
They have nerfed, they don't want, at this point I'm like convinced that Ice just does not want Batrider at TI. He's just like, how many times can I just destroy this hero? Like, what more can I change about him? I took away his other stun in his flame break. I made everything worse. Like, what else do you do to this hero to make it bad? But that ultimate, when you're at a TI, you're just getting bat lassoed away. Like,
I mean, Batrider's just, he's like Darkseer 2.0, right?
Yeah, it's like,
those heroes, Iceberg does not like those two heroes.
Hey man, while we're talking about lassos, you do a mean cowboy accent. Can you say Batrider lasso? Can we hear it?
You're an American now, son.
You see, it's good, dude. These guys don't realize that basically when Pycat's off camera, he never actually speaks in his normal voice. His British isn't very good, though. We're not going to make him do that. Don't.
You thought that was good? Like,
that one sounds good to me. Seriously, bro. Seriously. Anyway, welcome back to TI. Let's stop this now before we get in trouble. Let's do a little bit of Secret. Now, their mistakes were no secret. There was a couple of them, and they haven't necessarily finished in the best of form. This is just going to be a couple of highlights that we're selecting some of the mistakes made versus Infamous. And they actually ended up splitting this series. Did you guys catch this action?
Yeah, I saw this game. I think Secret were doing kind of well in early game, but as you can see, these heroes, they have 3 cores that don't really scale that well. If you have a Void that's position 1 in this scenario, they can be fine because he scales. But a position 3 Void, he doesn't really get that farm. So in the end of this game, they actually don't have any physical damage to deal with this anti-mage. And the anti-mage combined with the silencer and also the Ember being a nuisance, it's just too much of a problem for them.
I saw your eyes light up, Quinn. Is there anything else to add to the pile of kind of lack of synergy between Secret at times?
I think it's, their performance across the entire group stage, or...
I mean, we can talk more generic if that's something you've got for us.
I think a lot of their games, they have some like draft issues, like that game especially. It's, even against a team against Infamous, where Secret's considered like heavy favorites, they go into it, and then, this enemy hero just slips through. Maybe they forget about it, or they don't think Infamous plays it. And then you have this really hard game where you're just kind of playing this uphill battle. You have the execution, disadvantage where you have to play near perfect to win the game. And Infamous can make a plethora of mistakes and the game still be, reasonably easy.
I mean, if you think about it, let's just quickly go through their results. I've got them up in front of me. I'm not being rude, I promise. I was just trying to make sure I had it up in front of me. But we have a split series versus Empire, split series versus Infamous, and a full 0-2 versus LGD. So like it has not gone well for them, Pycat. I mean,
they're 2-4. Well, I think one thing is it is like this. Like their drafts, it's a bit too vanilla. It's you see Liquid. They're spicing things up. They're throwing a Broodmother. There's some Prophet. They're going all in with some random push strat. I mean, they're making it work by some really clutch execution. They're going for some. We saw that move. There was some fissure into Visage Birds. They're pulling off moves that are very difficult to pull off, but they're also going with their draft. It's kind of unorthodox, and it's a bit different. But when you just go vanilla draft, you are the one who has to kind of be afraid of these random picks. If you're the aggressor, they say aggression is the best defense, and it is for a reason.
But I mean, surely there's an argument that not every team is as mechanically skilled with picks like that. Will can't get away with the spice that Pycat's talking.
But at the same time, like Secret, they've got so many good players on their team. They've got veterans, all high MMR players, and for me, it's just a surprise. But taking a look forward at EG versus Liquid, we want to talk about two incredibly individually skilled teams. This probably was the cream of the crop.
Outstanding. This is just an opportunity for us to kind of remember just how good Liquid have looked, conceding just one game. Of course, in this very series, this was the one they won.
Yeah. My favorite part about this was when we were watching it, and both Quinn and Pycat individually tell me they're like, GH is just the best Earthshaker.
Yeah, and I mean, also you think about it, they have this guy who's probably the best Shaker in the world. He's also the guy making sure that every team is banning Wisp and Coddle. So he has 3 heroes. No one wants to give them Wisp. You don't want to give them Coddle. So they get Shaker every game. And at some point, they're gonna get Wisp or Coddle, and then he's gonna win with that too.
So let's just quickly, can we think of another team where that is the case, where you basically, as a team, you kind of know what's being banned against you every game. So because of GH's abilities on IO, because of it on Kotl, they kind of know what's being taken away. Does that make their drafts a whole lot easier, Quinn?
Yeah, it's definitely nice whenever you know what's being banned with you versus you can plan out your first phase a little bit better. You can decide what heroes you want or like versus them. And you can just get to pick them, right? Because you know that they're not going to be out of the pool. Yeah. I think EG has had something like that in the past whenever teams were banning their puck first phase against them, and if they're against a team that doesn't play the Wisp, so EG isn't forced to ban it, then teams will ban it against EG sometimes, so they have kind of had this defined first 2 bans sometimes, but I don't think any team has it quite to the tier that Liquid does.
It's not an extensive list then.
Yeah, last time something like this happened, I feel it was like Alliance tier 3 kind of. They had the same thing going for them. There were like a lot of heroes to ban. You had to ban the Batrider, the Wisp. They would always get something that was really good.
Sure.
And now it's kind of, we're seeing it again.
And I mean, Shaker's, I'm just looking at kind of the amount of picks. Shaker is up there alongside Nyx, Quap, Night Stalker. I mean, just on the topic of Night Stalker, actually, we were talking about how a lot of the drafting we're starting to identify is trying to counter the Night Stalker. What's kind of at the tip of your tongue when you're thinking counters and what's cropped up today, Will?
I'd say the most popular one, since the qualifiers especially, is this the Lycan.
Yeah.
Lycan is such a common hero. There was a time period where Night Stalker was first phase material because people didn't think there was a real counter to it. You always won the vision game. You took away heroes like Keeper of the Light, which a lot of teams struggle with. It's like, okay, you take Coddle, I'll take Night Stalker. I automatically win. But nowadays you have different heroes that can play the vision game, especially heroes like Lycan, that you're not really going to feel comfortable first phase banning. And so Night Stalker, it's not as flexible as it used to be. Before you just picked it.
It's not even just about the Howl. I mean, the Howl in itself is nice because obviously you have more nighttime, so you get more effect of that. But it's also the fact that Lycan, he just pushes. And what does Night Stalker? Well, he needs to get some levels, and then he needs to run around and kill heroes. But against a team that just pushes, he does nothing, that hero.
Yeah.
So Lycan is just, it's a very good way of dealing with this Night Stalker.
Absolutely. And I mean, it was spectacular to see just how, I mean, Night Stalker cropped up for one team as well. It was LGD. These guys are top of the table. It's been a fantastic start for all, in fact. LGD and LGDFY, they are ending 6-0, Quinn. These guys have had a spectacular start.
Yeah, they're a very solid team. I think 11 in particular sort of stands out to me as like a very interesting player. He'll play heroes like Beastmaster. His heroes are picked very often. A lot of the time, super early heroes he very rarely sees his carry matchup that he's against, and he'll play heroes like Beastmaster to get so much out of the lane because he'll walk through the lane with the first wave and then he'll send his boar and cut the next one and bring it to him at the tier 1 tower. Or they'll do Night Stalker, Batrider, dual offlanes, and they'll pull multiple waves to the towers. He comes up with all these shenanigans to get a lot out of the lane, even though he's given very, very little.
I think shenanigans is a good word for it. Goofs and gaffs with 11. And I'm just, I mean, was this expected for you, Pycat, to see a 6-0 next to LGD's name?
Well, I don't know if I thought it was going to be 6-0.
But
like we talked a bit about, we thought they were going to do well, and they'd been doing pretty well up until this point before this event. But no, maybe not 6-0, but I'm happy for them. I'm happy for Yao. He's my old LGD buddy. He's one of the nicest, I think, like Chinese players. He's one of the few who speaks English quite well. So
devil's advocate for a moment, is it fair to say that they have got some of the perhaps easier opponents so far? I mean, if you have a look, let's just quickly recap. It was Empire, Fnatic, and Secret. They got their
I mean, you could say that, but at the same time, like, Empire took a game off Secret. Secret coming into this tournament looked very good. They won the European qualifier pretty handily, and Empire as well is no slouch.
And just on the topic of Empire, word on the street is Rezo had a fantastic game. I didn't get to see it myself. Did any of you guys have eyes on that screen? He was rocking Luna from what I hear and just...
Yeah, he just split pushed. They couldn't really do anything.
Yeah.
They went for this old school style. I also hear that he's going to be playing for the entirety of the tournament.
Yes, I saw confirmation actually from Vlat on Twitter. I'm sure you guys, if you're fiending Reddit as much as the Dota community does, you'll have seen that we're going to be getting full Rezo throughout TI. And I think, you know, just on that topic for one more moment, as someone that knows him very well, Will, you were saying, in your mind, not biased at all, probably one of the most skilled players that wasn't at TI.
Oh, for sure.
That sound about right?
I mean, I'm definitely biased here, but somebody's got to be the best carry in the world, and I think it's my boy Rezo.
Yeah.
It's got to be somebody. It's so boring if we just say, oh, he's one of the best. Like, I'm just going to start naming best carry.
There he goes.
He's so consistent. He never played with that team. He went to, after DreamHack Atlanta.
This was you're going to go to Burning's face and tell him.
He bought a Scotty on Arc Warden, man.
Did he? Did you not like that?
I mean, it doesn't have an active dude.
I mean, come on, man. It was still a cool item build. But he didn't even know he was going to play here. They told him, like, when he got here, there was, like, a small possibility, but he went to, like, theme parks to hang out after DreamHack Atlanta. He borrowed my laptop telling me he was going to play Dota every day, didn't use it once. I had nothing to do for, like, 3 days straight because of him, and I was trying to help that TI dream. I just didn't know it.
He stole your laptop for 3 days.
For nothing.
No, he was on Reddit, okay? That's important. That's
Still don't have it back, by the way.
Okay, well, this is a public service announcement. If you see Rezo, we need his laptop back. Outside of that, though, they were playing on full gaming PCs for their performance, but LFY, while we're on the LGD train, had a fantastic little dabble. Some interesting picks as well. We saw Zeus and Bloodseeker. What do you make of that one, Pikette?
Well, Zeus Bloodseeker, that's like a old meme combo. You know, you ult and Bloodseeker runs fast, and that's pretty cool.
The memes were pretty dank.
They made it work, you know? Actually made it work, so kudos.
I think Zeus used in a couple of different comps, actually.
Yeah, I think it shows like a very high understanding of the game whenever these teams pick these less conventional heroes. LFY, Zeus is sort of a hero that's in their roster, in their playbook. But I think Liquid picked it against Fnatic. They had some Ember Bloodseeker on Fnatic, and they say, oh, this is a good Zeus game. And, you know, they're not scared to pick these, like, less conventional picks, like Pikette said. Like, they're pulling these, spicy picks out, and they have, like, a very open mind about the game. They understand heroes, the roles they fill. And whenever you understand a lot of heroes, that means you also know how to beat them, right? So I think it like shows a lot of prowess for these teams that play these like less conventional heroes in games that are good for them.
And at the group stages as well. I don't know, in my mind, I always think like less conventional picks, maybe the ace up the sleeve for playoffs, but you really can't do that. Saving strats for playoffs is not a thing, ladies and gentlemen, perhaps not. But what I do want to do then, gents, with all of that said and done, is just outline the fact that, in terms of meta, in terms of what we're seeing,
you can save drafts if you're wings at TA6. Then you can save a lot of stress, and you can just do whatever you want.
I'm totally okay with that.
And just go pudge techies if you want to, and still win the tournament because, you're
or VP at the summit.
Did they do that same thing?
They picked every hero in Dota. Just
113.
Just to mess with people.
112.
No, they only got to 80.
They only got to 80? I thought they went further than that.
They didn't have enough games.
I think it was they didn't have enough games. Yeah, and then the last game they ditched.
They wanted to win. They were in game 5.
They flipped the coin, I think. If they were gonna pick real heroes or not.
You know what Yapster was telling me? He's like, they banked on VP still finishing through with it because they're like, guys, don't worry. Like,
don't worry, they're gonna
continue. Nope.
No. VP were like, okay, guys, maybe on the 5th.
I mean, it's pretty BM though because you saw what Secret were doing that tournament. In the end, they were banning the heroes that they hadn't picked.
Yeah, they banned like Wiz and Liney and stuff.
Yeah, they weren't banning normal heroes anymore.
The Sly Beam.
Yeah.
I mean, I think so far we're well above 90, so the majority of the heroes have already been picked just in our first day. Are there any kind of heroes you're still expecting to see crop up that we haven't seen yet? Is there anything to add to that list? I know you haven't had your eyes locked on it, but I mean, we've seen a bit of pretty much everything. Is there any curveballs left to be thrown in?
I think Wraith King hasn't been picked yet. I think that's a hero that has some potential. I think some teams have messed around with it, tried it. I know Mason plays it from time to time in pubs.
Your best friend?
Yeah, we're good buddies. But it's a hero that can be pretty good versus like these long cooldown heroes. LC, Bloodseeker, like we sort of talked about, can be pretty good versus. I think that hero might pop up.
Okay, I'm interested to know, like, kind of in terms of how the meta is developed. Has there been much of a meta development throughout this patch, do you think, Will?
I think for the most part, it's, like Pikette said, keep it flexible.
It's very flexible.
Like right now in Dota, we're in a very good spot where we're lucky that pretty much everything is viable. Like we saw VP prove that at the Summit, I feel. When we looked at the replay clips, you can say that they're superior mid heroes, but you saw LGD and LFI, the common denominators. They had what you would consider out of the meta picks. They had Bloodseeker Zeus in one game, and when we looked at the LGD game, they had a Leshrac, who I very rarely see. I'm like, how are you going to fit that hero? But if it works, it works. Like you, at a TI especially, you have to keep things open. Yeah.
We're talking of flexible. Can you touch your toes well?
I can.
Genuinely.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Can you do it right now? Or
no, I'm not going to do it on stream. That's weird.
It's not weird to touch your toes on stream.
It's like one of those things where you kind of just have to take my word for it.
I want a video on your Twitter of you touching your toes.
I'll do it just for you.
Thanks, I appreciate that. So we're learning a lot. We've learned some Dota. We've learned Will can touch his toes. Can everyone on this couch touch their toes? I haven't tried in like 5 years.
Not even close.
I haven't tried.
Not even, no way.
Not even close.
Quinn, you look limber.
My legs are too long, dude.
Oh, to be fair, you do have long legs. Yeah, okay. Well, we've talked about all the important things other than the standings, and we will bring them up for you now, just so you can go ahead and breathe it all in, because our first day of TI7 is coming to a close. Look at that.
LGD, man.
6-0.
Looking good. LGD haven't lost a game.
That's true.
Either one of them.
They have got some big fish to fry, though. They have yet to play the likes of EG. They haven't played Liquid. They are yet to play IGV. I think I may have said that already.
Fnatic are looking, they're off to a pretty shaky start.
It doesn't get worse than that for Fnatic.
To be fair, though,
it sort of doesn't.
They had to play the standouts in their group. Like, it wasn't easy
That's
for
true.
them.
They played Liquid. They played, who else was it?
They've played LGD.
Liquid LGD, right?
Liquid and TNC.
TNC.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
TNC
they could have
well.
taken one of those games at least. I feel like.
I mean, TNC won 1 DG. This is a very good team.
Yeah, it's true.
I didn't quite get. Oh, I've got.
And EG went 1-1 in all 3 of their series. So curious to see if that's going to be a trend for tomorrow. Just EG 1-1 all the way.
Yeah.
Where does that get you? Does that get you into the upper bracket?
Oh, I wrote it all down, actually. Hang on a second.
Depends how the rest do, I would assume.
I think it's, I have it in front of me. It's just a little bit. So the top 4 teams in each group advance to the upper bracket.
So they're on pace right now.
Yeah, right. But they need a couple 2-0s, I think.
As long as they outpace probably Secret, then they're probably in pretty good shape. Obviously, this isn't exactly how you want to look, because you're going to have to play one of the killers in Group B if you're going to get such a bad record in Group A, but win's a win.
Win's a win. So we've learned a lot today. What tattoo are you getting, by the way, Will? I can't remember. What's the Chinese parable that we learned? Pycat gave it to us? It was so good.
It's false. If you can't go high ground, then your advantage is false.
If you can't go high ground,
there you go. That's from LGD, by the way.
That was the theme of the day.
Doing.
That is it.
That was the theme of the day.
That is the meme of the day.
Yeah, it happened in the DC OG game.
Yeah,
because DC couldn't go high ground and OG could.
So there you have it. The themey meme of the day is if you can't go high ground, your advantage is false. We're going to get it tattooed on our foreheads when we take a break. But coming up tomorrow, same time as today, we're going to have these games to look forward to. So go ahead and do tweet your predictions. We gave you all the social media before, but this is what you have to look forward to. On our main stream, we will be bringing you Newbie versus OG. That could be good. What a debut to start everything off. OG Newbie. Then you get to see VP versus LFY.
VP LFY, I think that's really hype, actually. That's both teams are looking very strong.
Can we get excited about IGDC?
Quinn can.
Yeah, DC at TI, bro.
Yeah, I think it's, yeah.
You saw it coming, right?
Yeah, I saw it coming.
You saw it coming.
So you got
Grave.
An execration HR.
Was Mason supposed to quit if he lost? Or
no, he has quit.
That was under the table.
Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And we have none other than Execration HR on that 4th stream. That is what you have to look forward to. This has been TI7 Day 1 of the group stages. You'll be seeing much more from myself and the boys tomorrow. We're going to go ahead and get some kip and talk about games even more, just without cameras and microphones in our face. This has been all from us here on the group stage desk. We'll be back tomorrow, same time. So for you guys, it's 8:30 if you're in Pacific time. It's going to be about 4:30 if you're over in Europe. But please, put it in your calendars, put it in your alarms. Get up. I know gamers sometimes struggle to get up before 4 p.m. over in Europe. We'll be back tomorrow for more of the same.